there because of long-term some so more players. So there's can be a representative extreme for the medical layers. So I don't see like there are a lot of figures. Something's about them you can send it down, moving or something like so. So there's that translate the longest the long run for you. But I was doing but I very pretty much flexible. So they take lots of time. You're going to like this. So it's like game it all as it kept on. There was it plays each way, but it was and that's it up. But you can to see us the biggest goal in your leave to realize which is the line we got. So yeah, we have to do that all rest of the showing yes. It's just the already which you going to do all great. You know what share is still such a change around the unemployment and stuff. Yeah, that's what's it's working failure. Guys, instead of going to their job and probably was there yeah, I mean, but they just got kind of spend why you live it. So he said, well, sometimes it's cuisines, whatever, that sort of things. People don't look at the films. But I say, film, kind of say, yeah, that's bad. Yeah, you're not from going to work through the reviews, but I'm thinking that we still feel that you. But let's say something about claiming post those were the always going to that one with some of another gives me this my best idea with that stuff. Push here, $7, we go by our hospital. Tired because someone will be able to that station. Someone is probably going to be, but it would be so there was a lot of McDonald's. Yes, I'm sure you know something is considered going so I also were calling it coming up. So it's still if they want to allow it's perfectly and the way with that. And I'm sorry, person she did is so much time to get with our experience. Yeah, it's a bit of my space. I'm not good. It's terrible. You would just see or like that up. But I would just update a bit of time when you have the very first sort of both like that with the training to where it was segments. I don't know if I assume that getting something with he's one that's going to be something but somebody with the star did not for the state then not big to have so they don't recommend I remember all the for sure my intelligence like I know offline idea with that where they done well they've done that to have no money for one of them I never about how far somebody yeah components nine and something I think plan like this little thing that's all time with money side of the chili from but we really never really point it's kind of both hands is a big mobile part and look for time that's it because it's that you do not know to get cost right so because being outside my wants maybe like yes, I'm thinking what I can tell you. Oh, I think I just like so. I'm not like to understand. Yeah, I was looking at it. Most of the better. See, last one. It makes it so soft, but you're not going to sound great with it. Get 13 minutes. Just spell it out. That's so big. I'm the like going to the front. Clear that. Actually, that's a bad and God just is a really money. Much they have you. But keeping it up, giving them things. Big size things. It's still good done. Because it's still just a bit bigger that way. Just correction like how that's been. So it's just that they are that. how this look places. You know, use that out there. Equals. You know, size. Bad, you know, like what people take for the know it's a sure goes and makes a lot of that level realize but like how you know it's almost yeah it was me where you most people are young so I expect to work that up because with that this is so you know there's one of that it's generally out there but it's not it's especially what things that I do and we're trying to solve the city thing, right? I think you are using it off the left for us. Yeah, see, I it's all about it. You guys first of all, I think about it. That's that you know. So they're going to think like, no, I'm south. Like, you know, having fun, they're probably fine, but then I don't know, yeah, they're just going to go around the but that is. She's really calling out and left to chance with the hospital cook up. So, yeah, thinking hard. See, his son, each of them report out is on the daily life. Everything should be on first. Spot it's on the others and go further. If I oh, it's a little bit of fun to go to the house, not with level about it. But I mean, I the past, I'm what I also. So we moved out of the everything and say, grand lot, whatever, but what you mean, this is the first time what I'm passing. I'm saying. Jag kan sen så generellt vad det så till och på det så fast jag har spenderat time så nu har jag kommer jag att ha security since we have similar class controls so like we're bringing the class down but like I was being that's one that always that's it I think the man was done you guys that so I don't know Thanks. Yeah, I'm going to outside time, so you already know. Yes, it's completely now. Oh, I'm going to count my county. Okay. Don't do it as I have even time on it. Right. That's two flags and down. That is the plus is trying on those ones. Yeah. If I know that, but I think what they're talking about, it's about staffing and my team comes to us and yeah, it's a little bit like that. But I think it's really down there. That's for the I'm going to get it all. I'm talking about I'm that's it's school. Exactly. Now, confidence where with family has colleges, work with colleges, to learn plans and experiments. It's what's going to be. So that was sound. Yeah,
morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Leadvent Group, let me welcome you on our Offshore Substation Forum. My name is Teresa, and we've been in touch with different organizational requirements. Today, we have gathered here for an intense one day of knowledgeable event. Let me share with you first some organizational things. So for all the coffee breaks, we will go just in front of the conference room. For the lunch break, we will go to the restaurant, which is located on the left side hand. For those of you who are staying in the hotel, it's the same place as for the breakfast. As usually on our events, we have a evening drink reception, but as I can imagine that all of you will be running back homes or have other important meetings, we will offer a glass of Prosecco for the lunch. Okay, and for the organization, other things, for example, the bathrooms are located downstairs. During the event, we have our AV team, so in case you have any adjustment to your presentation, please reach directly to our AV team. And you have already noticed my colleague Mika, our photographer, who will be actively taking pictures of all our speakers and delegate as well. On your badges, you have the orange QR code, which you can easily scan for the photos. All presentations will be shared after the conference. I will be sending you a link. In the conference materials, you can find the agenda, the delegate list, speaker's bio, and evaluation form. Again, after the conference, I will be sending you everything online. Our conference is web streamed, so let me extend our warm welcome to all our online participants. And for our speaker, an important note, please always use this microphone, because otherwise we don't have a way how to transmit the sound. Or you can ask my colleague to hand you a hand microphone or the headset. Each presentation will be followed by 5 minutes questions and answers. I will be monitoring both the online questions and on-site. I think from the organizational side, that's it. Thank you everyone for coming. And let me introduce our chairman, Mr. Matthias Henke. Thank you.
Oh, careful. So if you're going up to the stage, then be careful then. Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Matthias Henke. Thanks for the introduction, Teresa. I have the honor to chair this event today. We are a small, but I've seen a very, very competent group, so I think we'll have a very good basis for discussions and probably very good presentations. The topic is offshore substations. We'll hear and talk about not only floating ones, we'll also discuss anything around it, from the design up to the operation, and also different kinds of options and possibilities, and here market outlooks. So very happy to be here. As Teresa mentioned, please ask your questions and directly after the presentations. There will be a few ones in the first round. The first presenter has a little bit changed. We're starting with the presentation from Dirk Briese with the on the market for offshore wind energy and the potential for floating platforms, which I think is a quite good starting point for this topic. Get a good overview. Dirk is the managing director of wind research, doing research in the wind area, and I leave the first introduction to himself. And let us welcome Dirk on the stage. Please, Dirk, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Matthias. Thanks. I skipped this stair here. Yeah, thank you, and very warm welcome from my side as well. Good morning. Hope you are all awake. It's always a little bit difficult to start with in the morning, especially with my bad accent on my English, but I'll do my best. Yeah, what are we looking at? Just to opening the scene maybe and get a little bit introduction into the market, into the topic, as Matthias said. Yeah, I'm talking about the market for offshore wind energy potentials. There was no wind in the title of the conference, but I was guessing that we are talking about especially wind. Certainly there's hydrogen and others which are going to come maybe, but we are focusing here right now on the offshore wind energy potentials and for floating platforms as well. I've got 5 points in my presentation. First, a short introduction, what we are talking about and what the basis for the speech is and the presentation. Then we have to look at the framework, at the conditions, because all the energy market is still, let's say, just for at least, I would say, 100% relying on political and legal restrictions or goals. Without any legal and political goals, there wouldn't be any offshore wind energy, I would say. Not yet, at least. It's developing, and we are doing this for about 25 years right now. So we've seen a lot of changes, but you've got countries with examples when the politicians went out of the goals, then the industry went down very, very hard and very badly. But I'll talk about this later on because it's still a risk we have to face. Then I'm talking about recent trends and developments in the market. We are doing this little poll every half a year. Maybe you know it. It's from the Wind Energy, which is the biggest trade fair in worldwide about wind energy in Hamburg. Just took place a month ago in Hamburg, and we are doing for them a survey, and I'm going to show you some results out of this. And then we are focusing on the potential for floating platforms shortly, about the cost potential reduction, for example, which maybe is setting then the scene for the further discussions and presentations you're going to have. Yeah, what's the starting point? As I said, we are doing this for a few years right now, 26 years. We started up in 1997. We've got about 700 multi-client studies, which you can see on our homepage. And we've got about over 1,000 people relying on this market and business development basis. And some of the studies we have done, you can see here, having a cockpit, and I'm going to show you examples out of that. Sorry. And there are some leaflets over there if you're interested to take one, just grab one. As I told you, and this is going to be one part of the presentation here, we are doing these well, it's like a mood barometer. We call it Stimmungsbarometer in German. It's we developed an index. We call it WETIX, Wind Energy Trend Index. We started it in about 6 years ago in 2018, and as I said, we are doing it every half year. There are many visitors visiting the site, and then people who are completing the survey. We are in between 500 to up to 1,000 almost, and this is the maybe not representative about the whole industry, but I think it's quite a good and big overview and giving a good index in several questions. It's open right now. So we started with the trade fair last month, and we are still open. So you've got you've got it on your table. If you would like to take part, we would be very happy. Thank you. Here you can see where the people are coming from or are active in the industry, and also you can see the regions we were discussing upon, and so on. So we started, or we had to put some rest of the world in one region. Maybe this is going to change, but right now we think the main markets are Asia, Europe, and North America, and therefore the people who are taking part are there in these markets, active in these markets. There are lots of other slides. I'm only going to show you a few ones. If you want to have more or deeper background about what are they doing, like turbine manufacturing or planning or whatever, financing, yeah, you can come to me or go on the website of the wind energy in Hamburg. They've got all the deeper results in there. So this is what where they are from, and I'll then show you some examples out of it. Going to the industry itself, we are talking about a value chain which is starting at the project development and planning, the financing assurance, then the plant manufacturing, and the transport and installation. And the plant manufacturing, you need to manufacture the foundation, the tower, the nacelle, and the rotor blades. You have to get the grid connection, which is in here. You can put these manufacturing for the grid connection certainly as well. The transport and installation is almost similar: land transport, port handling, sea transport, and then installation. And never forget, in the end, by the way, dismantling and repowering, or dismantling or repowering, dismantling and recycling and repowering. In between lies about 25-30 years, hopefully, of operation and maintenance. So this is an important part as well, certainly. But yeah, just look at the whole value chain. So you have to take into account how to get it down later on, or how to get it back, or how to repower it. Means making more kilowatt hours per site, which is in several sites right now a topic. Overall, we have got all the engineering, the education, training, qualification for the people who are doing it, and the research and development, certainly, which is on the screen for all these parts of the value chain. And looking at floating, I think I don't have to tell you because you are in the industry as well. But if you look at floating, then we see the most or the biggest cost reduction potentials in here, or even if you are in deeper water depth, certainly you need floating, because it's not possible to go with the monopiles or whatever out there over a certain water depth. So yeah, we are all waiting for floating, by the way, for I don't know, 15 years or so. I've had some speeches, and we did some projects for the monopile manufacturer, which were aiming at or looking at the floating, but that's 12-15 years ago. So we are a little bit still waiting. So looking at the market in general, yeah, where are we coming from? We started in 1991, which is about how many? 33 years right now away. The first offshore wind farm went into operation in Denmark. By the way, it's now has been dismantled. The first one last year, I think. We are looking for bigger and bigger parks or farms. We are looking at bigger and bigger turbines. I'm going to come back to this later on. We're seeing big farms like the Vattenfall wind farm, or we're looking at very, very high goals for the curve going up very steeply for the installation of offshore wind capacity, and therefore platforms as well. Why that? It's very easy. Everybody's looking, not everybody, but almost everybody worldwide is looking for the climate change, or looking at the climate change, accepting it, and then saying, okay, we have to do something. And one thing is to get out of the carbon-fired plants. Nuclear is in some countries outweigh, in others not. Everybody sees that it's quite expensive and takes a long time to build it, and it's got certain specific problems. In Germany, we've made a decision in 2011. Maybe it was right, maybe it was not right. I don't know. You have to touch it yourself. but certainly it's not as easy as renewables. And if you're looking at renewables, then you have got photovoltaic, you have got wind energy, onshore and offshore. Certainly you've got water, the water energy production, which is maybe the best thing, but it's restricted. And yeah, then geothermal and other smaller, today at least, smaller possibilities. But as you can see, different countries are aiming at different goals, going to be climate neutral, not CO2 free, but climate neutral. And the slide, you can change it every week, more or less, because it's changing all the time. Normally to earlier times, like Norway, but sometimes always also stepping back, like we've seen in some big countries as well, and maybe we'll see it in January again next year. So if you want to get climate neutral, you have to do something, maybe going in the offshore wind energy, which is one part, at least for the countries who have got some coastline. Countries like, I don't have to tell you, Austria, Switzerland are a little bit disadvantaged there, but most of the countries have got coastlines. So we are seeing quite big goals on the political side. And again, this slide you can do every few months, renew it and revise it. This is now a glimpse from about 1 year ago. We've had a new government in starting in 2021-22 with the Koalitionsprogramm in 2002 in Germany, and we really went up with the goals. We had about 10 gigawatt for 2020. We didn't make it. We weren't successful. We just realized 7.8 gigawatt in the end. But now they want to really get higher and higher. We'll see if it's going to be possible. You can do this, or you can look at some special things like alone for the 5 countries, or pardon me, the North Sea states. We're looking only for them. We are looking for 120 gigawatt. So it's a huge market, a really huge market for everybody, for the vessel owners, for the turbine manufacturers, for the platform manufacturers, and so on. Yeah, Norway as well, Portugal. Looking worldwide, you can see the United States facing some problems or troubles or whatever. There's not such a political statement in the United States of America, as it is in Europe. So we are seeing quite big companies stepping out of the market or out of the projects. But in the end, there's a lot of energy needed over there, and they are seeing that it's going to be not possible without offshore wind. So if we now go to some of the results of the survey we are doing with the Wind Energy Hamburg, you can see there are only 10 questions in it, by the way, so it's really done in about 10 minutes. But one question is, how do you see the legal framework, yeah, in your country or in this region? You can do it for every region worldwide, as I said, for these 5 regions here. And what we've seen throughout the years, that there were some really troubles, like here for Germany, as I told you, the former government went out of the offshore industry more or less. They said we are going to stop it. So we had really a negative mood in here. This was the only negative value we ever experienced. Normally it's quite positive, and you can see Asia, which is always on the top, yeah, till the last time, which was in the Q2 of this year. And Germany went up because of the new government. As I've told you, Europe is quite good with the blue line, with the light blue line here, and the United States or North America are getting a little bit down. But in the end, they are very, very high, the values we've seen here. It's similar to with onshore wind. I'm not showing the onshore wind part in here, but it's in the survey if you're interested. So this is about the framework conditions, the legal, political, and social framework. And if you look then deeper in every country, for example, in the example Germany here, you've got lots of laws and ordinances and so on, and you need them. Without them, there wouldn't be a market. It's about grid connection. It's about warranties. It's about financing. It's about almost everything. And yes, right now, the offshore wind energy produced on the ocean, it's competitive to other parts, but it's not counting the risks and the especially the grid connection you need. Therefore, we are seeing some countries where it's not working, and we are seeing a lot of countries where it's working because it's I wouldn't say subsidized, but it's got a positive legal framework. Then we are asking of how do you assess the global market for the offshore wind industry? We are doing it for offshore and onshore, as I said, in the next 12 months, and we are asking for the next 24 or 2 years as well. And here you can see it's quite, again, a very positive assessment of the market. So everybody's quite positive for the industry for the next year or the next 12 months. Again, here, if you can do, then you can just take out every single bar out of here. And we did it, for example, now for Germany. We've seen the negative parts in here, as I told you. We've seen it on the regulatory side. This is the market side right now, the industry side. This is for the next 12 months. This is for the next 2 years. As we see, the next 2 years is always more positive than the other ones. That's always already almost the same. They are more positively in the far future. Looking at the figures, and this maybe would be interesting for you as well. How is it developing? And we took out here Europe, some countries. This is what we've already installed and what we did. This is what is planned, predicted, or even just in the political goals, as you can see here, putting together. We are going to see repowering or dismantling and the new parks in the next 10, 20 years. It's getting more and more. And we are seeing about 300 gigawatt in total in 2050, as you've seen in the table before, more or less. You can see the political goals for 30 and 40. So again, it's a huge market. And if you look at all the markets worldwide, you've got the IT market, for example. You've got some markets, maybe artificial intelligence right now, who are having the same growth rates. But there are very, very, very few markets which are facing for the last 20 years and the next 20 years facing so high growth rates as offshore wind industry. So you're lucky to be in the industry, but it's not meaning that it's easy to do it. Yeah? There's a lot of competition and everything. And there's a lot of development. If you look at the turbines, and I didn't bring the other pictures being a little bit older. We started in 2000, I don't know, 10 or 11 with these pictures, looking at the biggest size of a turbine ever going to be built. And I don't know if you remember, but in 2010 or 11, the people said, and the universities and everybody said, 10 megawatt is the biggest turbine we ever can build. Because 10 megawatt, then you are having so long blades that the blade is going to be too fast, and it's going to, how do you say, Überschall? The Überschallknall? I'm sorry, I didn't. Hypersonic, exactly. If you've got the hypersonic boost, so you can do it. That was the truth then, and now we are experiencing it higher and higher turbines and bigger turbines, and this is not very old, but it's again not up to date because Mingyang last year said we are going to put a new turbine with 22 megawatt into operation. 22 megawatt per turbine. Yeah. This is really a high, very fast development, and it costs an awful lot of money. If you're asking me if the market is so fine and so big growth rates and everything, why is losing Siemens Gamesa billions of euros or dollars? Why is no turbine manufacturer able to really earn money? And that's because of that. A new offshore turbine needs 300 million euro for the development. And you can compare it with the car industry or the automotive industry. Normally you're designing and developing a prototype, and then you're putting it into operation, and then you're after about 5 years you are then ready, and then you're selling it, and then you're selling it for 5 to 7 years, and at the last 3 years you're earning money because you're getting the money you have put in for the research and development, then you're earning it, building new production sites and everything for the bigger turbines. In the wind industry, the development is so fast that you're only having 3 years or so to earn money. Not 5, not 7, only 2 to 3 years. And then the next new generation is coming into the market. So this is, I think, one of the problems we're facing in the industry, which maybe is not a problem for you, but generally it's really a high risk. We are asking the people, what do you think will be the next or the average turbine size in 2030? And this is the answer we get for offshore. You can see here they are not all the same opinion, but last time it is 19 megawatt, the average new installed turbine, which is under the 22. But that's what we are experiencing for the last 10, 15 years as well. It's always getting faster than the people expect. Yeah. So the 2030 is now about 5, 6 years away. But if Mingyang and others are going really into these over 20 megawatt turbine, this is not going to last 5 years. It's now, more or less. So yeah, just take part. It would be interesting to hear your opinion. Then we're asking about cost efficiency potentials. Maybe that's a little thing I'm going to skip because I'm running out of time. About the lack of resources, what is the problem with the resources? About operation and maintenance, with the full maintenance contracts, with the specialized people. All the thing is about the specialists. You have to get the people. If you don't have the people, you can't do the contracts, which is quite a problem, onshore and offshore. And seeing the ISPs taking market shares from the OEMs and others. Yeah, we are having some trends, as I said before, governmental and public factors, as I've laid out. The legal factors, certainly, sometimes unstable political support. Yeah, I don't know what's happening if Trump is going to win the election in the States, what's then happening to the industry in Germany as well. The CDU, they are saying they are going back to the nuclear power plants. I don't know if it's really a good idea, but they are still saying it, and we have to see what's happening. Market factors, delay of projects, digitalization, maintenance. Hydrogen is a big topic. We made a study about hydrogen and offshore wind combined. You can have a look at this as well. Competition factors, certainly, and then ISPs. Looking at the map, I think everybody of you has got this map worldwide or Europe-wide or whatever, so it's not a very new thing. And it's not changing. The water depth is almost not changing. So we just put one map here. This is an online cockpit. So you can get down there online looking at the projects and the water depth and compare it. So certainly there are some parts, especially in Norway or in Japan or in the west coast of the States, where you need floating. There's no other way than floating for installing offshore wind industry. In other shallow waters like the North Sea or the Baltic Sea, it's a little bit different. Although certainly the offshore floating wind farms would have been several advantages, even in shallow waters, I would say. And we put it in here. I'll show you. We just made an estimation about how many percent you could maybe reduce your costs. And the main part certainly will be in the transport installation, but because you don't need the big ships installing the turbines offshore. You're just installing it on the site and then putting it out with very cheap ships. So it would be the most or the biggest part of the cost reduction in here. And if you look then down there, certainly the port handling, the sea transport is the main points. So for conclusion, again, remember climate protection is the source of everything. It's the starting point. So it's a political thing we are looking at. Then we are seeing problems and challenges, but we are seeing a lot of opportunities. Don't get me wrong. It's a very positive market, but there are problems and there are challenges for all of the market participants. Yeah, saving potential is stagnating sometime. We think the most important things are the costs and consolidation business. Floating certainly is, but it's have been for years by now, expected to be the game changer, yeah, because it's going to be a game changer if it's really working. Then technologies certainly are very important, and experts as well. Rising interest rates also is a little thing we have to look at early, certainly because sometimes it's quite important for the projects. And yeah, so outlook and the companies for new markets, certainly like hydrogen and maybe new technologies. We are quite eager to see them coming into the market, but as I said, it's not easy because there are many people in the market right now, and you need to pay a lot of money to get into the market, to make your experiences offshore, and to get a very good, how do you say, reference list. So thank you very much. I'm running out of time. I've got some small information, but maybe that's for the first time. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dirk. That's very interesting presentation there. And yeah, I was just going to ask if someone has some follow-up questions to Dirk on this presentation. Yeah.
Yes, Corey, thank you very much for your presentation.
You mentioned that some of the cost savings with floating, and I noticed that vessels was one, but then next to that was grid connections. Can you expand on that a bit further? It showed that grid connection was a major saving with floating, and I didn't quite understand how.
It's almost, well, it's not in here. It's a little bit similar. I think on the grid connection, I mean, we didn't lay it out in the detail as we did it for the turbines. So it was the lower line was for the turbines, and the grid connection was separate as it was in the value chain. So if you but if you look at the installation of a grid connection, if it would be floating, then it certainly would be easier to get it out, to tow it, to anchor it, and so. So we think it's not a big potential as in the turbines, because you've got lots of turbines over there and only one converter platform, or maybe one for two farms. But still, we think it could be some cost reduction potentials.
Okay, so you're thinking that it's because it's HVDC technology, therefore it should be overall cheaper because it's
Yes.
cost savings.
Yeah.
Okay, so okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Do we have questions from online, Therese? Or no? Maybe I got one final question then before we release you, Dirk. I find this graph very interesting, which shows then the expected targets and installation numbers, which very heavily increasing starting around 26, 27 or something like that, and up to some kind of a peak in the round of the 30s, and then going down, and then picking up slowly again. We have seen this peak already years before. It's always moving a little bit further backwards. So I was just keen to hear what are your thoughts on that, if this is becoming reality, or if you would expect it's pushed a little bit further in the future, or more slowed down a little bit.
I think I can go to this. You mean this one, right? Oops. Oh, sorry. That's not on the screen. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's got something to do, I think, with the planning. So we've got the political goals, and they are rising. And normally, what we've seen through the last years, as you said, it's always moving a little bit. So this is in the end, it's a theoretical model in here, putting the planification, every single project together for every year they are expecting to do it. But as you can see here, it's not the truth. The truth is here. This is what happened. Yeah. And this now is for the installed capacity. You can do it for the number of plants or turbines or whatever. So we've seen some years with very, very high numbers being installed, but usually for the average, you are just, or for the prognosis, you are putting an average. And what we think is that after 2030, right now, it's a sort of a gap, but it will be going, this is going to be transferred a little bit over there.
Yeah.
By the way, we don't think Germany will reach the 30 gigawatt. We don't think it. There's no way, because you have to build up the production capacities and everything. So this is going to be shifted a little bit over there, and then the gap won't be as big as here. But again, these are installed capacities. The accumulated line is here.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's I've had a question once, and he was very disappointed because he said it's not a growth market anymore. And I was asking him, what do you mean it's not a growth market? We are installing new turbines every year, a lot of them. What he meant is the growth is not growing. Yeah. And therefore he said the growth market, it's not a growth market because the annual growth is not growing, which is nonsense, because you're in a growth market if you're installing new capacities every year, even if it's only 10. Yeah, it's still growing. But it's not growing with hundreds and thousands turbines every year. But it's still a growth market.
Okay, thank you very much, Dirk, for the presentation, the questions. There are no further questions. I think then we can move to the next presentation. And I would like to have Lars André Toaben on the floor. Lars André is a product manager with Sea Impact, and will tell us on the learnings from 10 years of installation data of installation of offshore substations. Welcome, Lars André, and floor is yours.
Thank you. Do I need to do something to get my... Okay, great. Yeah, as mentioned, my name is Lars André, project manager at Sea Impact. And yeah, talking a bit about offshore substations today, still keeping a bit of a historical perspective, so looking back. And because of that, it will, of course, mainly be, or exclusively be about bottom-fixed substations. Yes, but let's get into it. So short agenda, introduction to Sea Impact, quick look at key questions, a review of installed offshore substations. So this is a bit on specifications and trends that we see there. Then a bit on the actual installation of offshore substations. And in the end, a quick look at a small case study of Moray West topside installation, still from a top-down approach. Yes. Brief introduction to Sea Impact. So let me just start here with the methodology, which I'll talk a little bit more in a second. So what we do is we've taken an innovative methodology of analyzing vessel position data for market intelligence. So we're trying to kind of push the boundaries of what you can do with public and semi-public data in offshore wind. And one of our key inputs is vessel position data, because a lot of the activities, of course, in offshore wind are done with ships and vessels. And basically, all vessels above a relatively small size need to emit a signal called an AIS signal, which has a GPS location and an ID of each vessel and a timestamp. And this is for navigational safety reasons, but you can also use this data for other purposes, such as market intelligence, as we do. Yes, and doing so, what can we then say? Well, across the industry, we can give you access to installation times for any project and package for kind of new levels of transparency in the wind industry. We can deliver performance metrics covering all offshore scopes, from site surveys through the installation of cables, substations, of course, today the focus, foundations, turbines, etc., and also track the operational phase of offshore wind farms. So CTV activity, SOV activity, etc. Yes, doing so, we can provide benchmarks of turbine OEMs, vessels, developers, project by installation and O&M performance. Many different use cases, optimizing your project schedules and budgets, choosing the right contractors, and understanding competitors in the industry more broadly. We do deliveries in several different ways. Examples here are from our market intelligence platform, where you can tap into a large number of different dashboards, showcasing different projects, benchmarking, etc., but also consulting services and custom reports. Yes, diving a bit more into to the methodology. So 3 kind of main steps: data collection, data analytics, and then the output services. On the data collection, so here we start out with a vessel database with the specifications of the vessels that are active in the industry, but also kind of the list that we need to acquire the AIS data, which we get from a third party. Again, the AIS data is the vessel position data. Then we have a wind farm database, a wind turbine database, a offshore substation database that's not listed here, but we have that as well, with the geographical location of the substation and kind of the basic information: what foundation type is it, what's the weight of the topside, etc. And that I will also be spending some time on today. Yes, port database to identify kind of the time spent by the vessel in port, subsea cable database to track the installation of inter and export cables, weather database. This is from the ECMWF, the European Center for Medium Range Weather Forecast. They have a reanalysis data set, so we can give an indication at least of what were the weather conditions during installation of, for instance, an offshore substation. And then a vessel project activity database, where we've identified, okay, was this vessel doing installation of foundation, transition piece, topside, or was it doing it combined, we would say. Of course, it's not combined, but if they do it all in one visit, then we're not able to distinguish because of the methodology. There are limits in the degree of detail. But if they use different vessels or they go several times to the same position, then we can distinguish between topside and foundation installation, for instance. Yes. On the analytics side, here we have a small visual. If we look at it here, it's the most simplified way, kind of. This is a turbine installation example, where you have the very small green dots that you see here. This is the track line of the vessel, and you'll see kind of a cluster here around a white dot, which represents a turbine location, but could as well have been a offshore substation, of course. And then we assume that if the vessel is lying still, it's doing some sort of activity on this location, and then we revert to the vessel project activity database to see what the vessel was doing there. So that's kind of the base methodology. Of course, there's a bit more to it, but that's a simplified way of explaining it. Yes. Looking a bit at the scope of today. So the study or the numbers that I'll show today. First part will cover 117 wind farms commissioned between 1991 and 2024. Of these, we then see 103 offshore substations at 83 of the projects, because not all projects feature a offshore substation, basically. In the second part, where we will look more at the vessel data I was just explaining here, then the data is from 2012 onwards, because this is how far back we can get the vessel position data, basically. Yes, and here we've tracked installation of 73 substations for that scope. And today we're not including kind of the, for instance, German HVDC platforms, but focusing on the project-specific offshore substations. Yes. Okay, then briefly on the session goals and questions. So I want to showcase the depth of analysis we can achieve using public data. Look if we can identify trends in the usage of offshore substations. See if we see some specific trends also in the weight, megawatt capacity, and foundation types of offshore substations. Take a look at what vessels are typically being used for offshore substation installation, and see also if there's a seasonality in offshore substation installation. So that's a bit of what we look at today. Yes, so getting a bit into the actual data, and what we look at here is kind of at the maybe highest level, just starting slowly off. So the graph shows share of wind farms that have a substation versus don't have a substation. So we do see that majority of wind farms have a substation, with 72% in the industry using a substation versus 28% of wind farms not using a substation. Yes, and this is of course across the 117 wind farms covered here. So this excludes mainland China, basically. Yes, if we split it down a bit, now we see kind of the number of substations instead. Again, most popular is just having a single offshore substation, with 56% of projects using this scenario. 14% use 2 offshore substations, and then we have a few wind farms that use 3 offshore substations. If we look kind of at a temporal perspective instead, now we're showing a year of commission, and the bars are a number of wind farms. We can see that in the first years of the industry, of course, not that many projects, for one, we can see, and secondly, none of them were using offshore substation. Of course, quite small projects also in the early years. Then we can see from 2002 and onwards, still not many projects that were not using offshore substations, but we can identify here that the biggest projects were starting to use offshore substations. And yeah, since 2010, most wind farms are using offshore substations. We can see here, again, with the blue color being dominant, with some years still, though, having some spikes of projects without offshore substations. For instance, last year we saw quite a few of the commercial wind farms not using offshore substations. Can get a bit more into why later maybe, but can say that partly because of installations in new markets, so some smaller wind farms in Japan, a few projects in nearer shore projects in Taiwan coming into the being commissioned, basically. But also even actually a Danish project that was relatively near shore and split into 2 zones, didn't feature an offshore substation. So seeing still a bit of mix, even though dominantly seeing offshore substation at most projects nowadays. Yes, looking a bit more into the detail. So here the graph is showing distance to shore on the x-axis, y-axis number of turbines. So one dot is one offshore wind farm. And the color representing number of substations. Yes, so what can we see here? First, for wind farms without an offshore substation, we can see they're close to shore. 22 kilometers is the furthest away for a wind farm without a offshore substation in the industry. And we see they are smaller projects. So the biggest project without an offshore substation is 47 turbines. And majority are even smaller than that. We can also see that the biggest projects in the industry are typically using at least 2 offshore substations, with actually the exception of Hornsea 2, where you have 165 turbines, but just one offshore substation. But we will see in a moment also that this is kind of a bit of an outlier. It's a really big and heavy offshore substation, and the biggest in the world, at least as a AC substation. Yes. Here we switch a bit the focus to the weight of the topsides. So purely showing the topside here, and this is again based on the publicly available data for weight of offshore substation topside weight. So y-axis or x-axis is year of commissioning again of the different projects. Here, one dot is actually one offshore substation, and y-axis is the weight in metric tons. Yes, and of course, overall we can see an increase in weight. We saw the lowest average. This is just one wind farm. I think it was Barrow or something, a smaller wind farm. But lowest average was still in 2006 with just 440 metric tons, where the highest average was seen last year with an average across the commissioned offshore substations of 3,760 or 76 metric tons. What else can we see? There was a bit of a plateauing of the weight between 2013 and 2019, around these 2,000 metric tons. But still, there was actually quite a big variance. So some projects in this period still using quite lighter offshore substations of 700 metric tons, where the heavy were above 4,500 metric tons. Yes, last few years we've seen it go up and down a bit, and still see a degree of variance in the weight of the lightest and heaviest. I think I highlight here too that up until 2022, but actually also following that, we're still seeing some quite light topsides around the 1,000 metric ton area, often also of this OTM design or substations for smaller wind farms. Yes, and again here we see one quite extreme outlier, being again Hornsea 2 with a weight of the topside of 8,000 tons. Yes, here don't have too much comments on this, but basically just doing a bit of a scatter plot again, a megawatt capacity connected to the offshore substation on the x-axis, with the weight of the topside on the y-axis. And not too surprisingly, there is a relatively good correlation when you plot it like this of heavier topsides typically also having a higher megawatt capacity connected to them. Yes, switching no, not yet actually switching the focus here. It's just looking at the foundation types used for offshore substations, with the highest share, 2/3 being jacket foundations, good share still using monopile foundations, 26%, with a few sites using gravity-based, and have a few instances of self-erecting platforms as well in the industry. Yes. Now we are switching the focus a little bit towards the vessel aspect. So here it's data from 2012 and onwards. So first, of course, vessel categorization can always be a bit tricky, but here we're looking at heavy lift crane vessels, basically, with DP, dynamic positioning, heavy lifts without DP, semi-submersible crane vessels, jack-up vessels, and catamaran crane vessels. This category is just one, the Pioneering Spirit, but still quite an interesting vessel in its own category in many ways, you could argue. But what we're seeing is basically that highest number of topsides are installed by, so still looking at topsides here, by heavy lift DP vessels. Second biggest group of installations done by heavy lifts without DP. With the remaining 22% being split between the semi-submersible crane vessels, jack-up vessels, and catamaran crane, of course. Yes, if we switch it a bit, we do see some temporal trends in this data as well. So here, x-axis is now installation year, and y-axis number of topsides installed. So we see in the early years here of what's covered for this part of the study that heavy lift vessels without DP played a relatively big role until 2017. Since then, we haven't seen any installation from this category of vessels, specifically two specific vessels that are not really active in the industry anymore. You can see that in a second where we look at the similar slide, but just for vessels. And yeah, from 2017 and onwards, we see the category of heavy lift vessels with DP kind of being the backbone, with then installations from the bigger semi-submersible crane vessels and catamaran crane vessels also becoming a kind of a trend with very heavy topsides. These really have the crane capacity to do the installation. Yes. So here, breaking it down on the specific vessels, so number of topsides and by specific vessel. So we can see the most active in terms of topside installation is Seaway Strashnov, installed 20 topsides, with Rambis being kind of one of the old queens of the industry, but hasn't done any topsides in quite a few years, but has done 18 across these years back to 2012. Now it's kind of Gulliver that has taken over the topsides that Rambis used to do. And a vessel like Yudin is also not really active in the industry anymore. Now it was also sold off from Seaway, but crane capacity was maybe not really high enough anymore to install the heavier topsides at least. We see a little bit of a role also of jack-up vessels. Windskilla did the topsides, I think this was at Moray East, where it was quite convenient as it was already doing the foundation campaign at that project, that it could then also install the topsides, which they were of the OTM design, so not too heavy, so that the jack-up vessel Windskilla could still do it. Similarly, seen activation of kind of Orion, Bokalif 1 to some degree, Green Jade, and Bokalif 2, vessels that are often involved with foundation scopes of the general wind farm, not only of the substation, that can then also install the offshore substation, of course, giving some benefits as you can kind of keep it to one less vessel then. Yes, and then again, as mentioned before, the semi-submersible crane vessels, TIF, Sleipnir, Sleipnir 7000, and the Pioneering Spirit, which have these really high lifting capacities, becoming a player in the market as well. So not only focusing on oil and gas with these vessels, but also wind industry. Yes. Here, just coming to the end slowly, but looking at the seasonal trends in installation still of topsides. So here we have x-axis is month of installation, y-axis number of topsides, but the label here is in percentage. So as you would maybe expect, we do see kind of a trend of topside installations peaking between March and August, when weather is of course more beneficial for installation. So a peak of 20% of substations were installed in April, also a lot of substations installed in August, and very few in kind of winter month, January, October, November, December, quite a bit lower than in the summer months. Yes, and to finish off here, just taking a quick look at Moray West topside installation. So they installed actually both the topside, as you can see right here, and the transition piece. So monopile was installed by another vessel, but transition piece and topside were installed kind of at the same visit to the turbine. So the duration I'll show here includes both. It's a wind farm located in Scotland. Can have quite harsh weather conditions there. Especially when you choose to do the installation in the winter. So this installation was ongoing in between December and January of last year. and early this year. And what we're looking at here, if we first look at the main graph, it's kind of a timeline with the background color showing the location of the vessel. So Port of Nick is the port used here, the dark green color, dark blue color, and the visits to first offshore substation is light green, and the dark green is the second installation of the offshore substation. And then we've overlaid also the significant wave height HS here, with the line showcased here is the 2 meter HS line as an example. So we do see here some what we would assume was waiting for weather activity. As you can see, very high significant wave heights, following which they go to install the TP and topside of the first substation. Then a good waiting period in port again, followed by the idling outside of the port, to then have a weather window to install the second substation. And when we look at durations, we can see here for the timeline displayed here, there were also a few pre-visits you can see here, but basically you could see they were spending 26 days in Port of Nick. 6.1 days was a bit of idling outside the port and a bit idling on site, with 4.4 days spent on the position to install the TP and topside of the first substation, and 3.4 for the second. Yes, so one example of what we can kind of do. It's a lot more to do than this, but this was a brief example. Closing remarks. I will skip somewhat and just say the last point here. So we're still diving deeper into this kind of data. For us, offshore substations is a newer part of the industry to investigate. So I'm also here to learn a lot about the topic, as we've normally looked at the wider scopes, foundation and turbine installation as the initial ones. So yes.
Great, thank you very much for the very detailed assessment of the installation data. I think it was very interesting. Are there any questions from the audience around here? Again. Okay, you come next then.
Thank you very much for interesting presentation. I was just thinking about when you presented these sort of installation vessels and the different types. Jackup is often, of course, also used for sort of the installation works at site. So how did you sort of determine in that case with Windskylla that she was actually sort of in charge of doing the actual lifting and not just being there as assistance?
Yeah, so one part is the vessel data, but the second part is the news sources. It's typically announced what vessel is doing what activity. So that's a big help. Thirdly, a project like Moray East, for instance, is a really good notice to mariners as well, where you can supply with those details. And in the worst cases where we have almost no information, we can also use satellite images to help identify how the vessel was there were no other vessels, and after the vessel left, we can identify that a topside was installed, for instance.
Okay. Yeah.
So those are like three different methods.
Thank you.
Okay, there was another question here.
Well, again, Paul Dolly from George Fisher Piping Systems. The last slide was very informative in terms of working days. Did you dig into the contract behind that? Were you able to any public data in terms of whether it's a lump sum contract or whether day rate? Because 10% working time versus, was not very clever.
That's very interesting. For us, it's hard to come by. We haven't looked too much into contracts, so we try to just do as much as we can with the public scope, and then kind of make that available to our clients, of course. And then the contract side, for now, we haven't been able to dive deeper into.
Okay, I've just one follow-on question, which is, okay, the average weight of a substation hovering around 4,000, 3,000 ton I took from the graph. Have you also started to look at future mitigations to try and keep the weight at a certain level, because it's continually increasing, and that means more CO2, more jacket foundation, etc., more material? Just wondering if, based on your data, whether you plan to sort of look at those kinds of things. Whether there's, for instance, I visited a substation just recently where they're using a lot of composites to try and reduce the weight. There's a significant amount of composites. I just wondered if you'd done any analysis on that.
Not yet. And as mentioned, substation is a newer area for us. So I'm also here quite keen to hear what our industry is talking about, so we can kind of have those focuses with the further developments of this module of investigating offshore substations. So keen to hear more about those kind of things today.
You're next.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a quick question. You mentioned early on that the German HVDC substations are not part of this report. Is it right? And why, actually?
We are tracking it. It's just the data structure is a little bit different. So next year I can bring those as well. It was just a bit of time constraint on finishing the slides and the data formatting, because we are tracking that.
Okay, great. Well, teaser.
Hello, Bartosz Honek, Offshore Wind Consultants. So next year we would like to see also HVDC aspect.
Yes.
I have a question. I would like to allude to one of the first charts, which was about relation between distance to shore and number of substations, or capacity per project or capacity per substation. And particularly, I would like to allude to relation to distance to shore, because this overall aspect, I think refers to transmission capability. And why you put this relation to distance to shore, not to distance to grid connection, because number of substation has impact on or actually transmission aspect, and distance to grid connection has is impact on this. Yeah, so why did you do it in that way?
I think it was also partly for simplicity on my side. It was easier to do for this presentation, so could have maybe dived a bit deeper into it. And here was mainly also to look at the specific projects without a substation. So taking that feedback, and happy to try to implement a bit more detail.
Okay, thank you. Another question, I think simpler one, is about that software capability. Sorry for maybe not understanding everything, but is that something which could be implemented as a marine coordination tool as well, or is it online as well, or not?
It's online. It is more focused on, I would say, market intelligence or installation intelligence, kind of showing data rather than inputting data for clients. Or yeah, so happy to discuss it afterwards, but that's kind of where we are now, at least.
Okay, thank you.
We also have an online question, if you can maybe quickly answer it. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. One of your diagrams showed a large scatter in the topside weight of similar wind farm capacities. Does this suggest that some of the topside modules have been over-designed, and there could have been an opportunity to optimize and reduce topside weights?
That's a very good question, and I think there are a lot of people here in the room that are smarter than me on that topic. So hopefully we can get some answers on that throughout the day.
Okay, if there are no further questions, then thank you very much for your presentation. I think we had a good discussion then already, and then I'm looking also forward then to the other presentation and to see if you can answer this question then later on as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Then. Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesper Holt. He is team lead and senior layout engineer with Ramboll, and he will give us an independent view at the offshore substations for upcoming commercial scale floating wind farms. Jesper, if you can ask you on the stage. Be careful with the step then, and yeah, let's welcome Jesper. The floor is yours. Do you need the microphone?
I think I'll take it from here. Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Jesper, as told, and I'm within Ramboll. I'm within the plant layout department. So we are doing a lot of substations, of course, but also other industries as well. We start off here. Again, hope that most of you know Ramboll. We are very much involved in the offshore industry, both within wind, but also in the older oil and gas industry. And now we are moving even further into the wind industry and also other onshore projects. Basically we can assist in most parts of the projects within, but primarily within engineering, design, procurement, and so on. We've been involved in a lot of offshore substations over the years. The first one back in 2006, and still projects ongoing today, both in tendering phase and in design phases and feed phases, and all phases of projects. Primarily within AC substations. We have done a few projects for DC and only 2 for monopiles substations at the moment. We have Ramboll Floating Wind Department, primarily situated in Hamburg here in Germany, where we can assist in most parts of these projects. We have our focus within design and engineering. We can do the design of the substructures, all of the designs, the marine design, and then we have our department in Esbjerg, who is more involved in the design of the top sides for the substations. Yes. We can look into comparing the fixed, the floating, and the subsea. And the fixed substation is what we see primarily today still. It's the traditional solution today, as we've seen before in the former presentations. Normally it's designed as a separate topside and a separate substructure that can be fabricated in different locations. It can be designed by different contractors. There's a well-known process for both design process for the substructure and topside, because it has been done many times up till now, so that's very well known. Fabrication, transport, and installation, that's the same. All of the codes and standards, they are fully developed at the present stage. Typically up to 60-meter water depth. And we're moving into the floating substations. There it can be a bit more challenging. There's the possibility to do it as separate structures or as integrated structures. Separate structures is similar to what we see for the fixed substations, where we have one contractor for the substructure and one contractor for the topside, or it can be done as an integrated structure, like we've seen on offshore drilling rigs, semi-submersibles, for instance, where the topside is integrated into the structure. We can utilize the hull in a much better way, and we can make the structure more rigid. There are different advantages and disadvantages at both things. The main advantage is if you could do it as an integrated structure, you don't need all of these heavy lift vessels we saw before. We can basically we can fabricate the complete structure in a yard. We can transport it on a vessel, and then we can do a float out. The design process is much more complex because it is moving, and yeah, when we start to integrate the things, the design process needs to be much more integrated as well. The development of codes and standards that has started. For instance, we have the DNV joint industry projects is ongoing for floating offshore substations. So the standards are coming. ABS, American Bureau of Shipping, has a standard for floating substations. Typically from 60 to 1,500 meters of water depth. Subsea substation is at the moment not something Rambøll has been too much involved in, but the development has started. There are some experience that can be gathered from the oil and gas industry, where it has been used for years for smaller capacities, but the principles are the same. As we can see, it's normally built up by modules. We have switchgear modules, and we have transformer modules that are all located at the seabed, connected with wet-made connectors, so we can remove basically one turbine at a time or one string. We can see that it indicates that there's a potential for using much less material compared to the others, and the water depth up to 1,500 meters. Floating substations, offshore substations, the main difference is obviously linked to that it will now be moving instead of being fixed to the seabed. It requires a more complex steel design, much more in line with what's seen within shipbuilding and drilling rigs and so on. Additional designs for hydrostatics, hydrodynamics, compartmentations, water tightness, and so on, because it's floating. But on the other hand, we have some synergies from the fixed. Most of the topside systems are the same. We'll need the same systems on board for it to operate. If we look at the transformer side, the switchgear side, and so on, of course, we will have some additional systems because it's now being a floating structure. We'll have some marine systems. It's still normally unmanned. Topside layout can be very fixed, can be very similar to what we've seen in bottom fixed, but it can also be spread out if we can utilize the size of the substructure. If we have a semi-submersible that can be larger in size, then we can make the top side lower, not stacking it on top of each other, but spreading it out instead. So there are different possibilities. Cable pulling operations and other similar operations will be similar. Normally, what we see as design drivers for the substructure is for the bottom fixed. That's the water depth, the waves, mass of topside, and the soil conditions. It's very different ways of fixing it to the seabed. When we look at floating substations, we see the storm event, the 100-year wave event, as one of the main drivers, and of course the stability, because we'll need a very stable platform for it to not deflect too much and move too much for all of the electrical components. Most of the electrical components are made for standing on a fixed platform, so that'll be a challenge. For the floating turbines, we see the wind thrust and the emergency stop event as some of the main drivers. We have within Rambøll done a small internal project comparing the different substructure types. We have narrowed it down to 4 archetypes: the semi-submersible 4 columns, semi-submersible 3 columns, the tension leg platform, and the spar. And we have taken basis in the same 600 megawatt substation, 250 meter water depth, and designed it according to known standards. We can see there's a great difference. If we compare the 2 semi-submersibles, they are more or less alike. If we go to the TLP, we can see that's different again. It's much larger in size, but then on the other hand, it's smaller in mass. And if we go to the spar, we can see that it is designed as a concrete structure, but it's way heavier and it's very long. Yes. If we look at the different types here, we can see that the semi-submersibles, they can be designed as integrated structures. We can make the complete structure in yard, including commissioning and everything. So we only need the offshore commissioning. We don't need any offshore heavy lifting. So that could be a good driver. If we look at the tension leg platform, it has to be designed as 2 structures. We have to design the substructure and install that first, and then install the top side afterwards. So that will require offshore heavy lifting. The advantage is that it has a much smaller footprint because the mooring is more or less straight down. And that also leads to much less vertical motions. The spar type has the disadvantage that it has to be designed as 2 separate parts, and it has to be upended during the installation at some point. It can be done at the quay side if we have sufficient water depth, but it can be done offshore as well. We foresee that it will have some implications on the project model. We have the concept, the basic engineering in the start, where we need to decide which substructure type that we will go for, because it will have a huge impact on the rest of the design phase. Yes, the design standards, as mentioned before, there are no dedicated FOSS standards, only the ABS standard at the moment. The work is ongoing for DNV. And again, as mentioned before, normally it's at the moment it's designed based on oil and gas processes. The structures are very much alike, so that makes good sense. Dynamic cables and mooring systems are some of the challenges for floating wind. Floating substations. We'll need dynamic cables for export cables as well as the array cables. Our summary of our findings up until now is that the bottom fix that is applied at commercial scale at the moment. We saw that just before that a huge number of wind farms are in operation. The codes and standards are ready and mature. Fabrication is fabrication and installation is ready and mature. It's ongoing at the moment. We see that the bottom fixed is probably commercial up until around 150-meter water depth for the substations. So there can be you can say a gray zone where we can have a bottom fixed substation, but floating turbines in the area. For the floating, we can see that the inquiries have started to come in from developers for upcoming commercial projects. So the interest is in the market. Most of the archetypes are generally feasible, and that needs to be decided early in the projects which way to go. Can be designed as separate or integrated, as mentioned before. Maturation is ongoing, but still at an early stage. Fabrication installation can be based on a combination of what we have learned from bottom fixed, but also what we have learned from the oil and gas industry over the years. Yes, that was what I had today. Any questions? A few.
Can you hear me? It works. Again, Bartosz Chłonek, Offshore Wind Consultants. I have a question on the slide on floating offshore substation design drivers.
Yes.
Just from my reading and literatures and so on, I was under impression that the key driver for floating offshore substations floater, some kind of foundation. So in turn for topside, so in turn for complete structure or complete system design is metocean condition, yeah, and both things. First of all, waves and wind. And with regards to the wind aspect, I also noticed in the literature what you have said already, that you could have flatter design and spread out on larger footprint, having lower number of decks. And hence, here's my question: have you made any conclusions on capacity, megawatts, which could be accommodated at topside, I mean at floating offshore substation? Because the larger footprint you have, the more implication you also have commercially and so on. So you can have more transformers and so on and so forth. Given still you have, because maybe one thing I should add, it's a wind aspect. Yeah, the flatter substation you have, it's to prevent from wind conditions. Yeah, because wind condition could affect. Yeah, and also here's another question: is the wind as an aspect which you also consider? Because here I see only storm event and stability, and perhaps you mean behind it as a metocean conditions and wind, particular wind. So maybe recapitulating, I have two questions: how you see wind, metocean conditions, wind conditions, and have you concluded any megawatt limitation per floating substation design? Like, I don't know, it's feasible to accommodate 500 megawatts, 2 transformers, something to this effect. Yeah. Thanks.
Basically, the metocean conditions will be design driving, yes, and it's right if we can limit the size, spread it out. We will have a smaller area that's exposed to wind, similar to the waves below water. The smaller area we have that penetrates the splash zone, that'll be more stable. So that is included in the design, yes, and that is what's given these motion characteristics. It's a small internal project we've done, and we have not concluded yet on. There might be a sweet spot, you can say, somewhere with regards to the megawatt size and so on. We have not concluded on that yet.
It's another question, and he had another one.
Yeah.
Go first.
Hi, Jesper. My name is Daniel, and I'm with NIAS. Thank you for the interesting presentation.
Yes.
You mentioned these integrated solutions, so where you could install the substation at port and then tow to site, I suppose. The large draft of these structures, in one of your slides, it's about 20 meters, right? I would suppose that would put some limitations on the port accessibility and the whole infrastructure there. How do you deal with that? And is that the limiting factor governing whether you could do an integrated solution or not if you have these large ports accessible near the site?
That is, of course, something that needs to be considered early in the project. But anyway, you can say if we have an integrated structure that we can finalize in a yard somewhere, and then we can transport that to site on a heavy transport vessel, then it might not be required to go to a key site close to the wind farm, and then it could be possible to do it in that way. But yes, it is something that needs to be considered early in the project.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Next question here.
Yeah, hi Jesper. Thanks very much for your presentation, and apologies for so many questions. But it's rare to have a substation. Well, it's a substation event, which is very rare, to focus on this particular technology. So I've got 3 questions, which are, as I understand it, electrical package, the current electrical packages we have, AC or DC, don't like any movement, so they're designed for 0G. So if you could comment on that, because you said instrumentation is more or less the same, but it can't be, because there's got to be some development on that. Second question, when you've seen inquiries, so when, in your opinion, do you think the first FOSS would go in the water? Just your gut feeling. And then the third question, dynamic export cables. No, not well, I mean, a lot of work going on, but I don't think one exists from any of the major manufacturers. So again, what's your opinion on that? So if you could just give us some more insight, thanks.
Yeah, for the electrical parts, you're right. Everything is primarily designed today to sit on a fixed platform or on a concrete block onshore. So that needs to be considered. I know from the DNV project that is one of the larger packages in that project. The second question was about,
When do you think the first one?
I can't say. I have no idea. I know that we have started to get the first inquiries, so the projects are out there, and they are in the early development phases. So it will come, but if it's in 5 or 10 years, I can't say. And the last part that was about export cables, that's another big chunks of the DNV project as well, that is also identified as a risk at the moment. So that is primarily the 2 larger packages in that project. So the development is ongoing, and the codes and standards are being developed.
Okay, any further questions?
We have one online question from Fernando Lima. Is there any criteria that has been agreed by white industry at the moment with regards to the maximum TLT movement of the HV equipment of the floating OSS, please?
I am not aware that there's been some agreements across the industry, but it could be something that was being dealt with during the DNV project as well.
There was another question here.
Thank you again for the presentation. I'm George Georgopoulos from Maso Subsea. And for a commercial size substation, we would expect a large number of dynamic cables to be connected to the station. So this, the question is, at which stage of the design and how would this affect at which stage of the design of the substation you take into consideration the requirements for the cable installation, so accessibility on the substation, and how would this affect the mooring, the selection of the mooring arrangement?
It has to be considered early in the project again, as more or less everything else. It needs to be considered how the cables enter the substation and also how all of the mooring will enter the substation. So the spread needs to be laid out early, and by that also the layout of the cable deck, and of course the cable pulling operations needs to be considered.
Yes, in traditional jacket foundation, we see like 12 or more interarray cables going onto the seabed, but these are fixed, so no movement, no lateral movement is expected. But in a dynamic situation,
we'll need more space between the cables for these dynamic movements. Yes.
So is there a limitation on the how many cables can be connected?
I guess again that depends on the size of the substation. If again it's a station that's spread out, then we will have more room anyway, and we can spread out the cables possibly from both sides. Or I foresee that it should be possible to manage that.
Great. One more question. On the comparison of different designs, you had as a criterion the acceleration. Would it be similarly or equally important to have the maximum excursion of the platform?
Yes, because that will be a limitation factor for all of the cables. That has been considered as well, but we have taken the acceleration as the comparison number. So it has been considered as well, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
One last question here.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, just getting in at the end. Graham Nicholson, Arca Solutions. I just wanted to refer back to the previous presentation, actually, where we saw that wide range of different topside weights. And I wondered what you thought about that. And I expect it's partially due to clients' different interpretation of some of the auxiliary and safety systems and some of the other systems that are on board. I wondered whether you agreed with that or had a different view, and whether you think there's something we need to do to help optimize designs for topsides in that way.
I foresee that there are different requirements from the clients, from the developers about what systems they need on board. Some substations has a heli deck, for instance, that will impact the overall weight, and that's just one system. Some has emergency accommodation rooms that will impact the weight as well, and you can say the overall design, and there are different ways of designing these structures. But I think there might be an optimization possibility for the design as well. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so no more question then. Or do you have another one?
Yeah.
You should probably keep the mic, yeah.
Yeah, it's because Aker Solutions are in the room, so of course you put the bottom fixed, the subsea substation, which are currently only AC technology. But if DC technology comes along in terms of that subsea substation, would you see a need for these? If Aker can design a subsea, then this makes possibly this redundant, because it's really brutal technology, just taking an existing box and then making it float. Whereas Aker's is a far better, sensible solution. Maybe Aker can comment since they're in the room.
Yeah. I think it's
Thanks.
better to let Aker Solution answer that. Yeah.
Of course, it's a much better solution.
Stop.
Yeah, no, we are. I mean, I was going to comment on that, but I don't know where we digress from the topic a bit. But we are in the process of qualifying subsea substations and dynamic cables, high voltage dynamic cables as well. And that process is ongoing. We've got a number of different projects at the moment. You're correct; it's only for AC at the moment, but a lot of that technology is already qualified for oil and gas type projects. But in terms of whether it makes this redundant or not, I don't think that's the case. You know, I think we've had subsea production systems for oil and gas for quite a long time now, but it doesn't make topside solutions redundant because, of course, the cost of putting it subsea is that much higher, and the cost of intervention and repair, if you need to visit it, is that much higher. So there's always been this trade-off of whether you're better off putting the whole thing subsea and trying to forget about it, or whether you put it on the top side where you can access it. And probably where I was sort of getting to with my previous question is that for several years I've been looking at, or prior to electrification, I was looking at unmanned oil and gas wellhead platforms. And the approach we were starting to take there is to have subsea on a stick. So we take that low manned, sort of minimum maintenance, install it and forget about it approach that we have the subsea equipment, and we just put it on the small platform. And then you sort of get the best of both worlds in some ways. You don't need to visit it. There's no maintenance. There's minimum utilities and safety systems involved. But it's sort of cheaper to install because you can do it with conventional vessels. And if you ever do need to visit it or change anything, it's far cheaper than trying to do a subsea operation. So there's, as usual, there's lots of different things you can do. But yeah, the subsea substation could be a game changer for some things, but of course there's always a cost. Hope that helps.
Yeah, I think cost is probably then one of the key drivers anyway, because you also asked the question then when do we see that in the water? I think it's probably not that much of a technical question, because I think there are some similar floating devices available getting in the water, maybe not that size, but when we see the first wind farm connecting thing, it's also probably a question of who is paying for the cost, because so far it's then cheaper and it's more expensive, and it requires then a higher energy price, and where is that then possible? I think that's one of the key drivers of the solution at the end. Yeah, I think we'll have another session after lunch on subsea substations as well. So I'm pretty sure we are getting deeper in that topic anyway. I think. Thank you very much for your presentation. I think it raised a lot of good questions and discussions here. Thank you very much for that overview. Jesper, thanks a lot. And our next speaker will be online, if I understand that correctly.
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, all right, we can see already. Tijs Schoenbeck is a foundation package manager with Ignitis, and he will speak about offshore substation jackets or monopile solutions. Thank you very much for joining us just online, Tate, and we can see you, and I think we can hear you, and hopefully see the presentation very soon as well. I think there it is. Yeah, this floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much, and sorry that I couldn't join you in person today. We do have a few people from Ignitis Renewables in there, in the audience. So if you have any questions on Ignitis, I'm sure they can also help you. Had a few interesting presentations this morning. I had especially enjoyed the one from Lars Andre on the Moray West with the downtime. I was the package manager for Moray West for the foundation supply and installation, and I still have nightmares about this winter installation campaign at the last Christmas for the offshore substations. It wasn't pretty, but it worked out in the end. A bit about myself. I'm Teit Schoenberg, foundations package manager for Ignitis Renewables. I've worked in the offshore industry for 25 years. Today I'll be talking about jacket and monopile foundations for offshore substations, and I'll be looking at some of the decision making criteria for selecting the most suitable foundation type for a project. First, a little bit about Ignitis. We are not a very well-known company in the offshore wind energy industry. However, we have been operating for around 80 years, so we are not a new company. We operate mainly in the 3 Baltic states and in Poland. And we have some ambitious targets to develop a significant green generation portfolio by 2030. And we are also developing our Curonian Nord project, which will be the first offshore wind farm in Lithuania. And this is a little slide on the project. The Curonian Nord project is a site of 120 square kilometers at a distance of 37 kilometers off the coast of Lithuania. And we're looking at a capacity of around 700 megawatts. So maybe according to today's standards, not such a big project. However, it is significant for Lithuania, as we will be supplying around 25% of the country's electricity demand. So this is a project of national significance. Right, on to the main topic, so jackets and monopiles. So in the industry, we have a wide range of experience with both foundation concepts and both concepts are proven. However, monopile technology, we have seen some rapid developments in the last 2 decades. So here I'm thinking about optimizations in the soil design. So this could be the PISA soil design methodology. Also, it is now possible to both manufacture and install much larger monopiles. And I should also say that the opinions in this presentation are just my own and not those of Ignitis Renewables. So here we got some photographs of offshore substations on both monopile and jacket foundations. These are all projects that I have worked on, except from Gode Wind 3 here. And the reason for including this one on the images is that, as far as I can see, this is the largest topside installed on a monopile foundation at a weight of around 2,250 tons. So quite a sizable topside module for a monopile. Up here we have London Array, which was my first offshore wind farm project at a weight of around 1,250 tons. London Array uses a traditional MPTP concept with a grouter connection, and we got these cow horns or cantilever beams at the top of a transition piece supporting the topside module. Over here we got Galloper on a jacket foundation at around 1,600 ton topside raised bank. Over here also a jacket at around 2,900 ton topside. So I think this is almost a duplicate of Lars Andre's slide from earlier. In the industry worldwide, we have around 250 offshore substations according to 4C Offshore. 130 of those are HVAC or reactive compensation substations located in Europe or US. And these are the 130 that I will focus on in this presentation. And the reason for excluding the other regions is that Europe and US is where I have my main experience. And there was also limited data available for some of the other regions. I have also excluded the HVDC substations, as these are typically much larger. But we can see on this pie chart over here on the left that the jackets are by far the most popular for offshore substations, and the monopiles are the second most. So this is a reason why I have chosen just to focus on those two foundation types. We also have some other types here, which includes the floating, gravity, jack-up vessels, or unknowns. Interesting thing is, if we look at the turbine foundation types connected to the same substations, we can see that monopiles are by far the most popular. And of course, this makes sense as monopiles are much easier to mass produce. They are also cheaper. So this diagram here shows the number of substations installed in the last 25 years and earlier as well. In the last 15 years, there's no clear trend in any change of preference towards one foundation type or the other. Monopiles appears to be relatively more popular here in the beginning of the offshore industry from 2006 to 2010. And the reason for that is probably that the wind farms were smaller. So the top side was smaller. They were also maybe closer to shore. So a monopile could have been preferred option or more straightforward choice. The first topic I would like to look at is design. And over here on the right, I have tried to give a sort of like a high-level comparison between the jacket and the monopile. And the first item here in the table is the synergies with the turbine foundation. And for this here and throughout the presentation, I'm assuming that the rest of the wind farm will be based on monopiles. Otherwise, these synergies, they don't apply. But in terms of the design, if we do choose a monopile, we will have some good synergies with the rest of the wind farm. Monopiles for substations are designed in a different way, different codes of standards, but we still have lots of similarities, which we can benefit from. Also from the earlier presentation, we saw water depths and weight are quite important parameters when choosing a suitable foundation type. I am of the same opinion. So jackets are generally very versatile. They're easy to scale up and down, and they are very good at accommodating both large water depths and topside weights. Monopile is not as good as that, and this partly ties up with the dynamic stability, which will be a bit more of a problem for a monopile. So a monopile foundation or monopile is effectively you have a very large mass on top of what is a very slender structure. So it will be quite dynamically sensitive. It will be moving around quite a lot. It is possible to reduce the dynamic movement by using a tuned mass damper as an example. The mass damper could be maybe installed inside of a transition piece, and it can be very effective at reducing the dynamic movement. Corrosion protection is another important design parameter. So the project I'm working on at the moment is in the Baltic Sea. So we have very low salinity, which means that we need more anodes or more sacrificial anodes or impressed current anodes to have the same level of corrosion protection below the water. And for a monopile foundation, this is a bit more of a challenge, as the anodes have to be installed on the monopile itself. And they have to be installed after the driving of a monopile, because Otherwise, they are likely to fall off during the installation. So again, for the jacket, corrosion protection below the water is a bit easier. Just wanted to go into a little bit more detail with the topsides weight versus the water depth topic. And here I have plotted for those 130 substations, plotted topsides weight versus water depth. And the orange markers, they show jacket foundations. And the orange square markers, they show a jacket foundation connected to a monopile turbine foundation. Blue markers show the monopile foundations for the OSSs. And what I have tried to do here at a high level with this blue area is to show what could potentially be an area of comfort for a monopile foundation in terms of water depth and topsides weight. And this is just based on engineering judgment and also on the previous experience in the industry. But I think what interesting here from this is that we have a lot of these orange square markers inside of a blue area, which could potentially indicate that could be some opportunity for increasing the number of use of monopiles for the substation foundations. In terms of fabrication, we do have some very good synergies if we choose a monopile. It is much easier to just manufacture a few extra monopiles. For the jacket, the cost will tend to be a little bit higher. And also in terms of the fabrication program, it's a little bit more complex, and there might be an increased risk of a delay. Quality and fabrication tolerance is also very important. So the last project that I worked on, which was Moray West, we used one of these J-tube cages here for supporting the cables below the transition piece and along the monopile. And monopile and J-tube cage were made by two different fabricators, and they both reported that they had been fabricated within tolerance. And we, as the client, we decided to do an independent laser survey of both J-tube cage and monopile, and we found that the attachment points didn't match. Fortunately, that was picked up at a fabrication yard, and we were able to correct. However, had that been found out offshore, that could have been very expensive. When it comes to transport and installation, we will again have some very good synergies. If we do choose a monopile, it is much easier to just install a few extra monopiles. They can be done with the same equipment. Transition piece is a little bit of a special case. As we can see, we saw from Andre's presentation, it did indeed take a very long time to install the J-tube cage and the transition piece on Moray West. One of the reasons was that we chose to use a floating vessel for installing the transition piece. So the TP for a substation is typically heavier. So we may not be able to use the same vessel as for the turbines. Also, we use a bolted connection between a monopile and the transition piece. And it was very difficult getting those two aligned from a floating vessel. I think in hindsight, I would maybe consider using a jack-up vessel for installing the OSP TP, or alternatively, maybe designing some more robust alignment tools to make sure that the flanges they can match up. In terms of the top side itself, the monopile foundation will lend itself much more comfortably towards one of these minimum facilities offshore substations. So over here we have a Siemens OTM. So this is where topside has been stripped down to the bare minimum. We have a small emergency shelter, but no accommodation modules on this platform. Everything has been containerized, optimized for fabrication, and the weight has been reduced down. The OTM will typically also use one of these midle transformers, where we use midle oil instead of a more traditional transformer oil. And midle oil doesn't really burn, which means that we don't need any specific fire protection for the transformer. We don't need any firewalls. So again, this helps in cutting the weight down. Also important to bear in mind for monopile is we may need to do some fatigue analysis of some of the critical topside components as well to account for this dynamic movement of a structure. Yeah, cables, we've already touched on that topic in some of the other presentations, but of course cables are very important for substations. And I asked one of my old colleagues who's a cable package manager what his preference was, jacket or monopiles, and he was clearly of opinion that the jacket foundation is much more better, at least when it comes to the cables. And it is primarily the export cable fatigue that he was concerned about. So in the export cable, we will typically have one of these lead sheaths used for water blocking, and this detail can be very sensitive to fatigue. And I think this goes for even if you're using a gate tube cage or we have the cables inside of a monopile, this can be the same problem. He did mention that we have some new technology in terms of these corrugated copper sheath cables, which are better at dealing with the movement from a monopile. However, they have a relatively low level of technology readiness. Array cables are less affected by this movement, typically not so much of a problem. When it comes to operation and maintenance, for monopile foundation, we will have more synergies with the rest of the wind farm. Monopiles can be inspected in much the same way. However, it's a good idea to consider using a condition monitoring system for the monopile, just to keep an eye on the movement and also on any accumulation of fatigue life as well. Another colleague of mine has some experience with the wellness of personnel if a substation is moving around quite a bit, and this could be a potential problem. However, as these substations are generally unmanned, I feel that maybe this is less of a problem. Right, when we when we need to make a decision on what's best for a specific project, always good idea to develop some concept design so we have a good basis for comparing. We do also have some decision making tools available to us, project management tools, and I have tried to list some of my favorite ones here, and starting from the very simple ones, high level ones, to the more detailed ones. So the Procon list, very good to get a sort of like a high level decision in place. Can typically be developed during brainstorming sessions. SWOT analysis, similar to a Procon list, it goes into a little bit more detail with the different strengths and weaknesses, which are internal to the organization, and then the external opportunities and threats or risks as well can be listed. So it's a bit more of a refinement. Decision matrices are also very useful. So this is where we have the different options ranked in the table, the options in the columns, and the different criteria in each row. And we're able to rank the relative importance of each of the criteria, and we can score the different options, and we can get a sort of like a total score at the end. So a bit more detailed tool, and cost benefit analysis, of course, is sort of like the last step in this analysis where we go into the detail, and here also important to allow for the sort of like the unknowns and the risks. I'm running a bit short of time here, so I think Colin Powell's 40-70 rule is quite interesting, and what this tells me is that it's important to accept that you may not have all of the information available to you when you need to make a decision, and sometimes you have to make a little bit of a leap of faith and accept that maybe making a decision is better than no decision. But I will quickly summarize. Jacket foundations more versatile and can accommodate large topsides weights and water depths. But there are some synergies which could potentially be exploited if monopiles are used for the OSS and also used for the turbines. Maybe possible also to increase the use of OSS monopiles in the industry. If monopiles are used, consider maybe using more smaller minimum facility substations rather than a few larger ones. And the dynamic movement is important to take into account, especially for the export cable. And that is everything I had to say. Thank you very much for listening. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
Yes, thank you very much, Tide, for the presentation, even though being here on the stage. Are there questions here from the audience? Do the questions online received? Not? Then I would like to raise a question. Then you mentioned the pile run risk when you compared the technologies. So with the monopile and with the jacket, and with the jacket quite low. Can you elaborate that a little bit further? I know there's been a lot of news on large monopiles in Taiwan recently, where there was a lot of pile run issues. On a jacket, you also need piles to fix it in the ground. Can you say some words on that one?
Yes, I think for the pile run, a lot of it is to do with the fact that the monopiles are getting much heavier, and and that increases the risk. Also, floating vessels are more sensitive to pile run compared to, especially if you have a very large monopile hanging in the hook of a crane on a floating vessel. It becomes much more of a risk. So this is why I feel that for the jacket foundation, it's much easier to manage these lighter piles from a pile run risk point of view. However, on Moray West, pile run was deemed to be like a high risk for the monopiles, and we decided to use this vibro hammer to install the monopiles, which worked quite well. So I think it is something that can be managed, but obviously this depends very much on the specific soil conditions on the site.
Okay, thank you. So no other question here. I got one. Yeah.
Yes, just one question actually, because we're talking about floating, so just to link it to floating, the developments for mega monopiles in terms of up to 100-meter water depth. With your experience, Dave, can you just comment on that? Your thoughts on that, viability, etc., etc.
Sort of like mega monopiles up to 100 meters depth. I think I would say that's probably less feasible. But of course, in the offshore industry, in the oil and gas industry, there was some experience with these compliant structures, which were effectively designed to be quite flexible, and therefore sort of like were in a way sort of like compliant, and I don't think this could work very well for a monopile. So I would say probably better off using another foundation concept up to 100 meters. That would be my opinion.
Okay, thank you. We got another question.
I have another question on cable pooling operations for for piles, for monopiles, for offshore substations. So, for example, comparing to jacket solution, it's commonly used and considered a solution of installing inter-array cables prior topside is installed while having jacket installed beforehand. So you can decommission inter-array package, install cable, test cables, and decommission them. And for example, topside could be installed after a couple of months, couple of days, whatsoever.
Yes.
And given monopiled offshore substation solution, do you see any risk on it? Namely, I have a question: if this solution is available, considering monopile design, so we can install monopile, we can install cables, test cables, connect them to MV junction boxes, electrically saying, and decommission inter-array cable package, and after a couple of months install topside, and then connect cables and make the other actions.
I think from a monopile foundation, this could work in much the same way. On the Albatross project, monopile and transition piece was installed first, and then the cables were pulled and terminated into the junction boxes, and then the topside came and was installed later. So I think this is the same way as you described for the jackets. So I think that is also an option for the like monopile foundation. However, you may need to have some sort of like a temporary cable pulling equipment, because typically for a monopile foundation, you would have the winches for the cables already on the topside module itself. But it is possible, and it has been done before.
Yeah, thanks. And maybe follow up question to the very last thing. For example, installing jacket, you can also mobilize some site auxiliary temporary services, like we usually see jacket is installed with some equipment for future operations at cellar deck. And given on monopiles we have less space on its TP, is it a risk? Is it a limitation? Is that limits your operations or not?
Yeah, of course. I think for a monopile with a transition piece, you do have less space available. I think you do have to accept that you don't have that same maybe luxury to put additional equipment on the cellar deck. I think that is probably like a disadvantage of a monopile. You don't have that same flexibility. I think, something you have to take into account in your decision-making process.
Okay, thank you very much, Tide, for the presentation and the good discussion. Thanks a lot, and let's thanks a lot for your presentation.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Marco Vergasola he's an offshore engineer from Zenair, and we'll talk about the challenges and innovations in floating substations for the future projects. Welcome, Marco. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Right. Okay. Oh, this is the presentation, I know. So my name is Marco Vergasola. I'm an offshore foundation engineer in Zenair. And well, as Matthias said, I will talk about a bit of the challenges and innovations in floating substations. First, just a very quick introduction to who Zenair is. So we are an engineering. Well, now we're back. We're an engineering and technology group quite large, based in Spain. We operate in many sectors. One of them is energy, and within energy, well, I'm part of the Offshore Wind Group, in which we work in several projects from just early phases up to EPC as well. So today's presentation is going to be first a bit of introduction, very short. Then we look at a bit of challenges and opportunities in FOSS and how these also can be taken into account when developing a basic design. And then we will also talk about sustainable FOSS, and we will see what we mean with that. So first, very quickly, obviously, a comparative analysis between using substation or using a bottom fixed substation or a floating substation. This can change a lot depending on specific projects. But in general, for us, what is important about floating substation, the reason why we're working on those is the lack of limitations in water depth. We've discussed this extensively already. Bottom fix, probably up to 140 meters, 150 meters will be possible. But, well, we expect that after that we will need floating, and perhaps already from 100 meters water depth, there will be some competition. And apologies for not including subsea substations. So a bit of an overview on some of the challenges that we see. Most of them were already mentioned. One is lack of certified offshore equipment, for instance, transformers for floating applications. The other is that, well, of course, there is no yet an agreement on the type of floater. All of them are in place. And then dynamic cables was mentioned before. Is not just a matter of not having export cables at the moment available, but also, well, there are many cables. We don't know exactly what this is going to mean in terms of also the dynamic of the system. And then perhaps also at the moment a bit of a lack of specific floating standards. So I'll start from these. Nothing new here, just a bit of a lesson learned. This is an example of what it could look like, a list of the main design requirement guidelines for a FOSS project. Obviously, then you have to add all sorts of reference standards, and then the list gets huge. And, well, the common problem is that you can have conflicts between them, and it's important to determine a hierarchy. And at the moment, well, what we could refer to as the top hierarchy standards is the DNV 145. However, as it was mentioned also before, it is not specific for floating. So this can sometimes lead to some misinterpretations of rules and some problems. So, well, right now, there are groups working on developing some floating specific standards, and also some classification society, they already have their own internal set of rules, but since these are not yet available, well, the early solution that we suggest is just get early involvement on classification societies, for instance, through a approval in principle process, and perform an extensive gap analysis. Moving into challenges, so it was mentioned lack of certified equipment, for instance, for the transformers, but also at the moment, most of the electrical equipment we have is designed for zero movement or very little movement. We're in contact with companies that they're working on some floating solutions for these, but, well, the uncertainty on the limitations in terms of accelerations and rotation and so on, they're still there. So this leads to uncertainty in the key performance indicators you can use in your design. And obviously this leads to very hard, if not impossible, optimization process. In terms of cables, so at the moment there are some companies developing dynamic export cables. We expect to see something certified already next year, but nothing certain. And at the moment, of course, also here, we have problems because we don't know the mechanical characteristics of these cables. We can extrapolate them from what we already know, but the uncertainty is there. and the high number of cables could also mean that the dynamics of the floating structure can depend on the characteristics of the cables. So this is also an important topic that I will discuss later on again. In terms of opportunities, some of them were already mentioned before with co-design. So I think for floating structures, it's very important to try to approach the design as a co-design between platform, dynamic cables, and station keeping system. Obvious benefit of this is that you take into account the co-influence of all these parts, but also, and this was also discussed a little bit before, so I was very happy that my presentation touched some of these points. Obviously, you have to, having so many cables, you have to take into account their mechanical limits since the beginning, and this will affect also your choice of station keeping system. And at the same time, depending on the limitation of the electrical equipment, this is also going to affect a lot your mooring system design. And all of these, it's a bit of a circle, and you have to loop through it. What does it lead to in general is that you can obtain optimal solution already early stages, and also reduce, in principle, likelihood of failures, especially at dynamic cables, which are a problem right now. And but at the same time, obviously, it makes the whole design process a bit more complex. Not all companies can design the 3 components. So oftentimes you are collaborating with other companies, and then this makes, well, the iterative loop more complex. You need very close collaboration, and we all know that sometimes can be very good, sometimes doesn't work very well. It was also another important topic is scalable FOSS. I think later on today there will be a presentation from Fernando from Blue Float talking about standardization of sizes. So maybe he will give us some insight, but we think it's important to generate top sides which are modular for, well, easier constructions, more flexibility, but also like get more standardized sizes of top sides. And these obviously can lead to heavier structures, but it comes with all the benefits of the flexibility and easy construction. Something important for floating compared to offshore, to fixed solutions is that this modularity, we can include it into design on the design of the floater, which makes the design of the floater a little bit more complex, but it can be worth the effort. And I'll show you in a couple of slides what we mean with this. So let's see some of these challenges and opportunities, how they could fit into the design of a FOSS. This is just an example of the design workflow you could have moving from a conceptual design to a basic design, passing through some test campaign, calibration, and, for instance, an approval in principle. And obviously, the first thing you have to do is to select a floater. Since everything I will present afterwards is about semi-subs, I think it's good to mention why we decided to go for semi-submersible. Well, the reason is mainly that we didn't want to deal with the complexity of the tendon system for a TLP, and the need most likely to install first the substructure and then the top side. And in terms of the spar, similar problem in terms of installation, plus a bit more limited in terms of water depths. And for our project, we wanted to develop a floating solution that could overlap more with the fixed solutions we have, such that we can really get to the optimal solution for most projects. So I mentioned the scalable topside. So what do we do there? So first, you need to, let's say, define your electrical system arrangement. That is the general one. Define also your redundancy criterion and stuff. And then you have to define the tricky part, which is the modularity strategy. Obviously, like smaller modules would means complete flexibility, but probably also very unoptimized solutions when we move to large capacities. If we have bigger modules, we have less flexibility, but in general, more optimized solutions. And so we think that right now, probably the range of a module should be around 400 megawatts. So that would give us 400 and 1.2 or something like that. So what we did here was we developed some modules, then you define how to arrange them. And then you estimate, well, weight distribution variation for each configuration and so on. And then you use all this information to do what I was mentioning before about making a floater that it's also like fitting with the idea of having a scalable topside. So this is just an example of one parameter. So we have in the vertical is a variation of the period in roll motion, and in the horizontal is a variation of the kg. So you can read this as a variation of weight. So what we see here is that depending on different configurations, you could have different geometries. Then you could have a solution that for a variation of weight maintains a very similar dynamic behavior, or you can have a solution like the orange line, which at some point just changes a lot the behavior. Obviously, this is not necessarily something negative, the fact that the roll period goes up, but for sure, if you're doing most of the studies in a central area and then you end up there, then you don't know exactly how your system is behaving. So because of this, it's good to take into account at early phases these aspects and try to make a geometry that's a little bit more stable at weight variations. Tank test campaign. This is something that it's very important during the basic design phase to calibrate your models and make sure that also you characterize your floater, identify any possible instability, which could arise if you have a floater with a very complex geometry, for example. But also, typically, it's used to analyze a bit the interaction between the station keeping system and the floater. Now, for this specific application, what we suggest and what we will try to do is to also include dynamic cables in tank test, such that we can identify how much these can affect the dynamics of the system and where is the limit of the applicability of a decoupled approach when we design the cables, which is the standard nowadays for instance, a floating wind turbine, right? We design first the floater and the mooring system, and then we use just a time series input, and we use this to design the dynamic cables. However, in a floating wind turbine, you have two main different conditions. One is only one or two cables. Here we are talking about 10 interarray cables plus 2 export cables or something like that. And then the other difference is that, well, in a floating wind turbines, you will have the wind loads, which dominates a lot the movement of the platform, which is not the case for these structures. So there, the effect of having a lot of dynamic cables there can play a bigger role. And then, well, just last quick part on sustainable force. First, what do we mean with sustainable force? So it's a force that is capable of supplying the required power to operate the force at any condition. So normal, islanded, and emergency, using green energy. Why are we looking into this? This is a very early phase development. Well, on one side, because it's one of our goals to just reduce the impact of our operations. And on the other side is to anticipate potential incoming regulations. So at the moment, at European and international levels, there are some plans to reduce emissions. And so substations are not part of this, right? For instance, if we look at IMO, it's more about ships. However, we think that these regulations might be applied to also this kind of installations in the future. So why not start looking into it already? So just to few small things we've been looking into now. So I talked about auxiliary power, right? So the power system of substations, you have main power, auxiliary power. The auxiliary is what we're focusing on here. What do we use this? Well, use it to basically operate the main power system and to keep the substation in a safe operation condition when, for example, you're in an emergency condition. So the auxiliary system can be different depending on the condition. So in a normal condition, this can be the electric, the external grid. Sometimes it can be another substation. However, this we don't see it as an option for floating wind, where often the substation are spread to also reduce wake losses in the park. And then the other option, well, is just dedicated generators, which is in any case, I think, a requirement to always have them. And these generators are typically, well, just diesel generators. So what can we do to have just a green solution? Well, one is treatment of the emissions. I think the industry knows a lot about this. I'm not going to talk about it. We have alternative fuels, and then we have alternative energy accumulation system. Obviously, these two are a bit overlapping. In terms of alternative fuels, I think right now we have LNG and biofuels probably are the most mature and ready technologies as alternative fuels, also given the relatively low risk associated to this. Then you have green methanol and ammonia, very interesting, but not fully mature, and more important, there is a high risk because of they are toxic and flammable. So two things that you typically don't want to have. And then we have hydrogen, which is also very interesting. We're looking into this within a project called EcoFos. Yeah, it's the risk is still high, but there is a lot of push in this, so we think that could be a solution. And then obviously you have nuclear, which, well, I think it has a big potential, but the risk is high, and especially more important is not very popular, which sometimes can lead in the design of things. And then finally, just last slide, so alternative energy accumulation systems. I get asked oftentimes, why don't you just put solar panels? I mean, obviously solar panels, they are, I mean, the application would be perfect. You are in an area with absolutely no shadows or whatsoever, and quite some surface on which you can install them. Well, the problem is just very low production. And what if we have the need for the emergency system when we are in low production? That's also another issue. So then what we are looking into as well is fuel cells, and either with well, hydrogen used as a accumulation as a storage, or using other fuels. So with that, I conclude. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marco. Very interesting presentation and approach you're looking into. Are there any questions from the audience? Here's one. Here's one.
Just that. I promise it will be quick. Did you mention that wind conditions don't influence offshore substation floating structure?
So what I mean with that is that compared to other applications where we see dynamic cables, such as floating wind, the wind is not so dominant in the dynamics of the structure. So on one side, it was also mentioned before, with these floating structures, you have much more surface, so you can get much lower top sides. On the other side, what we see mainly is that the wind can affect for instance, your trim angle that you get, so the inclination of the platform. Generally speaking, we don't see it as an issue, but we think that if that will become an issue, then it can just be solved with active ballasting. So that's why I don't think wind right now is the main driver, not at all. And I think that makes a big difference when we look at the dynamics and we compare it to a floating offshore wind.
Okay, that's the next question.
Yes, thank you, Marco, and thank you for answering some of the questions I raised earlier. So that was really good. Mine's a very simple question: have you started tank tests, or is that the plan next? I wasn't sure from the presentation.
So we are. So this development I presented today is mainly internal center development, but we are part of a project. It's called EcoFOS. You can look it up, or I can give you more information. It's a consortium of many companies, and in that, within this project, we will do a tank test in early January. So we are now basically defining the last details of that.
We have an online question. I am interested on the topside modular design, enclosed topside. Has it been applied in the real project, fixed or floating OSS?
So modular topsides, yes, they have been applied. I think, well, there is no one from Tenet here, right? Okay, well, otherwise they could have answered much better than myself, but they from outside, my understanding of their complete new development line is exactly to go for modular topsides. So, and they have installed already several of theirs. If you can look at pictures of their topside and you will realize they're modular because they're just identical one from the other. So yes, they've been applied, and I think they will be applied more and more.
Okay, there are no further questions, and we can go next. Teresa, I need to ask you, should we take another presentation before we have the coffee break?
Yes, sure.
Yeah? Okay.
We can play the video of Adriana Gonzalez, who unfortunately couldn't join us, not even online as he is traveling, but he's online for any questions. So he has recorded his video, which we will play now. And if you have any questions, we can still pose them and send to Adrian. If his connection is strong enough, he will reply immediately. Otherwise, it will be as a follow-up later on.
Okay.
Good morning. My name is Adrián González. I work as Program Officer on Innovation for the International Renewable Energy Agency, IRENA. I would like to thank the Letwin Group for inviting me and IRENA to this very relevant event on offshore and floating substations. As a former transmission system engineer, I am particularly aware about the often overlooked role of substations for paving the way of energy transition. So I trust this dedicated knowledge sharing forum is of utmost importance to move forward in the offshore context. From IRENA, we published this year our Floating Offshore Wind Outlook, which provides an up-to-date context and recommendations to diverse stakeholders and policymakers globally. Let me start by setting the general picture. The international community is ramping up efforts to combat dangerous and costly climate change with unprecedented vigor. Last year, pivotal discussions took place within the G7 and G20 countries aiming to encourage the global expansion of renewable energy. Furthermore, the discussions translated into tangible action plans, resulting in the inclusion of a global goal of tripling renewable energy by 2030 in the final COP28 text, calling all parties to contribute to the tripling of renewable power generation capacity by 2030 and to doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvement. Over 130 countries signed the Global Renewables and Energy Efficient Pledge, declaring their intent to work collaboratively and expeditiously to pursue those goals. As of end of 2022, 3,382 gigawatts of renewable energy was installed globally. The ambitious goal is to reach 11,174 gigawatts of renewable capacity by 2030, marking an increase of around 7.8 terawatt in 8 years. This entails an average new capacity addition requirement of 974 gigawatts each year between 2022 and 2030, reflecting remarkable growth across all renewables. Talking about offshore wind, I'm displaying here some key figures also included in our World Energy Transition Outlook 2023. Offshore wind has a major role to play in the energy transition, as most electricity demand is located in areas close to shore and can also bring electricity to island territories with limited land for other technology options. A net zero carbon energy scenario would require increasing offshore wind installed capacity from today's 70 gigawatt to 500 gigawatt by 2050. That's 70 gigawatt of additional capacity every year. We are far from meeting that target, so we must speed up. Offshore wind global deployment leaders are China, Denmark, Belgium, Germany, UK. While big markets like Japan and the USA have deep waters, which means we need to move from fixed to floating foundations in order for those markets to catch up. We will need around 50 gigawatt of floating wind by 2030 in order to meet the global pledge. Levelized cost of electricity produced by offshore wind technologies is reaching record minimums, both for fixed bottom foundations and floating technologies. In the graph of the right of this slide, you can see the trend in the mentioned cost for offshore, with a constant reduction in the last 10 years, halving the cost of the technology and making it competitive with fossil fuel sources in an increasing number of contexts. The blue dots represent Europe, the red China, and the gray the rest of the world. In the charts on the left, there is a relevant analysis of the locations of commissioned projects of offshore wind. The concentration in near-shore locations is particularly noticeable in China, with no parks further than 70 kilometers from shore. In Europe, we already see wind farms doubling that distance. However, when talking about water depth, the situation is similar. All the parks are located on depths of maximum of 65 meters. This can be shocking considering that the chart also includes floating turbines which are ready to be installed at deeper water locations. The insight here is that although some of the floating parks in operation are not pilot but industrial scale, some constraint is preventing the installation on deeper waters. In this slide, you can see a snapshot of floating offshore wind projects gaining a strong momentum in Europe, with Norway, UK as leading countries. Spain, Italy, Portugal, and France also ramping up their efforts to develop new projects. The minimum technical potential from floating wind at the current technological state of art is around 13 terawatt, while there are only 270 megawatt installed. Forecasts see tenfold increase by 2030 and commercial viability without financial support from around 2035. Several targets and projects for offshore floating wind are listed here. In Norway, the largest floating wind farm in the world, Hywind Tampen, became operational in August 2023. It has a power generation capacity of 88 MW. Norway is in the preliminary stages of the starting Goliath Wind project, which will be 75 MW floating wind array to be installed at the water depths of 400 meters. Floating or seabed substation are options under consideration. China is building its Kingsu 4 project, which will have an installed capacity of 500 MW of both bottom fixed and floating turbines. It also commissioned recently an innovative twin-rotor floating turbine of 16.6 MW and has announced imminent commissioning of a 20 MW floating model. Offshore substations play a vital role in transmitting the electricity generated by offshore wind farms to the onshore grid. They act as intermediary between the turbines and the power system on the shore. Offshore substations gather the electricity generated by multiple wind turbines through array cables. Then they step up the voltage of the electricity to a higher level suitable for efficient transmission over long distances via export cables. We have high voltage alternate current substations, which are commonly used for single wind farms with capacities of hundreds of megawatts, where distances and depths do not cause excessive thermal losses and overvoltage issues, and also HVDC substations, more suitable for larger projects, eventually connecting multiple wind farms and enabling power transmission over long distances beyond 80 kilometers offshore, with reduced energy losses. Efforts to develop floating offshore substations are key to support the expansion of floating offshore wind farms in deep waters of 100 meters and above. This type of substructures unlock vast areas for wind harvesting, notably expanding the possibilities of bottom fixed alternatives and with less accessibility issues than seabed concepts. Moreover, availability of these substations can become a tipping point for other oceans energy sources like tidal, technologies that can become competitive if hybridized with offshore wind by sharing the offshore node and shore connection. The key components that underpin the floating wind concept include the foundation or substructure, where we find the four major categories: the barge, the semi-submersible, the spar with a multi-spar variant, and the tension leg platform. And also the mooring system, which comprises mooring lines and anchors that affix foundation to the seabed. The system is also responsible for balancing the 6 degrees of motion associated with floating offshore wind. Offshore substations can benefit from the know-how from oil and gas offshore drilling platforms and the development of floating offshore wind turbines. Talking about development, patent data is a very useful indicator to measure innovations that are taking place in various technological disciplines. Some of the key innovation trends for floating wind can be found in the Offshore Wind Patent Insight Report by IRENA and the European Patent Office. By examining patent data, innovation trends can be identified. During the period 2002 to 2022, the trend of international patent families in both fixed and floating foundations technologies showed an initial increase until 2011 and 2013. Then a subsequent decline, followed by continuous and ongoing surge from 2017 onwards. On an annual average, a majority are focused on floating solutions, demonstrating the priority placed by industry on this technology to accelerate the maturation of the offshore wind sector at large. The top 5 patenting countries for floating offshore wind are the United States, Germany, Denmark, Japan, and China. Examples of enabling innovations can be composite-based mooring lines, which avoid excessive weight and corrosion compared to steel chains, and dynamic cables and connectors, which are indispensable for floating turbines and substations. One of the major gaps identified in the quality infrastructure for floating offshore wind is related to standards for floating substations. These critical installations are the central node of the offshore wind park, from which the export cables are connected to the shore. However, the state of art for floating substations is not as mature as for the floating turbines. One reason is that, for certain cases in relatively shallow waters, a fixed bottom substation can be a compromise solution, where oil and gas offshore expertise can be leveraged. However, lacking both know-how and early development of floating offshore substations can quickly become a bottleneck for accelerating the deployment of floating offshore wind, as this is forecasted to make extensive use of deep water locations as mentioned before. Acknowledging the key relevance of this gap, DNV has launched a joint industry project, or GIP, to promote technology development for floating offshore wind substations, with particular attention to how export cables and topside equipment tolerate movements of a floating substructure. In addition to identifying technological and standardization needs, the JIP is focused on establishing a joint understanding and alignment of best practices for the design, construction, and operation of offshore floating substations. More than 30 companies participated in the first phase of this joint industry project, and this Tuesday, DNV announced the start of a second phase with a call for additional interested stakeholders to join. Finally, I would like to mention another area of interest for offshore and floating substation development, which is the production of hydrogen offshore. Despite being a nascent concept, it can make sense for countries with needs of hydrogen as commodity for hard-to-abate sectors, as fertilizers or chemical industry. In such a context, it can make sense to produce hydrogen offshore, benefiting from high capacity factors of offshore wind and avoiding potential grid congestions at the shore. It's a model exemplified by the Aquaventus project planned for the north of Germany and with the pilot project displayed in this slide. A promising topology will require production of hydrogen in centralized electrolyzers offshore, which can be another catalyzer for offshore substations. I would like to conclude thanking you very much for your attention and encouraging you to persevere in the efforts for overtaking the challenges in floating substations, which are true enablers for harnessing the enormous potential of offshore ocean energies. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Alan, for the presentation. Do we have questions to the presentation, the audience? That is not the case then. Is he online? Should we? Okay, then we can collect that and handle that afterwards anyway. Yeah. Okay, I think then we are through with our first set of sessions, and just double check, Teresa, we're now ready then for the coffee break, according to the program. And yeah, you want to say something on the coffee?
Yeah, we can now break for the coffee break, which is already prepared just in front of the conference room.
All right. And when we should go back here, it's now should be 10 minutes to 12. Is that fine? Or because we're a little bit over time?
Maybe we can shorten the break for 20 minutes, if it's okay with you all, guys, and then we can continue. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. Good. Then enjoy your coffee and see you here in 20 minutes then. Okay. Yeah, so good to see you that we are, I think, nearly complete after the coffee break. I think it was good to have a fresh coffee for the next round until the lunch break. We're a little bit over time, but I think it's that should not be a big issue. Our next presentation will be from Professor Fernando Dilom. He is the chair of structural engineering of the University of Edinburgh and will speak about composite solutions for offshore and floating substation structures. Welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm a structural engineer, and I work quite a lot on composite structural systems, not only on offshore wind, but spanning across many different industries. There are quite a lot of composite solutions being looked at for offshore wind, but if you take just the non-metallic rebar options, it took us about 15 years to develop the design code. So all these other composite solutions, I don't know how long it will take, but I thought I will focus on the non-metallic rebars because I do believe it is a fairly low-hanging fruit, which is possible to implement straight away. So with that, then my focus today is going to be on the fiber reinforced polymer, or FRP, reinforcement for offshore concrete structures. So when we look at the offshore concrete structures, it is quite well known some of the issues that we face. One of the biggest is the corrosion of the steel reinforcement in marine conditions. So there's a lot of work done on how to address these issues. We have epoxy coated bars, many other different type of bars, and one of the options is stainless steel rebars. But the problem with the stainless steel rebars is that while it avoids the corrosion, it is actually quite expensive. Then we have, when we are working with the steel, we have, like most of you have probably seen quite a lot on the market fluctuations, which results in a significant increase in the construction projects. So with that, then, can the non-metallic rebars provide a better solution for offshore and marine concrete structures compared to the existing steel rebars? What are the fiber reinforced polymer rebars? So these are typically made often using this pultrusion process, where you combine the fibers together with the resin to create this type of bars. So they, depending on the type of fiber that you use, it can be the glass fiber, GFRP, carbon fiber, carbon CFRP, aramid fiber, or basalt fiber. It can come in different shapes, as the most commonly used, the circular, but it can also be in the shape of square and rectangle and different other shapes, the grid patterns, and it can also come as the pre-assembled cages to site. If we look at the different type of fibers that we use in for these type of bars, those are well-established technologies. The properties of those are quite well known. Among these, probably the glass fiber reinforcement bars are the most widely used. One of the key reasons for that, it is much less expensive than the other type of fibers. But however, that statement kind of depends a little bit on the location. So where the materials like basalt is more readily available compared to glass, in such locations, basalt fiber rebars could become more cheaper. And the other biggest reason for the GFRP rebars are because there's a lot of work being carried out, especially on the durability and the performance aspect. So there's a lot of data available. So it's a quite a mature technology. So the key advantages of the GFRP rebars is the external corrosion resistance, and your thermal expansion coefficient is quite similar to concrete. So during the concrete curing and other thermal events, you don't really have a huge problem of the differential thermal expansions. It's significantly lighter weight than steel. For an example, steel is the density is about 7,800, where your GFRP is only about 1,200, 1,500. So from the weight, you save in the order of magnitude about 6 times. So you have a very good fatigue performance, and then where it matters, you also have it's electrically non-conductive and transparent to magnetic fields. So is it a very new technology? The first fabrication of the GFRP rebars commercially started in 1980. So it's not really a very new technology. So since then, there have been a lot of other fabrication facilities established. So this data I'm showing here is a little bit old. It is from 2017. Since then, I'm sure there are a lot more facilities established. Most of the manufacturing facilities are available in US at that time, but there were quite a few in Europe as well, Italy, Germany, Switzerland, Czech Republic, etc. In terms of the type of the bars that you get, most of these manufacturers manufacture the circular hollow sections, but there are 1 or 2 manufacture in different shapes as well. Most of these circular shapes, however, vary in terms of the surface topology that you get. The different fabricators believe in different technologies for giving the best performance when used in concrete. So when we look at the elastic modulus, the lowest reported is in the range of about 40 GPa, which is very close to typical elastic modulus of the concrete you get. But in 2013, BBM, they produced a bar which gives about 72 MPa, which is quite a reasonable stiffness. And nowadays, they even get to about 75 GPa for the GFRP rebars. In terms of what resources available for the engineers to carry out the designs, it is quite well developed in North America. So there are several design codes available in North America for carrying out these designs. In Europe, until last year, we had few guidelines. Most commonly used is the FIB guidelines. But also now we have in the DNV for the offshore concrete structures, they have introduced the glass fiber rebars, and the Annex R on the embedded FRP reinforcement in Eurocode 2. It also covers this, and the Eurocode new version released last year have a full section on the use of the FRPs in concrete structures. So now we have the design guidelines in Europe for us to carry out these designs. What is covered in those guidelines? In the ACI guideline, it is only the glass FRP and the covered in that. But when it comes to the Canadian standards, it's pretty much they cover all range of these type of bars. In the Eurocode 2, they cover the glass and carbon FRP, and it covers the different shapes as well. So what is the current status? Where we have used it? So we have used it quite a lot on highways and roads. So especially probably the most leading is in US, in Florida. The Department of Transportation and Main Roads, they use quite a lot of the composites. So the pictures that I'm showing is a test that in Florida they carried out on the impact testing of the roadway barriers. So it is well known already that with this type of rebars that we get very good impact resistance. So they use it in many other infrastructures in the marine environments, and especially also in the corrosive environments. On-grade and underground structures like the slab foundations, retaining walls, tunnel linings, and then also in the structures where you need the electromagnetic neutrality. Some of the concerns about these type of structures. Okay, I think the video is not working, but then the highlight that I wanted to make in this video is that most of the design engineers are worried that, well, unlike steel, which shows the nonlinear behavior, when you use the GFRP, which is a linear elastic material, you get brittle failures. But actually, any concrete structure, when it fails in a brittle manner, because the concrete structure's failure is dictated, the final failure is dictated by the crushing of concrete, which is a failure mechanism. Now, then, whether we get the concrete to fail or the bars to fail is up to the design engineer to design. For an example that I'm showing here, if the design engineer design it in this way, okay, now the video shows that the final brittle failure. So if the design is done in such a way, you have this development, you failed by the concrete crushing, right? If you have here, then you get the rupture of the FRP. But it is up to the design engineer to design it in that way. So it's not a problem of the material, it is how we design it. So this shows some of the test. B1 beam is a steel beam, and you can see with the glass fiber rebars, you can actually get quite a lot of nonlinear behavior. The variations of these ones are on how we design the amount of reinforcement to concrete ratios that we use. So then in terms of the other problem is the durability. Now, the cracking of concrete, is that really a problem when you use a GFRP? Well, probably not, because you don't have the corrosion. However, in terms of the cracking, here we are showing the comparison of steel reinforcement concrete and GFRP reinforced concrete. Similar cross-section dimensions, similar areas of reinforcement. So this is at 9.8 tons. What you see is still much less cracking in the GFRP reinforced concrete. There is a field study in the Department of Transportation in West Virginia. They did this study comparing in the pavements with the GFRP and the steel reinforcement. Again, what you are seeing is number of cracks. The steel reinforcement versus the GFRP reinforcement, you have actually much less number of cracks. So that shows again for these reinforced concrete structures with the GFRP, you need much less maintenance work. In terms of the durability, it does not corrode, does not necessarily mean it does not deteriorate at all. However, the deterioration of these GFRP bars depends on the type of the adhesive or the type of the resin that you use in fabrication. So in this, you can see in the first one, it is an epoxy resin, second one it's a polyester resin, and the third one it's a vinyl ester resin. In the polyester resin, you can see actually in the alkaline solutions, you have the gaps opening. So it affects the bond between the fibers and the resin. However, for the vinyl ester and the epoxy, you get much less of those issues. So in a way, it is up to the manufacturers to decide. If you know what conditions or what performance that you need, you can pick the right type of resin to give that particular performance. There are a lot of work done under different alkaline conditions or the pH conditions and at different temperatures. So essentially, again, what we have to understand is there is a degradation, but that degradation is extremely slow compared to what you see in steel. And this study, in a way, it shows for different type of BF is basalt fiber, GF is for glass fiber. After 1 year, the retention, you still have these type of fibers like retaining somewhere between 90 to 99% of the strength. One of the recent studies done in Hong Kong, where they have tested now already for 48 months, you can see for different diameters the strength reduction. So in the worst case scenario, you still have about 75% retention, that is for a 6 millimeter bar. If you take a steel, what you are going to end up at the end of 48 months is about 36% retention. So you can now get a comparison on the performance of the two different types. One of the other main issues what everyone asks is, what is the cost? So if we compare to black steel, it is expensive. If you compare to the epoxy coated ones, with the increase in diameter, it comes to well within the range. If you use galvanized steel, again, the comparison is well within the range. If you use stainless steel, it is much less. Now, with the advancement in the technologies these days, that you also have the ability to fabricate the bent bar. So if you have the drawings, rather than having the bending and everything done in situ, you have the ability to have everything fabricated according to the specifications, which also results in the reduction of the on-site labor requirements. So one other advantage with the use of the GFRP rebars is that you could use the seawater and sea sand in the construction of these structures. With the access to better resources, and also this allows you to further reduce the embodied energy in your construction. So there is a lot of work done again. So it is being used in China, this technology already. There's a lot of field experiments going on for many years in Hong Kong on these type of technologies. So in summary, so GFRP rebars provide a much more durable reinforcement solution compared to the steel reinforcement. GFRP rebar technology is well established around the world. So you have fabricators and the suppliers pretty much in each and every continent. There are design standards available in North America and Europe, and also in places like China and Hong Kong. It is important to understand there is a slight change compared to the conventional design process where the structural engineers use just the off-the-shelf products. In these type of technologies, it is important to specify what you need. So the manufacturing can be done according to the specifications what you need. It introduced also the potential for the GFRP rebar with seawater and sea sand concrete, and that could be another added advantage, especially because of the push in the UK for offshore wind, and to meet the demands that we need. There is already the process that establishing the manufacturing facilities within UK, that probably going to be mostly for the basalt fiber rebars, and also the certification facilities, because one of the issues currently is that there's only very few certification facilities around the world. So we are also moving to establish certification facilities in Scotland, which hopefully allow the wide application of these technologies. So with that, some acknowledgements. So this is like, to put this together, there was a lot of contributions from my research group, the Matters research group, and the Fast Blade team, and the CMTE company in Canada, and the Hong Kong Polytechnic University, and also the other academic and industry collaboration. So with that, thank you very much for listening to me, and over to you, Chairman.
Thank you for the presentation. Very interesting approach there. Yeah, do we have any questions from the audience? We have one here.
Yeah, great presentation, Fernando. Obviously, I didn't follow most of it because it's quite technical, but what occurred to me was the sustainability element. So concrete, there's a move to try and make concrete far more sustainable, so adding ash, eco-concrete. But then it occurred to me that we have a problem with the wind turbine blades because they're ending up in landfill. Recycling GFRP. How can it be done already? Can it be recycled? Is there moves to make it recycled? Because I don't want to end up in landfill.
So, absolutely, it's a very valid question. So, the best technology available so far is that Arkema in France, they are already producing the GFRP rebars using thermoplastics. So that's 100% recyclable GFRP rebar. However, again, we have to understand that the thermoplastic rebar is not going to give the solution for each and every condition. So there is a lot of research again available in the recycling of the concrete itself. Now, one of the advantages of the non-metallic rebars is that in the process of recycling concrete, you can actually cut it and crush it together as a part of the concrete and reuse as the aggregate. So that's kind of the pathway. So there are many other solutions available, but 100% recyclable bar is the thermoplastic GFRP rebar.
Any further questions? Then I would like to raise one actually. It's my main question that we're talking about the supply chain of offshore wind in general and shortages and in various components. Particularly when we're talking about substations, we talk about lead times of transformers. So there is concerns about the availability of enough materials. Is that an issue for this methodology, for this technology as well, or do you see there and don't see there any issues?
So, I mean, if you say like we are going to replace all the steel in all the substations, we are going to so all the offshore wind reinforced concrete construction by 2030 with GFRP, that's not going to happen, right? Within UK, we already know that if we are to deliver by 2030, which we are not going to be able to, for the reinforced concrete construction, there's not enough steel. We cannot, the supply chain is not there. So essentially, I don't think it is going to be one material. We need to resource all the possible materials to meet the demand that we need. It's still, the supply chain is not there. GFRP alone, supply chain is not there. But both these together will probably meet the demand.
Okay, so makes sense actually. Thanks. One last question then is there anything is that used somewhere offshore as some kind of a demonstration project? I remember you mentioned Florida, where it's used on roads, but has the marine usage tested?
So there are a lot of examples on the marine structures, but in the offshore wind, there are no demonstrations to my knowledge. So currently there is a project, a consortium being put together in Scotland, led by the Strathclyde University in bringing together on doing a large-scale floating wind demonstrator, addressing not only the use of the composite materials, but also, again, like demonstrating the floating technology. So it is, again, like the importance of, like, for me, one of the reasons that I come to this type of forums is actually, so please reach out if any of you have any interest on using these technologies or being a part of any of these consortiums, please reach out. So I think it is important to do these demonstrators. So
okay, that's probably the first step then. Okay, great. If there are no further questions, then thanks, Fernando, for the great presentation. Our next speaker is Peter Sjögren. He's a product manager and naval architect with InOcean, and he will present about less is more semi-submersible 3-column substation innovations. I think we saw the concept probably in general.
Yes.
Now very keen to hear some more details.
Thank you.
And floor is yours. Thank you.
Yes. So thank you very much. So my name is Peter Sjögren. I work for InOcean AB in Sweden, in Gothenburg. Perhaps I should say some words a little bit more about InOcean before we start. InOcean is a offshore and marine consultancy. We have our head office in Oslo, in Norway. And we have the Gothenburg office in Sweden, and we have a office also in Szczecin in Poland. InOcean is wholly owned by Technip Energies in France. So we are part of that floating offshore business unit within Technip. And but nevertheless, what I would like to present today is the development of the FOSS 400 concept by InOcean together with our partners, and to say a little bit about how that design came to be and what we see as the benefits of having a 3-column design. So a little bit about the design heritage of this 3-column design of the substation. InOcean Oslo, they have been working for a long time with the foundations for the floating offshore wind turbines. And in that, the development has been that they came up with the INO 12 concept that has a DNV approval principle, which is a 3-column semi-submersible foundation. And as we've seen in many of the previous presentations, the turbine has the tendency to grow a lot. And so this has also been a challenge for InOcean of developing foundations that are fit for the new sizes that are always seem to be growing. So the latest development from us is the INO 15 for 15 megawatt rating, and we also have the Innocent, that is a centralized tower rather than having the tower placed on one of the columns. This work has been the focus of our Oslo office to a large extent, while we in the Gothenburg office has had a long tradition of working with offshore substations. We have our sort of history as a joint venture together with ABB. We were ABB InOcean AB for 5 years, starting in 2012. In that joint venture, the purpose of our office and the joint venture as such was to work as the interface management and the offshore product managing organization for ABB's HVDC offshore installations. At that time, we were working with the Borvin Alpha, the Dolvin Alpha, and the Dolvin Beta project. So basically, our expertise has been in how we integrate the high voltage equipment to the offshore platforms. And we are currently working both in DC and HVAC projects in different stages of development. So consulting for clients that are doing the actual practical execution of these projects at the yards and for the operations and coordinations and so forth, but also doing concept studies at much earlier stages, like feasibilities and pre-feeds and so forth. And if we look at sort of the rating in which we have been involved and are involved, anywhere from, well, you could say then 400 with the FOSS development, but from 400 megawatts to up to 2 gigawatts, basically. But so from InOcean's point of view, what we saw was that we could combine these experiences and expertise from the floating foundations for the turbines and working with, largely jacket and the gravity-based foundations. We haven't talked that much about in this forum yet for the substations. And so there was a concept sort of development in-house work, and where we started to play around with the different type of hulls that we had, and we looked at 4 columns, a bit more conventional perhaps, 3 columns, and different placement of the top sides and so on. In this time, we partnered up with Semco Maritime in Denmark and their partner ISC Consultants that focus on, well, they do a lot of substations offshore. And so in this partnership, basically, Semco has been mainly responsible for the topside, ISC for topside arrangements and structural questions and challenges. While InOcean has focused on anything below the topside, so to speak, so floating parts, mooring, and to some extent the cable integration via the I-tubes and so forth. We started in 2020 about something, and came up with an initial design between our companies, and we had I should say the initial design was just between our companies without any sort of public knowledge and so forth. But we did in parallel apply for a grant from the EU DP fund in a EU-funded fund in Denmark to further the development and to be able to verify our simulation results together with a university partner. And for that, we have Aalborg University. And also Energy Cluster Denmark became part of the larger partnership for developing this concept. So a little bit about the specifics on this design. We have basically a footprint of about 45 times 45 meters columns. There's a truss cable deck where we do the cable pull in, and we see that that's talking about the benefits between a jacket and a monopile. You have a more open access to the cables and able for the bending radius and so forth, and that's why we've chosen to have sort of an open truss to do this. We come up with the cables in I-tubes along the insides of the columns for the best sort of protection. And in this concept for this rating, we have 1 export cable for 400 megawatts, and then we have 5 array cables coming in, basically. The draft is 20 meters with an air gap of about 15 meters to the basically the bottom beam of the cable deck. We've looked at basically 2 quite similar mooring arrangement, but one with catenary and one with semi-taut. And you can see that semi-taut of course has some benefits in that you're not sort of touching the seabed to the same extent as you would for a catenary, and if you have a more sensitive sea bottom environment, then that could be, of course, beneficial. There's a passive ballast system that we inherited from the INO concept. So basically, you fill the voids with the amount of ballast that you need for the operational draft, and then you close it off. And you only correct it when you have to do some sort of maintenance campaign. Let's say you would have to change the transformer or something like this. Then you could level the platform by manual pumping. So what we aim to do now in this the funded project that's part of this concept is to do the model testing, and that's ongoing at Aalborg University in Esbjerg and in their smaller basin. It's of course, as I said, we want to verify our own calculations from InOcean side. and Aalborg had done their own simulations as well. So we have basically two sets of simulations that compare to each other from a little bit different softwares. And we also do the model tests. And we hope that those will be concluded, well, basically this month. And as it is an academic drill, we have to wait for the real papers and publications. But that is where we sort of stand on that right now. And when those results are in, I would be happy to share them. So we've also looked into for the overall concept. Since it's a 3-column design and it has been, of course, sometimes questioned, we want to sort of cover our bases and look into many different aspects of the installation. And so we've done an industrialization study in-house for the hull, looking at how would this be best manufactured on the available yards. And the aim of this has been to reduce the block size as much as possible without compromising structural strength, so that we can efficiently manufacture a hull like this at the yard. And since many of the principles would be the same as for one of these turbine hulls, even though this hull is a lot smaller than an, say, INO 15 hull, the same principles. Also looked into sort of the manufacturability of joints, and so that we have the welds in the correct places for fatigue loading and so on. And that's we feel that this is a even though there is perhaps the vertices of the pontoon is the most complicated of the hull, it is still not anything new to a shipyard to make this and weld this bended shapes. If we look at what I originally came to talk about and the benefits of the 3-column design that we have developed together with our partners, we feel that, or we see at the top side, when you have only 3 support points, it's always in stable equilibrium. And so you have another predictability of the forces acting both on the hull and on the top side, conversely. What that leads to is that we would have no warping of the top side. And that's important in that, as many of you know, the GISs, for example, has a very small tolerance for the deflection that's allowed on the deck. And that is partly in part for the functionality of the GIS, but also, of course, for leakages and so on, and that the fatigue loads that put on the GISs. Same goes for the footprint or the stabilization of the transformers. Also sensitive to movement of that kind. So there will be basically no sort of hogging or sagging of a topside of this kind when the hull has some when the hull is more dynamic than you would have for say a jacket structure. There's less material than a 4-column. I'm not going to get into exactly how much we sort of calculate for the exact same, but it's we feel like we get away with less material, that's for sure. We have a lessened seabed impact from mooring if you consider that a 4-column design would typically have 8 mooring lines for full redundancy. We will get away with 6, so 2 less contact points with the seabed. And then, of course, for the should say the damage stability would be one of the more questions part about this design, and we're talking about an unmanned platform for most of the time, unless we have a maintenance campaign or the actual installation. And we think that we can sort of mitigate this problem with damage stability by good compartmentation of both the column and the pontoon. Yeah, so that concludes my talk. And I'd like to say thank you and questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter, for this interesting concept and the details there. Other questions in the audience here? Of course, we have one here. Oh, you got the mic already.
Yes, I have. It just seems to be sitting next to me. Peter, thanks very much for your presentation. Just a few questions on the design, and one in particular that struck me. So you've got round foundations. A lot of the movement in the floating wind sector is to try and move to a sort of angular flat panel design, because obviously it's a lot easier to weld and fabricate in a shipyard. Was that because it's a lot less material, without you going into details, or why choose that kind of design, was my first question.
Are you referring to the columns now?
Yeah, the columns.
Yeah,
yes.
I think we think that it's from our investigations in contact with yards and so forth, they don't think that is such a much harder task to do than the square ones. But for us, I think that the original thought was that you would have some problems with slamming loads, so that the flatter the surfaces that you have, you could have more slamming loads. So that's the original idea.
Okay, and there was that, and then you had a sort of passive ballast system. And then you mentioned if it needed a bit of maintenance, just pump a bit out, pump a bit in. Is that done by a vessel alongside, connected to some kind of flange or valve on the exterior? That's
basically, yeah.
Yeah, and then you talked about damage stability. Is there any bilge pumping system in there in the same way you would have a ship, or is it compartmentalized so that?
Or you go first, and then
thank you for the presentation. It was very interesting. I have a question. Don't know if you can answer, but you mentioned the tank test. The scale was 1 to 100.
Yeah.
What was the like a water depth you were considering? Like, did you have to like truncate the lines, or did you decide to go for 100 to keep the lines intact?
Yeah. To answer your question about the scale, at the university, this is basically the facility they've used most for the turbine testing that they've done previously. So they haven't done substation testing, and the scale is mostly set by the bassing capacity. But it's also sort of a task within this development project for the university. It's an interesting to look at how much can they get away with in terms of scale? Because if we were to do a commercial project, let's say within a feed for this, we would typically want to be in the range of 1 to 40 scale, perhaps. And so I wouldn't say that it's optimal in any way, but what we can see from the preliminary results for this is that they get a quite good match with the simulations. And so at this level, this might be okay, but for sure there's been some truncating of the mooring lines and there's compensations for this draft, because the design draft, the design water depth is about 200 meters on depth for this one. So that's what.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick follow-up question. So I guess the focus was more on large waves and not small waves, given the scale, right?
Yeah.
Do you plan to at some point to look at bigger scale to also check for smaller waves and characterize better the fatigue?
Yeah, definitely. I think if we in a scenario where you have a scale 1 to 40, you would typically want to have more of an operational sea state to look at the fatigue loads, because I think that's the biggest concern for the OEMs and for the cable.
Okay, thank you. Then for the next question, you got a mic, right?
I have a question about mechanical equipment, general topside equipment, the whole lot of bulk various equipment, non-electrical, such as, for example, boat landings, walk-to-work platform, gangways, other equipment. I see crane. I don't see helideck, but previously on previous presentations, helideck was included. So what are your key conclusions given the floating aspects, given adverse weather, accessibility, and so on when it comes to those elements. Like, for example, I was always wondering if, for example, walk-to-walk platform gangway can be used on floating substation. I see boat landing here. So what are your considerations? Are there any limitations when it comes to usage of certain typical normal infrastructure, or everything can be possible like it is on fixed platforms?
We haven't seen any real limitations. I mean, this is it might not be that evident, but the idea here is to have basically walk to work on 2 columns, and then 1 boat landing for this platform concept. This has never been a question of having a helicopter pad on. This one is on winch area only, so you could winch down things from a helicopter, but you can't land there. And I have not seen any floating substation with, not that I know of, that has the helicopter. So we haven't really looked into that. That hasn't been a development requirement or a requirement in discussions with for concept study that we did for clients. So I've currently done a concept study for Equinor, and they have never asked us for any sort of looking at the helicopter access as such. But for the other aspects, I think we don't see any real issue with implementing that. Of course, there could be operational issues, but that's not something that we've come across.
Okay. So no further question from the online?
We have one online question, if you can quickly answer. Load path from the top side with its contingency system on the equipment will mainly be distributed to 4 legs instead of 3 legs. Has the concept project investigated the non-uniform load distribution from the top side, which 40 to 50% of the load may be transferred towards 1 leg?
I'm not really sure. I could maybe I will have to answer that later, I think. I'm not I think it has, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so there are no further questions, and thank you very much for the presentation, the insight in this new technologies. Then thanks a lot. Our next speaker is Jeremy Biot. He's Orange Systems product manager with France Energy Marines, and he will talk about defining the architecture of future 2 gigawatt floating offshore substations for wind projects. Very happy to hear that, and the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So hello everyone. So my name is Jeremy Biot. To introduce myself just quickly, I have a background. First, it was in aerospace industry and the shipbuilding industry. And now I'm working for 5 years in offshore renewable energy, first in tidal energy development, and then in offshore wind. And today I'm gonna talk to you about a particular project, which is called AFOS DC, which is an R&D project, whose aim is to define the architecture we kind of in between the concept study and the basic design of a future 2 gigawatt floating offshore substation. So just quickly, agenda of what I will talk. First, quick introduction, especially about the company I'm working in. You may not know it. A little bit of context for the market analysis and the technology development. And then we will focus on different aspects which we are addressing in the project: the electrical architecture and topside definition, floater comparison also, which one of the big points of this project is to compare semi-submersible technology and the TLP technology, and some challenges also for system integration, and we'll finish with a kind of way forward in terms of R&D roadmap. So to start with, I'm working in France Énergie Marine, which is often shortened in FEM. We are a French research and innovation institute dedicated to offshore wind. But of course, we're not working by ourselves. We are mainly working through a collaborative R&D project. And one of the goal of this institute is to address one topic, which is grid integration, and of course, floating offshore substation. But we have also different kind of topic in different kind of area. But I can talk to you about that after this presentation if you're interested. Quickly, market analysis. I think this has been said, I think in a previous presentation. For the moment, the figures are a bit old, but I think around 2020, there was 35 gigawatts of installed capacity in the world. There is really big technical exploitable potential. I think this figure is for World Bank data, but the same figure from IRENA, which is around 70,000 gigawatts. And so we expect to have a really very important growth. Actually, this figure is prospective scenarios from IRENA. If we want to achieve the carbon neutrality by 2050, we need to have 2,000 gigawatts, which is kind of a very big challenge. Really quickly also on that, it has been said before, if we want to achieve this target, we will need to go in deeper water, which will require floating wind technology. One of the aspects also about floating is, of course, the economic challenge, but also on this, we expect to have a decrease of the cost. Technology development. Before starting this project, also it was in the year 2021, 2022, we had a look on the different R&D projects that were done on a floating offshore substation. We've seen several one. Maybe you already know them. First one is wind to grid. It was about R&D around the technology development and components for both HVAC and HVDC technology. Ocean Grid from Norway, which I think was more about the supply chain. And the last one, but maybe it's the angle is a little bit different from what we've seen, and it has been discussed early, is the DNV GIP around the floating offshore substation. So some of them are focusing on HVDC connection and some of them not. To present just really big picture of this project, so within this context, so it's a collaborative project, so there are 9 companies. I will not present them in details, but we have project developer and energetician, RWE, Total Energy, I guess you know them. We have RT, which is well concerned about this question, which is the French TSO. We have Atlantic Offshore Energy, which is a shipyard in Saint-Nazaire. And we have academic also entities, 2 French School of Engineering, Bretagne and Central Méditerranée, and 2 institutes, Supergrid Institute and IFREMER. So different topic, I will cover that. It's a 3-year project, and just to give you figures, so 1.5 million euro project. So one of the topic is about the electrical architecture and the components. I think also this has been said earlier. Why HVDC? So it's for long connection. It's really become interesting when we are far away from the coast, and when the substation is with high power. In this case, we have a more stable power transmission and more efficient. We reduce the loss. also about the component, but I guess we will discuss that also after. The HVAC or HVDC components that we have now, they are designed for mainly for onshore application. Recently, they have been adapted for offshore, but for offshore bottom fixed structure. And some of them, I've put some picture of the HVDC converters, for example, particularly HVDC equipment. I'm thinking of that. There's also some challenges around DCGIS are sensitive to vibration. So that's part of the challenge we try to address. And I just quick bullet point, even though we could say much more about that. The HVDC dynamic cable is a challenge, I would say, in itself. We do not, as I put, we do not aim in designing completely a prototype. What we will do within the project, and what we are doing now, is try to design a preliminary cross section and to integrate that in the cable configuration, and to have also the complete cable configuration, which is a lot of cable. A lot of cable in the general architecture. For example, in terms of numbers, for this 2 gigawatt substation, we think we are around probably 15 inter-array cable, and depending the technology for the DC export, 2 to 3 different cable. And we try, of course, to integrate that into a global numerical model has different aims. But one of them regarding the table is to confirm that, depending also on the technology of the station keeping system, we don't have any clashing between the cable or with the mooring lines. On the top side definition, as I mentioned in the title of the presentation, so here you can see a picture. I think it's probably from the Saint-Nazaire park in France, but I'm not sure which is a substation of 480 megawatts. If we compare that in terms of size to HVDC 2 gigawatts, which probably would be bigger than HVAC 2 gigawatts because of some new components, you can see that there is really big difference in terms of volume and in terms of weight. So this is a challenge also in terms of industrial criteria, and we are well aware of that, I would say, within the project consortium because of the Chantier de l'Atlantique shipyard. One of the question on that is, with this size of topside, if we go to global integrated topside, or if we go to modular, the choice was made within the project to go with the modular approach. Moving on to another point, which is the floater comparison. I said earlier that it's one on the main goal is to compare that. So we choose 2 technology, semi-submersible and TLP. And basically what we've done is first also based on several norms from DNV to have a kind of a specification of the floater and the station keeping system, taking into account also some metocean data. I haven't presented here, but we've taken into account different kind of sites. As we are a French project, of course, some of them are based in France, either Atlantic coast or Mediterranean coast. And maybe just another point is that we took also different one, because for Atlantic coast, because of the water depth, we can in the gray zone between bottom fixed and floating, depending on the area we are considering. And I will make some point on that. We will also have a special look because of what I said on the components, on identify the vibration. caused by ringing loads. We will see in a dedicated slide for the TLP when you have a kind of special hydrodynamic phenomena. So what I say, the ultimate goal is to compare them to see in which case which one is better. So starting with the TLP, I think it has been said also in earlier presentation. One of the advantage of TLP, and that we have smaller amplitude, we have less motion because related to the wave. But on the other end, you can have high frequency responses that are called either springing or ringing. We've made also kind of a benchmark of the different concepts. The first one, which we call it monocolumn, and the next two, which are kind of similar, but you can see for the middle one, which is the Prince TLP. I took example from the oil and gas industry. We call it, I don't know if it's a proper name, but extended, because you have the extending the pontoon on this TLP. Quickly for the key points, and I already discussed a little bit. They are submitted to various loads. You have, of course, vortex-induced vibration. You have low frequency force, but what is a little bit specific is that you will have high frequency forces that are resonances, with the main effect will be on eve, roll, and pitch. You have also, you could have, I mean, impact on the deck, on the wet deck, if the gap is underestimated. I haven't said it earlier. It's of course something we want to avoid, and which is also in itself kind of a challenge. And probably the naval architect will know what I think, what I'm talking about, because we have here a topside that is very big, very heavy. We are estimating for this kind of power around 20,000 ton for the whole topside, and which needs to be quite high because for example, in one of the sides we are considering we need to have an air gap. The HS for the 100-year return period for the wave is around 14 meters. So stability is quite challenging in this case. And also another specific issue is the impact on of the breaking wave, if not on the bottom of the top side, at least on the column. Yeah, I've put it here. Maybe some of you already know that, but it's a little bit different in the process from semi-submersible rather than TLP, in the sense that sometimes in semi-submersible you will define the floater and then you will define the mooring system, sometimes making some loop within the design. For TLP, it's a difference in the sense that you have really high dependence, and you have basically to design both at the same time. And so we have not done it yet, so I would not be able to share some results, but it's planned in the project to have an experimental campaign in an ocean tank test. Moving on to another topic, which is system integration. And I think this has been also discussed. So we have very, very large topside. We plan it to be an N-man platform. So we need to a high level of operability, a high reliability. So with no maintenance. So what we are doing as well is we are doing some risk analysis and reliability analysis to define both, I would say, in a high level vision, the maintenance strategy, and also to have I guess it's a little bit ambitious, but the picture of the maintenance needs of the whole substation. And for this, I'm talking both about the electrical equipment and what we can have also on mechanical systems. So I've said it earlier for the reliability analysis within the system integration works. I will add also that we aim also at having a vision on both capex and opex of the substation. So that's what we are collecting. And maybe to finish, because also we are R&D Institute, how we see the future in terms of research and innovation. And we, for some of the points, already have the answer of that. Identified further key components of the floating offshore substation to investigate in future R&D projects. We are preparing that. It could be also some electrical components that are key. What we will do also within this project is to try to define a qualification strategy. Once we have designed it, how we could qualify this system. So make a rule and regulation gap analysis. So probably by the time it was finished, I guess the result from the ANV GIP would be probably public. And in kind of more general way, we think also of a general roadmap and other area that are kind of essential, which is the industrialization and the industrial infrastructure. It's something we try to address in the project, and also having Chantier de l'Atlantique, which is a shipyard that is building substation, is very interesting in that. We try to have a focus on what could be the transport and installation of either semi-submersible or TLP, but we will need probably other project to go a little bit further, and what could be the investment concretely for shipyards in France. There's also some stakes around cybersecurity, and this is not technical, but something we are addressing within France Énergie Marine, which is sometimes challenging for offshore wind projects, is a social acceptance that go sometimes way beyond the substation. For example, with the fishing activity that could be restricted, and the environmental impacts. I think it was also discussed in a previous presentation. For us, for what we know and what I know, even it's not in my field, we're not focusing on the vessel for transport, installation, on maintenance, but really much more on the impact of the wildlife, I would say. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Jeremy, for your presentation and the insight in this project. Yeah, is there any questions from the audience? Yeah, I've got some here.
I have a question about, even though I am aware it's a structural foundation type presentation, what assumptions did you take on export transmission system as well as EAC? So what voltage of array system you assume? Because you said something, if I heard well, 15 EAC cables.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I think, too less on 66 kV voltage level. It's too less for 2 gigawatt. And is it HVDC bipole system assumed?
Okay, yeah. For the HVAC, you're right. We expect, and that's the hypothesis we took, that by the time that we could be able to make this kind of substation, we will go a little bit higher, and so we took 132 kV AC. And for the HVDC, sorry, what was your question exactly?
Technology type, was it 2 gigawatt bipole HVDC?
Yeah, for HVDC it was I think 2 or 3 cable with one kind of metallic return, one cable a little bit different.
So with metallic return, it's a bipole.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, probably, yeah. so.
Okay. And another thanks for answers. Another question. You said that you assumed modular offshore substation design concept. What does modular word mean with that regards?
It means yeah, I don't know exactly what's your question, but it means the topside will be split into several. Probably we planned around 4 modules, something like that, and it's mostly an industrial constraint because I mentioned the weight. It's very difficult to lift that weight if we would have a completely integral topside.
So, if I am not wrong, that would mean that installation would be needed piece by piece, like deck by deck, because you said
no, it will not be deck by deck, because in one module you will have all the decks, but it will be split. You will have 4. I don't have, sorry, I don't have picture to explain, but I guess you got it.
Good. There was another question here.
First of all, thanks a lot for the nice presentation. One question maybe. You have a lot of partners in this project, I recognized, with Total and RTE, for example, which are more energy companies, right? So first question, what was their input into this project? And on the other hand, you mentioned RTE is concerned about floaters. I'm not sure if I got it right.
Yeah.
So what is the concern? Would be very interesting.
I can explain. Yeah, I can give you the example. For example, for RTE, what was their input? Of course, they are thinking about this, I think, for quite a long time. And to define, for example, the electrical architecture of the HVDC substation, because they already have HVDC substation onshore, so they quite know well about that. Something we expect, and I hope we will have, it's also for the reliability analysis we try to make, which is a big point for the global economic equation, I would say. It's difficult, either impossible to have the feedback for offshore installation, but still to have some failure rate, for example, for HVDC component could be that could be something we expect also within the project. And yeah, I say I think it's a point of concern for RTE, and it's one of the driver of this project. I think one of the stake is to with this project and with other elements to give an answer. So are these kind of substation feasible, and what would be the costs in terms of future energy planning, at least for France, let's say for 2035 or around 2040. That would be the time they see that could be in service. But in terms of planning, and we may have a new project on this topic in the following months, that will start in the following months, it's by 3 to 5 years have a concrete answer to is this feasible and how much it would cost, and all this kind of answer, what will be the impact in terms of industrial impact as well, so on.
Great, thank you. Just one addition. For Germany and the Netherlands, the TSO is in charge of putting the connection point to the wind farm. How's in France? Is it there as well, the TSO as RTE?
Yeah, I know it's a little bit different between the country. In France, RTE is responsible and is the owner of the substation. So that's why they are in the project, I guess.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, there's another question here, of course.
Thank you very much, Jeremy, for your presentation. So, surprisingly, we got picked up on size and weight constrained by European yards. So therefore, the conclusion from that is, and in the same way that Tennant are doing theirs, is that this will be built in Asia or Middle East, in either built completely or built in sections and transported. So a bit of a problem there for Chateau de Atlantic, since they're a shipyard.
Yeah, it's difficult. It's something we try to integrate, but in terms of design, it's really difficult to comply with that, especially for the floater. To have installation, I don't know exactly the name in English, that could build this. If we are not able to make this in Europe, and I don't know completely the whole shipyard installation, at least to make and install the topside module in Europe.
Okay, so you're thinking, they're probably thinking along the lines of an integration project then. So
At least the integration in Europe. At the beginning of the project, we were hoping that we could make the whole system in Europe, but it's complicated.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, I may not have been listening, so I apologise, but have you reached a conclusion yet on TLP versus semi-sub, or is that part of that main thrust of the project?
No, not yet. We are quite advanced, I would say, for the design for semi-sub. For TLP, we are just in the process, and as I said, we are really expecting the conclusion of the ocean tank test because of this phenomena of springing and ringing that are kind of difficult to predict, and that's why we are making this kind of tests.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, so no further questions here in the room, and I don't think we have online.
Yes, we have one online. If you can maybe quickly answer. Do you include the assessment of wave run-up in this research project?
Of what, sorry?
Run-up.
Wave run-up.
Sorry? I'm not a specialist in aerodynamics, so I guess we will take that into account. We have also, that's why I added in the presentation some specific projects within France Énergie Marine of what is the effect of breaking wave on structure, like on, for example, columns. So we will try to assess that, yes, within the project.
Okay, very good. Great. Thank you very much, Jeremy, for your presentation. It's a little bit dangerous here. Be careful when. Right. Our next speaker is Mary Henderson. She's a senior naval architect with Kent and will present on the early stage definition of floating offshore substation. Hello, Mary, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Yeah, so I'm Mary, a naval architect at Kent, who are an energy consultancy, and I work as part of a 15-strong naval architecture team in the UK. And this is sort of a culmination of a few different bits of projects that we've pulled together. And I think it's actually quite nicely timed before lunch. It should also touch on a few different bits that have been raised so far this morning. So the agenda, I'll give a bit of project background. I'm going into the parametric design for a floating offshore substation, including the design requirements, an overview of the concept chosen, and then an optimization stage for the hull and moorings. My colleague recently built on this work and completed a cost modeling comparison between the substation, the floating substation we've designed, and the equivalent jacket. So for the project background, we were initially asked by a client back in 2020 to design a floating offshore substation hull which would meet the requirements of a topside that they'd already designed. So we completed that and decided to use innovation internally to develop a bit further and create a hull which could be grown and shrunk to different topside weights and environmental conditions, etc. And I'll go into a bit more detail in a minute on that. And then as I said, my colleague has recently also included a cost modelling comparison to a jacket to give a bit of context, again, in that grey area that's been mentioned a few times this morning. So what did we want to design? We wanted a flexible and simple hull, which was not like the two we see on the screen. So on the left, we've got the Fukushima floating offshore substation, which is the only one I know of that's been installed. It's quite small. It's a spa-type concept, and wouldn't be the sort of generic, scalable, unrisky hull that we were looking for. And then on the right, we've got a concept there from BW Ideal, which I quite like, and it builds on the 3-column semi-sub as well, where you're using the same foundation type for your floating WTG foundations as well as for your substation. However, again, it was a bit too innovative for what we were looking for. We wanted something that would be flexible, could handle different topside weights, a number of different array cable configurations, would be flexible across multiple locations worldwide, in terms of water depth and environmental conditions. And we wanted it to be simple in terms of fabrication. We wanted it to be able to be manufactured in a number of different shipyards. And for transport, we didn't want to be using any unique vessels or the pioneering spirit, something that could be applicable to multiple locations. And the same goes for the installation plan. And then for decommissioning, we wanted something which could be the reverse of commissioning. So not too much concrete likely. So what did we choose? We went for a 4-column semi-submersible, which I'm pleased to see a couple of other colleagues here also went through the same concept review process, looking at TLPs, barges, and gravity-based systems, and also came to the conclusion that a semi-sub might be the one. We chose a simple, redundant catenary chain mooring system. This is well proven in oil and gas. We wanted to take that forward. This was also a few years ago, and there's been a lot more innovation recently into synthetic moorings, particularly looking at polyester. We thought the semi-sub like this, in this shape, would be suitable for quayside installation of the topside equipment. And if that could be completed, there'd be no requirement for heavy transport vessels or offshore lifts. The geometry was scalable. We knew it would be able to just adapt the deck size to accommodate whatever the topside payload and layout was. And then also an easy geometry to parameterize to make suitable and efficient for use in a lot of environmental regimes. And it would be tailorable depending on what the inputs were. So, very simple geometry, as I said. We were looking for the shape, which would be easily adapted, as you can see, sort of column length, breadth, pontoon length, breadth, depth, and something that could link into our initial spreadsheet that we'd made for the client when we were doing the simple hydrostatic checks when doing the concept design. So the optimization breakdown. So far, we've looked at the substructure. So we'll be looking to minimize the topside, minimize the steel weight of the substructure, and also considering the delicate topside equipment. So looking to reduce accelerations of the topside or vibrations. And then for the mooring system, it's mainly just about reducing the cost. So exploring all the different configurations to get the lowest cost possible. So what does the structure optimization look like? So we had a spreadsheet, as I say, which could do the basic hydrostatics and some natural period checks based on D&V code for the substructure. But we also built it in a software called Genie, and then through into Aqua to do frequency domain diffraction radiation analysis, which would allow us to get more accurate natural periods for the structure, and to be able to do spectral analysis of the sea states in the future. So the algorithm in a software called Mode Frontier can go into your spreadsheet and adapt your input parameters. So our inputs here, column spacing, all the different things that can be adapted on the structure on the left. And it'll go through and it'll do a broad look into the whole design space. So looking at all sorts of strange configurations that engineers know wouldn't work. But then it will learn from that. It will learn what's driving the topside, driving the substructure weight down, and it will learn what is, causing your roll and pitch natural periods to be in the right region, etc. And it'll start to form multiple realizations which work and will be optimal for minimizing the topside weight and reducing the motions, which are conflicting outputs. This is what we get. Something called a Pareto front, which is the red line shown. So each of the small green circles represents a design that was put through the spreadsheet. And you can see that they're quite spread out. And then as the program learns what's optimum, so low primary steel weight and smaller topside accelerations, there's loads and loads of green circles in that bottom left corner, trying to push right up against the Pareto front to get it really nicely defined. We've all discussed the ambiguity in what is an acceptable topside acceleration or vibration for the electrical transformers, and I don't have the answer, but I have the tool that can give you the potential answers once you can draw the line in the right place on MPM topside acceleration. So similar for the mooring optimization. We already had a quasi-static mooring tool in-house, and Mode Frontier just allowed us to drive it using an algorithm to explore all the possibilities for the mooring system. And we have a slightly nicer picture on this one of what the substation looks like. Slightly different to a few of the concepts we've seen, where we've put the cable deck just underneath the main deck. Can't tell you whether it's right or wrong specifically. Again, it was about that air gap. It'll just mean our air gap parameter is a bit lower down. So yeah, for the mooring optimization, our variables are the anchor radius, so top down, look at the platform, how far out are the anchors, how many lines per bundle, usually 2 or 3, and we've got 2 or 3 lines per corner of the substructure, so 4 bundles total. And then chain diameter. And also you can get a couple of different types of chain in terms of strength. The spreadsheet then, as I said, works out your mooring line tensions. One is due to mean loads, so wind, current, and mean drift force. And then you can add in your wave to get your dynamic loads. And the output, again, is a bundle cost, just on a simple cost per meter of mooring chain. The items in the green box are actually checks that are done in the optimization algorithm. So utilization ratio, for instance, at concept level, we might be aiming for something like 0.85 or 1. But 1 would be, we were really certain it wasn't going to change that much long term. And the algorithm can learn from those checks as well. So it'll learn what's driving it to fail those checks. Some example mooring results. So here we're comparing with increased water depth, do you want 2 lines per bundle or 3 mooring lines per bundle? And as you can see, there's a switchover point at about 120 meters where you move to a 2-line system per corner. That's because there's less, at shallower water depths, there's less chain in the water column, so your catenary effect is less, so you have to have larger weights hanging off each corner effectively. The crux of the question, where's the grey area? And again, I'm not going to tell you the answer, this is very misleading, but we are going to explore in more detail what the sort of tool and procedure is that we've used so far. So we needed a jacket for comparison, and luckily at Kent there's sort of 500 structural engineers who can give you a nice empirical formula or existing project data for how much does a jacket weigh for a certain topside capacity and water depth. And then we needed to make some cost assumptions, and this is why I'm not giving you the answer today, because there's so many different inputs. So we've assumed that both of the substations the hull and the jacket are fabricated in Spain, then transported to a Scottish marshalling yard using a semi-sub HDV with assumed transport speed and distance. And then we've assumed another distance for transit from the marshalling yard to the installation site. The mob and demob rates for the vessels, we've assumed 75% of their full day rate. And finally, the cost of the topsides equipment is not included in the comparison. So the items in bold sort of highlight how many factors affect where that grey area might be in terms of the cost modelling. These are just a few example costs that we used for the floating hull cost estimate. And again, they probably change with time. So the cost modelling is only covering DevEx and CapEx. When actually we know that O&M is one of the biggest costs. We haven't added that in yet. So we needed some environmental conditions to compare our jackets and FOSSes to. So we've done 4 different severities: benign, moderate, cyclonic, and harsh, and a few different TP-HS gamma combinations for each. The results. So the solid lines show the fixed jacket. Sorry, it's not completely clear, but you can have the slides afterwards. The solid lines show the jacket cost, which spike up quite a lot once it starts to get a bit too deep. And we see that the floater costs are actually pretty level. And that's because the hull doesn't change massively with water depth, but the moorings do, and the cost of the moorings of a total wind farm, I think they're sort of 3%, and the hull is 16-17%. So they're a little bit lost in the noise. There's a little bit of increase potentially, but it's pretty level. So some conclusions. Non-linear increase in the fixed substation cost with water depth and spiking up quite quickly. The FOSS cost is relatively insensitive to water depth. And as I think I alluded to before I got to the results, the crossover water depth does depend a lot on the environment and all sorts of other factors. But our process, we hope, allows the exploration of very many designs very quickly to make sure that you're exploring all the options and able to actually do that jacket versus FOSS comparison very quickly, which is quite often what our clients are looking for, even if it's just to say we're definitely having a jacket, which at the moment seems to be the case for a lot of the new ScotWind sites, where potentially a fixed substation with floating WTGs is going to be the first step. So thank you all for listening, and welcome any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mary, for the presentation. It was quite interesting to see it also in the cost comparison, because I think that's something which is more than driving where we are going, or if it's moving forward. Are there any questions from the audience? Yes.
Sitting in front of me.
Got your own one now.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant presentation. Just mine's just a very simple question. So you made your chain was the chain the assumed mooring? Is that going to be iterated as well? Because there's other types of mooring, is it going to be changing to the weight?
So as I said, for this, we chose chain catenary for its sort of provenness in the oil and gas industry. More recently, we have been exploring both polyester and other sort of maybe aramid fibers for synthetic moorings, but I don't think they're required necessarily for substations, because it doesn't have that dynamic behavior that you have with a turbine. But I haven't investigated it. Open to thoughts.
Any further question? Move on the front.
Hi, thank you. I was just wondering, when you're doing the optimization or the tool giving you the optimization, have you set a certain operational draft, or are you checking different states, or like a damage case, or what do you optimize towards?
So for the damage case, we haven't set any parameters. We've just assumed we'll have sort of a double wall around the waterline area, bulkheads, to make sure that damage stability complies, or estimate that damage stability would comply. But for the other parameters, sorry, what was the first question before?
I was wondering if the optimization sort of aims on an operational scenario, or if it's the other things that you optimized against.
Yeah, it's optimizing for an operational draft.
Yeah.
And then I think that's what drives on here with the increased severity of sea state. It's that air gap that it's having to design for, which is why it gets heavier in the more harsh sea states.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Here's another question.
Hi, thanks, Mary. Good presentation. A lot of technical content. Apologies if I missed this in there. What was your assumption for the topside weight? And did you look at the sensitivity of both options to the topside weight when you did the work?
Both options.
The sensitivity of the jacket to topside weight compared to the sensitivity of the.
We haven't yet. I think it's 1,900 ton, so 1,900 ton topside weight. It's what we've sort of carried through from the start.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Any further questions? We got some online? No? I was wondering actually if you consider also sensitivity of the steel prices or raw material market price, because for the floating sites we have the uses of much more materials than probably for jackets. Is that somehow then considered? Or
so the question on the market price of steel, it was just taken for a snapshot in time, so no, not at the moment.
Okay.
But it's certainly something that clients are asking for. You know, if we do this in 15 years, how quickly do we need to move? And
yeah, because I mean, if we're moving forward, getting more and more products of this size, I think then we're getting in this situation more and more. Okay. Yeah, so there are no further questions. Then thank you very much, Mary, for that great insight. And I think we are done with all the presentations for the morning sessions. And I think we're ready then for the lunch break then. Teresa, if you can.
Yes, so the lunch break will take place in the restaurant, the same place as it was for the breakfast. And if I can only ask you if we can a little bit shorten it for 50 minutes, so we can start here again at 14:20, please. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. As I said, whoever wants, there is also a glass of Prosecco for you prepared. Thank you and enjoy.
Thank you. Then see you later. Can you hear me? Hello? Now it works. Yeah, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after lunch. I think we had a very good lunch, actually. And I hope everyone had a coffee so we can go through the next sessions. Yeah, our next speaker will be Olaf Klose. He's Business Development Manager of One Subsea, and he will address a topic we talked about briefly this morning, and I'm quite happy that we can follow up on that one. Yeah, so please keep your questions after the presentation then. Yeah, so and yeah, so Olaf, if you're ready, then please come up and we can start with your presentation. Very interested to hear about subsea substations.
Good afternoon. My name is Olaf Klose. As mentioned, I'm the Business Development Manager for One Subsea, a global company. And offshore power transmission is today in all the presentations. I love actually the widespread of topics we discussed so far. One may be short, and that is about the subsea world. And in the next few minutes, I would like to introduce you to the subsea opportunities, the advantages of subsea solutions. But before we do so, I would like to give you as well a quick introduction to One Subsea. Maybe not everybody is now in the company so far. So our ambition is actually to expand the frontiers of subsea. We are a global company with around 11,000 employees working with our customers on subsea solutions for oil and gas production. And that brings together subsea production systems, subsea on the seabed with water it's up to 3,000 meters. So everything what is required for that coming from the well to the full pipeline to shore. And with that said, we are a great team focusing fully on the offshore solutions, dedicated to that kind of technologies and solutions for our customers, coming really from the early engagement, R&D development throughout the full life cycle, including the decommissioning at some point. On the other hand, it's very important as well for us to work with all our customers to enhance the system and find new applications in order to get a better world as well subsea, to reduce carbon emissions, to increase the efficiency on the production of the subsea oil and gas fields, and to develop long-term solutions the world needs as well beyond oil and gas. One important point, and I saw that a lot in the presentation already, it's collaboration. It's maybe coming together companies, institutes to develop the future and the technologies for that. And that's where our heart in as well, collaborate together and defining the solution and technologies for the future. We have a very good track record with industry first technologies. I would like to share a bit with you. So that is giving maybe the first so-called tree. It's actually a valve block unit, which is subsea on the well, which was developed and deployed in 1961, so a good while ago. And as well, throughout the full time we are working in the subsea environment, many new developments, like the first all-electric tree, which was deployed in the front of Netherlands, and really success model. Throughout the time, there are many more developments, and today I would like to focus a bit more on offshore energy transition, and especially in combination with offshore wind parks. So that said, I feel energy transmission is really crucial for various offshore applications, and that's where I'm coming from. It's requiring a customized solution for different scenarios. The slide illustrates a bit some of these use cases, such as connecting offshore wind parks to the grid, but as well as applying energy to offshore platforms. Or you see there on the right side a vessel. That's a so-called FPSO, a floating production, storage, and offloading vessel, which is common to the oil and gas industry for offshore fields. All of these have common challenges, actually. It's including harsh environments, and we heard a lot about mid-ocean data, about waves and wind loads to the structures. The need to transmit large amounts of energy and covering long distances. So now I would like to explore how subsea systems could help us to get the advantages in this context. I believe you all know this very well. It's a simplified field layout for an offshore application. So you see on the right side wind turbines connected with array cables going into an offshore topside substation. Could be AC, could be DC, and then with an aux cable to the land grid. This process on the topside station produces a significant amount of heat, which is managed by cooling systems on the platform that utilize seawater most likely, and I learned today that takes as well a lot of space. The production vessel we see there as well is conventionally powered by diesel generators and is not linked to any kind of power grid. So it's really running on fossils to burn. So how can a subsea system help with that? In this field layout, a subsea transformer is utilized. So by relocating the AC step-up transformer to the seabed, the platform for DC transmission can be much smaller and only required for the DC forming. In the case of AC transmission to the land grid, the topside platform could be even eliminated. So no need at all for a topside platform. In addition, if we would have the need for a topside platform or the remaining platform for DC, the heat could be dissipated by a subsea cooler, which further reduces the platform size and as well decreases the overall power consumption of the full system. Furthermore, another advantage, if you see the whole offshore world, we could directly connect as well FPSOs to a couple of wind turbines or to the land grid to decarbonize as well the important puzzle piece for the oil and gas production. Maybe let's take a closer look how the system look like if we work that out. And first of all, the subsea substation. Installing a transformer and high voltage equipment subsea is maybe not known to everybody, and it's maybe as well seen a bit unconventional with high voltage underwater. But this practice has been in place for many decades and has proven to be highly reliable for the oil and gas production subsea. It's a good thing, and we hear this a lot, underwater conditions are remarkably stable. So minimal temperature fluctuations compared to offshore environments, and they are free from the impacts of wind, waves, and sunlight. So that's, I believe, a very good important message as well when we talked about they like actually stable equipment, stable environments, these kind of transformers. Exactly what we have subsea. In the late 90s, we installed the first subsea transformer. So it's a long time ago already. And high voltage connection systems on the seabed. And since then, we have deployed over 50 pump systems which require such kind of subsea transformers with totaling up of 250 megawatt of subsea power. Subsea motors, transformers, cables, wet mateable connections, all of that are essential components for such subsea power grids. And at OneSubsea, we have been leaders in the development and implementation of such technologies. Important, and we heard this as well in the previous presentations, is modularization. And this is allowing for easy adaptation to the specific requirements we see. The one or the other wind park is massive, the other one is small, close to the shore, whatever. We need to have the systems available to tackle all these kind of applications. The transformer is cooled by the surrounding seawater, so we don't need to worry anymore about cooling systems. And since the transformer is already in the seabed, think about floating wind parks. This removes already the really critical part, the export cable, to being dynamic. We are again on a static cable when we're running from a seabed subsea transformer to a floating wind park. Additionally, like our oil and gas products and industries, we have a design life of 25 years. It's maintenance free. To be honest, we are used to 3,000 meters, and that's a bit like outer space. You can't go there. So it needs to be installation free, maintenance free. And in the following slides, I would like to provide you examples for the AC and DC development program we have in place. So this one provides the overview about AC, and together with Equinor, we are developing a 400 MVA AC subsea substation, which is, from my point of view, a game changer for the future of offshore wind farms. The image on the right clearly shows the difference compared to the conventional topside platforms, with the weight only 15% subsea. Given that we don't need a jacket anymore, we don't need to worry about cooling, so it's significantly smaller, more compact design, and it's easy to install using wet-mateable connections to the wind turbines, and of course designed again maintenance-free. We eliminate completely this gray big platform with the system. And if you think 400 MVA is maybe not sufficient, why not adding up another transformer to that? Then we're already with 800. And it's still feasible to connect then 800 MVA wind farms to the AC solution. Nevertheless, there might be some conditions that require DC transmission, maybe the distance to shore, maybe the power rating. So I would like to introduce you as well to our solution for DC. And if we think about DC, the wind parks are being developed further and further from shore, especially from Germany, where I'm coming from. Our wind parks 100 kilometers away from shore already. And as well, the turbine output is increasing. We learned today that's going even quicker than maybe estimated, with 20 megawatt turbines already foreseen, even more, I learned, in the next few years. And at the same time, the total output of the wind park is increasing. Using, again, the German coast example, 2 gigawatt are planned for 2030 in many instances. And as well from France, we saw the nice picture with a huge 2 gigawatt HVDC platform compared to the AC world. So for such boundary conditions, HVDC is very advantageous. On the other hand, there are challenges. So HVDC systems require very large and complex structures. We saw that. The choice of suppliers is really limited and most likely not to be built in Europe. Delivery times are long, and this is creating a bottleneck for the expansion of the offshore wind park. With our customers, we feel that already. They are looking for alternatives, how that could be significant decreased in size, and on the other hand as well looking to the cost, so that we achieve as well the opportunity to build it again in Europe in decent size. So the solution is obviously in question, and our world provides the subsea. And relocating, as you see it right here, the subsea transformer for the step-up subsea provides already the very good first step. With a modularized system, you can add transformers as you need to get to the right power level. You can easily scale the system to whatever, 2 gigawatt. And not only the step-up transformer could be located subsea. Even additional components could be removed from the topside platform, which makes it smaller. If we just think about for the step-up transformer, we would have as well auxiliary equipment like fire protection, like cooling systems and all that stuff. So that goes all subsea. And with that, the topside platform is limited to DC. Why it's that? Because DC is the next level of evolution, let's say, to bring the subsea. And as we learned, we need to do things in steps. We can't do full systems in one run. So here on the right side, it's maybe illustrating as well the change in size. So the top corner picture is today. It shows a simplified system with the wind turbines, array cable to the topside platform, and the export cable to connect to the land grid. So far, the AC step-up is still in the platform, and the DC is then for the conversion and transmission to shore. On the bottom, the future system, it's much smaller. We estimate at least 1/3 if we put the step-up transformer subsea, based on the example of a 2 gigawatt platform, and limit it then to DC only. So that provides a very good example how we can reduce the system size, enable that it's produced again in new machine shipyards as well, and think about the cost. Steel is as well costly. We saw that in one of the earlier presentations. And so with less steel, which we require for this solution, we as well have the opportunity to reduce the cost for that and the CO2 footprint. And the voltage and power rating is already tailored to the future. So we think about wind turbines which have a voltage level of 132,000 volts and the connection system for that. That's not needed right now, but I believe if you think about a new system and how you want to develop for the future, that's very important to think about. With the modularity I talked about, so this is precisely that enables as well further simplifications for the whole system. And I believe we always need to consider the whole system, not only one puzzle piece. So what you see here is maybe a bit simplified, but on the left side, it's today the turbines are brought together in smaller groups, and then many array cables are laid to the topside platform. With our system, the modular AC step-up transformer are distributed in the clusters of the wind farm, and that means more wind turbines with short cable connections direct to the step-up transformers and then combined with one cable to the DC conversion. This saves cable lengths, and cable lengths means as well installation efforts. And I believe that's very important to think about how can we reduce the time the vessel needs outside, especially with the short weather windows we may have in the one or the other area of our world. So that said, as mentioned earlier, we need a system tailored to the specific needs of the individual field. Therefore, we are developing together with our customers a kind of portfolio, putting the right modules in place. And it starts with the subsea substation, which facilitates the connections of offshore wind parks to the offshore grid, onshore grid, with a compact solution. For lower power requirements, we have the subsea power hub. And that is, for example, a great solution which you can utilize to connect FPSOs, so decarbonize as well platforms from the fossil fuels. Or you can use the subsea junction box to streamline the cabling of wind turbines, allowing multiple turbines to get grouped together before connecting then to the subsea substation or even to the topside platform. Again, reduces cable lengths, installation cost, and the CO2 footprint. And if you wonder right now if this works and if it's proven, the answer is yes. That's our track record for subsea transformers, which is for sure from the oil and gas industry. Almost for 3 decades, we have now subsea transformers in a decent size subsea. Using for our power systems, we utilize there, gaining extensive experience in cooling, pressure compensation, and material selection. Our first transformer was delivered to a field project in West Africa in 1997. And in the image on the right side, you can see a 24 megawatt transformer for Shell Ormen Lange, which was installed 120 kilometers in the front of Norway, adding to the more than 20 transformers we have already subsea. So that's providing actually a maintenance-free, unmanned solution having energy transmission subsea. In addition, I would like to give you as well the knowledge about subsea cooling a bit more than just on one picture, given that it's a very proven system and could add to the advantages even of today topside platforms for AC/DC, leveraging the natural cooling of the sea. So saying that, deep dive into the today's solution. Conventionally, cooling on platforms is achieved using seawater, right? And the cooling system shown here has a good level of complexity. And with the blue loop, the seawater loop, and the orange loop, the closed cooling medium loop. Seawater must be pumped, thoroughly cleaned, treated with chemicals as well before it enters the heat exchangers, and then transfers the heat from the cooling system topside to the seawater, and then it's discharged again into the sea. So actually complicated, a lot of energy to pump, to clean, to bring it around, and as well a bit risky. It could be as well plugged. So how would a subsea system work? With subsea, you have just one cooling loop, and it's a closed loop system. Great. So we have a system in place, a passive subsea cooler. which exchange the heat between the cooling medium, which is going around from topside to subsea, with the seawater. So it's easy, no moving parts, really simple. And the cooling occurs really subsea, where a lot of power is available to cool with the natural water. So eliminating a lot of headaches you may have today. How does it look like? It could look like this. If you stick to the topside platform, you may have a jacket and the subsea cooler maybe sitting on a balcony, on the seabed, or on a rock bed. All this feasible and already covered in studies for that. So this approach would also reduce the platform footprint. And I learned today we are worrying about the size of these platforms. And providing actually the cooling more or less for free from the sea. Our system is nearly maintenance-free. Maybe after a decade or so, there's maybe a quick cleaning required subsea with a jet, but this is feasible, nothing to worry about. And using that, it's as well reducing the overall energy consumption of the system. So you get more out of your wind park to shore. If you think about how much cooling can we gain actually, and we have in the water subsea cooling systems from megawatts up to 50 megawatt for different applications, from motor cooling, process cooling. So, and with the modularity we have, again, we can scale to whatever is needed. I believe offshore wind parks have a platform for HVDC, which have maybe a cooling need of 10 to 20 megawatt. If we think ahead, and think about offshore hydrogen production, we may foresee even 50 megawatt. So the technology is there. And again, we have a track record for that. So for 25 years, we have now experiences with the first cooler installed in operation since 1997. And the image on the right side amplifies a subsea cooler for underwater process cooling. It's actually just this block. All the other stuff is additional equipment which we need subsea for producing oil and gas. So that's, again, a proven system. We have many of these coolers in the world, as well in the North Sea, in front of Norway, in depths around 100 meters. If we talk North Sea in front of Germany, we're talking 40 to 50 meters. So this is as well feasible, very good with the system capability. So that said, I believe subsea technologies can play an essential part for maximizing the potential of offshore energy resources by utilizing our extensive experience subsea, in subsea operations, engineering capabilities, along with cutting-edge facility, we can provide the full solution. Fully tested, and that was low cost. So thank a lot for your attention, and I'm really eager to hear about your thoughts about subsea solutions and your questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Olaf. It was a very interesting presentation and very good thoughts and the track record. So, are there any questions from the audience?
Paul Mackey from Ignitus. The lead time in regards to the conventional transformers against the subsea option.
The lead time of transformers is for sure a challenge. That's maybe given that everybody wants to have transformers. But having that said, we are working with not only the big brands together, as well with others, which helps us to most likely get quicker with that. For smaller size, if we're talking 2 gigawatt, we are with known brands, so there we have maybe the same lead times. But that's not all. You always need to think the full system. So not only the delivery time of the transformer, as well building it into a system. And with this, we have a scalable system which is easy to produce always in the same way. So that's what we heard early on. If we can produce many of the same, it's easier and quicker. And that's what we aim for. And in addition to that, it's as well about the installation. How can we install that? Is it an easy installation with could be used small weather windows, or do we have a long installation period with a complicated solution? So it's foreseen that we will be quicker in the lead time. That's our goal.
And the second question, what temperatures are optimal and what are the limitations? Just say, for instance, you're in the Baltics, it's freezing. Does it have a limitation with the temperature of the sea? Or that is going past it?
On the seabed level, most likely we don't have freezing water, so we don't need to worry about that anymore. Actually, we have really stable conditions there. The North Sea, even if we talk about that, with 40-50 meters, is a bit warmer. So even that will work without any issues. So we don't worry about the seawater conditions as much. We know that from the oil and gas industry, really around the world, so we're used to these conditions. So we don't see their concern.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Another question here, and then.
Yeah, thank you, Olaf. And of course, it picks up on the question I did this morning. So, just picking up what Graham responded in terms of my question on subsea DC, subsea AC. It seems from your presentation that everything's fantastic. Why don't we do this instead of that? But there must be some disadvantages. If you could highlight maybe one or two that you think, compared to the current technology, what are the disadvantages of these solutions?
I guess I learned a bit. The oil and gas industry likes conventional systems. It's not too easy to really bring in innovation in that way. And I believe, Graham, you would say, yeah, that's right. And I feel a bit offshore wind might be as well similar, that you would like to use systems that are working. So it's a kind of the time you need to bring in the systems. On the other hand, I feel it's always important to consider the full system. So as well, we talked about the costs. Cost for one or other puzzle piece might be more, but if you then save on the overall system, I believe that is what we need to look for. That's important. And then it's always about installation. That needs to be quick, easy, and simple. And that's where we're aiming for, to have an easy installation method for this kind of application. With that said, I believe we have the experience. Many technologies and ways of doing are transferred from the oil and gas industry into the offshore wind. This one, not yet. It's time to do.
Yeah, I have the same experience. Inertia tends to be our biggest competitor. It takes time to bring a new technology in. But the second question I had, which was more detailed, which was in relation to the subsea cooling.
Yeah.
So it's easy to put a dotted line on a PowerPoint presentation, but is that, what about the piping system, particularly in the water depths we were talking about?
I guess
that one, please. I mean, how is that complicated? Is it lazy coil piping, or what kind of piping and pressure system?
It's again depending on which water depths we talk. We are right now working for this type of application with a customer who's looking for installation in the German coast. There we are with 40 meters. So we would have a kind of, if we go with a topside platform still, a kind of fixed pipe installation with a flexible in between, and then have a wet mateable connection. Again, it's something which is known to the oil and gas industry, how you do that. We would apply here the same.
Thanks, Olaf. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I have a question more on the environmental side. Because there are some potential, I mean, on one side, I see the attraction of having less cables going around in the bottom of the sea. But I was wondering if you have done any studies on, things like the effects of the for example, how do you manage biofouling on this kind of structures? How do you manage, heat effects on the water? How do you manage also electromagnetic fields effects? If you have any evidence of monitoring of this type of things.
Starting maybe with biofouling, because this was as well a kind of question I was wondering about, especially in an environment where marine growth and so on is going on. And I don't have it in the presentation, but I can share with you. We have pictures from our subsea coolers in work, which are staying as well in shallow water, what we call, let's say, these distances of 40 to 100 meters. And yeah, there's biofouling on that. And you will be surprised. It doesn't affect so much the heat transmission. So that's not the big deal. Plus, the coolers are designed a bit over-designed, so that we design for this layer of biofouling to overcome that. And as mentioned, if there should be indeed too much biofouling after 10 years or so, you would go there with an ROV jet and clean it up. So that's something what we can do. And with that, from our point of view, the biofouling aspect is nothing to worry about, given the long proof we have in place in deep water and as well in the 100 meters. Heat dissipation was, I believe, a topic. Is there too much heat in the water at some point? We don't believe so. We believe the current is in a way that we don't need to worry about that. I don't have a study in my mind right now, but we discussed it as well for Germany with the I'm not sure about the English translation. It's the Bundesseeschifffahrtsamt. It's the German authority for everything what is in the marine and the coast of Germany. So there was as well not a concern about that. And then was electromagnetic, if I'm not mistaken. I need to say that I can't answer that question. That's about the electrical guys to answer that. I'm sorry for that, but I can follow up on that and give you the answer.
Thank you. There was another question here in the first row.
Thank you for your presentation. My question was more or less in the follow-up question of that, and it was about the subsea cooling system, which idea I think very interesting, and probably we're going to work on cooling system for floating offshore substation in context of HVDC. But so if I understood well, the solution you present, it's only for bottom fixed substation, only working for that. And if yes, did you come up with idea for floating substation for subsea cooler or not yet?
To be honest, we have not thought yet about floating for the subsea cooler. But I believe there will be a smart solution available. We can touch on that afterwards for sure. It's very interesting. And I believe the mechanism of cooling is the same. We just need to think about where we would place it. And we need a certain depth, obviously, but we don't need to go to the seabed at the end. So, but this is maybe something to work out, but very interesting question. I guess the question was about when will be substations floating or in the future? That's maybe the answer, but I guess given that we couldn't give the answer right now, it's a couple of years. So I believe we will solve this point and as well for the subsea cooler, but for sure to be considered, and let's work on that.
Very good. Another question, Graham?
Hi, thanks, Olaf. Probably expected a question from me.
I hope so.
The subsea cooler, I think, is a brilliant idea. I've not yet managed to convince the client to have one with a jacket at the moment. Have you managed to do that?
We are on the way, yes, to get a contract for that.
But if you have that as part of the jacket on your or with a fixed bottom solution on your picture there, I think you showed it as a separate module next to the jacket. Would you intend to have it as a separate module, or have you considered integrating it into the jacket somehow to make the installation simpler? Or would you propose to have it separate so it's easier to maintain?
Let's say, again, we would like to utilize the best way for that specific project. So as mentioned, it could be on a rugbed, it could be on a mud mat, it could be on a balcony. It could be maybe as well integrated. I believe that depends a bit how the full jackup would like to be or would need to be for this application. As of my knowledge, we have not a concept in place yet, but if it's feasible, let's say if it's possible to look into that, we can do that. So from the installation perspective, might be a very good idea to do so. That's why we thought about a balcony.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any further questions? Yeah, no one in the back.
Fall off with this subsea cooling. The environmental aspect. What is the reaction from the environmental side of the projects?
As mentioned, for the German coast, we have discussed this already with the authority for that, which are okay. And we have this in place for many decades already, knowing the results out of that. So we don't see, let's say, what you maybe consider there's a lot of heat up in that area. That's not the case. And from the biofouling, we're not concerned at all. So from from the point of environment, that is actually, from my point of view, a very smart solution. And you may know all these pictures. Subsea structures are sometimes like a reef. So fishes and plants are growing there and finding a new home, let's say. So that's always nice to see if you're seeing the videos from ROVs being at our equipment and then fishes going around. So I feel environmental, it should be okay.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions?
We have 2 online questions, so if you can quickly answer them. Thank you, Olaf, for a very interesting talk. When do you foresee that the first subsea substation for offshore wind will be installed?
Very good question. Thank you for that. So we are working on the developments, given that we have already, let's say, technology in place, which we just need to adapt. It's still a couple of work to do, but we anticipate that the first subsea substation for AC will be in the water between 2027 to 2029, and for HVDC, we aim for a pilot after 2030, 2032, maybe something around.
Thank you. And another online question: is there any major difference at HV single line diagram of subsea and conventional system?
I don't know if I got this right. Could you repeat, maybe?
Is there any major difference at HV, a single line diagram of subsea and conventional system?
I think it's referring to the electrical design of the subsea system. Is that the single line diagram will look different from a subsea transformer, subsea substation, than from a conventional above water system.
I believe yes. The setup is a bit different, given that there are more auxiliary systems, obviously, than we need subsea. We get a lot of rid of. On the other hand, we have still the connections from the array turbines into the subsea transformer, which are the same, and then an export cable to the land grid or to the next station. So I guess it's maybe down to depending how much power we want to transmit, how many cables we have as an export cable, if I get that right. If not, I'm more than happy to get this question afterwards again.
Okay, I got just one quick final question then. It's because you mentioned the subsea conditions are quite stable. And if I'm thinking of the German North Sea in particular, we are much more shallow and we have quite huge movements because of the tides. And my understanding is that the soil is more or less moving frequently and building up. Is that an issue? Because I understand you putting it down and it's not like a jacket which will be fixed with pin piles, and then it's fixed there, and we're putting rocks around it. Can you say something on that one?
True. So first of all, when I say stable, I mean in terms of it's not waves clashing on the equipment. We don't have temperature jumps. We don't have the sun on the equipment. Yes, we have current, and even in the North Sea, close to Germany, even more, for sure. But for that, we have the methods in place to install the equipment secured with mud mats sinking into the ground. So we are sure that this will work, and for sure have this deployed in many, many instances already.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Olaf, was great to hear that, and thanks for the discussion. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, our next speaker is Daniel. I hope I pronounce it right. Vik Move. He's a structural engineer with NIRAS, and he will speak about digital twin in the context of lifetime extension for offshore assets. Daniel.
Thank you so much. Is it on? Very good. Yeah, there we go. Okay, thank you all for being here. As Matthias mentioned, my name is Daniel and I'm with NIRAS. I'm a structural engineer, and today I'll cover the topic of probabilistic digital twins in the context of lifetime extension of offshore assets. So the agenda for today will first be a brief introduction on NIRAS. Afterwards, I'll introduce the concept of lifetime extension and then go into details on digital twins. And then finally round off with the role of digital twins in lifetime extension. And I'll summarize with a few key takeaways. So NEARS is a world-leading consultant company, and we've been in offshore wind for 35 years. We mainly do assist with site selection and environmental evaluation. We also develop designs from pre-feed, feed, and detailed design. And then finally, we help clients develop integrity management solutions. And in offshore wind, we see right now two significant challenges. One is the scale of development. So you have a lot of aging assets right now where you need to make decisions on, do you want to extend the life of these assets or do you want to replace with new technology? Another one is, of course, the economic and environmental impact considerations. So you want to balance the economics and the CO2 emissions. I'll mainly touch upon the first challenge today. Here is a summary of our services. The slides will be passed after the presentation, so I won't go into detail with that today. The first half of the presentation will cover lifetime extension and what it is, and whether it's economically feasible. That will be judged on a case-by-case basis. What components go into developing a strategy for lifetime extension, and how can we leverage the classical design methods such as the safety factor design to extend the lifetime of our assets. So first of all, lifetime extension involves prolonging the service life of assets, and we want to do that in a safe manner and in an efficient manner. The way we can do it is to assess the condition of the assets, so assess redundant life and assess whether safe continued operation is feasible. Before embarking on a lifetime extension journey, you would like to consider the current situation. So what is the current market? What is the cost of decommissioning at this stage? Is it even worth it? What is the potential revenue of continued operation? So should we extend the life or should we replace with new technology? Fortunately for what I'll go through today is that we have significant technological advancements and tools that can help us make these decisions. We have good tools for inspection planning, for monitoring, and we have excellent tools for assessing fatigue, also using digital twins, which will be part of the second half of the presentation. So to summarize, the cost of maintenance upgrades and inspections shall be weighed against any potential revenue from extended operation. I've listed to the right here a few benefits and challenges associated with lifetime extension. And the benefits are, of course, that you do not need to raise new capital for new investments, which in a high interest rate environment as we are in now can be a benefit and can tilt towards actually wanting to extend your asset life. You'll also be able to maintain energy production and you'll have a reduced environmental impact. The challenges are also summarized, and I want to touch upon the first one in this presentation, the complex structural integrity assessment to quantify the remaining life of your asset. That is where digital twins come in and where we can see a benefit from those. So I have a brief slide on economic feasibility of lifetime extension. So this is a case where we've considered a park of 1 gigawatt consisting of 100 turbines, each one of 10 megawatt capacity. And the numbers I've listed here are per turbine. What we've assumed in this situation is that the cost of lifetime extension at the time of decision making is around 0.4 million euros per turbine. So given that there are 100 turbines in the park, it will be 40 million euros. That will cover the repairs, retrofits, all the analysis, the quantification, and also recertification of the structures. This is an estimate, by the way. But what we want to show here is basically that you can potentially reduce your levelized cost of energy of your project through considering lifetime extension. So if we're able to get 10 more years out of our asset, we could potentially reduce the levelized cost of energy by 10%. And now on to the strategic components that we believe feed into a lifetime extension strategy. So we have inspection and monitoring, where you could have more sophisticated or less sophisticated monitoring systems, could cover response measurements, and you have SCADA systems and whatnot. You would have the maintenance and repair component, regulatory compliance, where you would need recertification of your asset. You could bring in innovative solutions. That's where digital twins come in, and you could also use probabilistic models for a predictive maintenance setup. And the analysis techniques going into a lifetime extension project could involve gap analysis, and you would redo a fatigue assessment. So the last few slides I have on lifetime extension itself will cover the how we can leverage the classical designs and utilize some of the conservatisms that may be built into these designs to explore the redundant life. So typically in safety factor design, there could be a good potential because you would introduce safety factors to account for uncertainties that may not be quantified for your specific project. So these safety factors are, of course, derived to reach target safety levels for perhaps generic structures. But you could have safety on soil, material, wind and wave loads. And in addition, for fatigue, you could also have design fatigue factors, as they're called in the DNV. And these depend on the location of structural details and how easy they are to inspect, as well as the redundancy of your system. So for a floating system, you would have redundancy. If one mooring line breaks, you do not capsize the structure. And the final slide on lifetime extension is basically a breakdown of what is the how do we as NEAR see the process. So we see it as a diagnosis phase, damage diagnosis phase, and we see it as there is a prognosis phase. So in the diagnosis phase, we want to assess what is the current damage of our structure. It could be near end of life that we choose to assess this. And depending on the amount of available information we have, we can do a more or less accurate assessment of the structural health. So we've split it into 3 levels here in this slide. So with level 1 and 2, we do not have a lot of measurement data available to us, but we do have site-specific environmental conditions, and we're of course able to adhere to the latest standards. So we could redo analysis and assess whether we have redundant life. But there is no guarantee of that, of course, in any of the cases. But with more information here at level 3, we assume that we have also structural health monitoring measurements and condition monitoring systems on the structures. So we may have acceleration measurements that could be used in combination with virtual sensing schemes or something like that to assess the response in critical details of the structure and get a very good estimate of the remaining life. So let's say that we now have assessed that the remaining, that we have a 0.66 utilization of our structure. What is then the remaining life? And a simple way to illustrate this is to let's say that we have a design life of 20 years. So after 20 years, we have a utilization of 0.66. Then we may have 10 years more of additional life. There's a simple way to approach it, right? But just to get the idea. And the final half of the presentation will cover digital twin technology, and I'll round off by bringing the concept of lifetime extension and digital twins together. So first of all, I go through what a digital twin is, and then what their role is in offshore wind. I'll distinguish between deterministic and probabilistic digital twins, and I'll of course get into what we mean by that. And then, finally, as promised, I'll bring the two together. So a digital twin is a virtual replica of a physical asset. In the context of wind, offshore wind, it could be the wind turbine, the substructure, the substation, or even the entire wind farm. There is no limit as to what the digital twin can consist of. But the goal of it is, of course, to mirror the real-time structural behavior so that you can get a real-time update on the structural integrity of the system. It facilitates, of course, rapid decision making, and you can detect any faults on the fly. It comprises 3 parts. That will be the physical object, then the virtual object, and the line of communication between the two. So I've tried to illustrate here in the figure the physical and virtual space. So you could have sensors as well as user input in the physical space feeding into a virtual space. Then that will comprise information, and then you would have a model in the virtual space, could be an as-built model of your system, and you combine the information and the model to update said model and have your digital twin. And that digital twin can now be used for various types of simulations. So you could get good data for decision making and integrity management actions. Now, how do digital twins feed into offshore wind? Well, it may be apparent, at least from the last slide, that it's of course nice to have real-time monitoring of your system. It's nice to be able to use data to immediately respond to any issues that you may have. And you could also, instead of responding to issues, you could try to predict it through predictive maintenance. So here you would analyze data coming in from your digital twin and use that to predict when failure occurs and then set in and repair the critical components that are reaching critical safety levels before they do so. And this will, of course, help reduce downtime and extend the lifespan of these assets. And for floating configurations, if you could imagine that these would, in some cases, be located further offshore, the value is also enhanced because any visit to these sites is expected to be more expensive than nearshore sites. So the benefits, to summarize, are enhanced monitoring and maintenance of your system. You would achieve improved safety. And importantly for the offshore wind industry, and in particular the floating industry, is that it would aid in bringing down costs. And that is, of course, a critical issue at the moment. So the challenges comprise an upfront investment in hardware and software needs to be done by the wind farm operators. You would have to manage all the data coming in. There is a large volume, and that will have to be sorted out how to do that efficiently. It could be condensation of the data or whatever, looking at statistics drawn from the data using that alone. And finally, the quality of the data. So how good is your data, and how good are the models that you're using to predict whatever you're using for decision making. And that's what I'll cover in the following slides, where I distinguish between a deterministic approach and a probabilistic approach, where we attempt to quantify uncertainties in both the data and the models that we're using. So a deterministic digital twin is, as the name suggests, deterministic. And it could be thought of as a case where we have a lot of data and we simply use that data, do not seek to quantify uncertainties in the data, calibrate a model, and then we have now a single model representing our system. That's a very good solution for highly predictable systems, and that could be manufacturing processes, for example. But for offshore wind, offshore in general, offshore wind, and floating offshore wind in particular, there are a lot of uncertainties, and the models are also approximate. So there is a desire to quantify your uncertainties in your system and know what you're dealing with, so you don't just pick a single model and think that this model is the only thing that the true representation, so to speak. But an issue is that what we see with offshore structures, and I think structures in general, is that we are able to observe few variables on the structural behavior. If you have acceleration measurements, for example, you could do system identification, derive modal properties, so eigenfrequencies and modes, but only for a few, those that are clearly excited during measurement periods. So you'd have few observable variables to calibrate your model to, and that's a challenge because you have a lot of parameters in your models, and some could be more or less uncertain. One could imagine joint flexibility of jagged structures. Just the models themselves are uncertain and debated. So you could tune a lot of parameters, and you can get a lot of combinations that actually produce the modal properties that you're able to observe from your system. So how do we propose to handle this? Well, we want to quantify the uncertainty at an early stage with the probabilistic digital twins. So measurement uncertainty, the uncertainty in the measurements themselves, and the measurements they contain the uncertainty in the sea state conditions. You would quantify these, and then you would also, if you're doing system identification schemes on acceleration data, for example, you want to quantify uncertainty associated with the models that you use for system identification. So now you could imagine if you're taking a structural point of view and you're looking at eigenfrequencies of the structure, then the first, second, third eigenfrequency is not just a single value, but there is a distribution now. It could be narrow, it could be wide, but now we at least we know if it's wide, then there seems to be a large uncertainty associated with the measurements and the models, and it could be very relevant to propagate these through and see how they look when propagated to damage estimates. So that's what we propose to do. You could imagine now that we have a digital twin with a lot of parameters that we calibrate, and each parameter, instead of being a fixed value, let's just look at modulus of elasticity, for example. Now that will follow a distribution. One would expect a narrow one for that particular parameter, but others, soil conditions, for example, could be more uncertain. Yeah, so your digital twin is now a distribution, a joint distribution of parameters, essentially. And you could, if it's narrow again, you could pick one model. You could pick a maximum likelihood from your, or maximum a posteriori from your distribution, and just do analysis with that model, and you're good. But alternatively, you could also, if it's a wide distribution, large uncertainty, you could pick a few or a lot, depending on your computational power, and then simulate the remaining life with all of these models, so doing fatigue assessment, for example. So now you get a damage assessment that would be a distribution, and that damage can be used to derive remaining life of your structure, which is now an uncertain variable, and you can use that to make decisions. So again, if it's a wide distribution, it's very good to know, so that if you had picked a maximum likelihood, there is a good chance that that you may not have that life, the redundant life that you think you do. Yes. So how do digital twins enhance lifetime extension? Well, I've summarized that in this slide here, where I think one point is that it aids in optimizing O&M. It also facilitates predictive maintenance, and it's good for optimizing design. So now you have a model that represents your real structure. You can play around with that model. You could change out components and see how it behaves. If it behaves better or worse, you could use that information for future designs or for retrofits. You can also get very good estimates on your fatigue life, remaining fatigue life. And the real-time data that feeds in can be used for damage detection in your structures as well, so you can respond quickly to any abnormalities in the measurements. And the key takeaways from this presentation should be that the digital twins may definitely aid in solving challenges with lifetime extension, and specifically the one that involves the complex structural integrity assessment. Lifetime extension is, at this point in time, highly relevant because we have a lot of assets reaching the end of operational life or design life, and even more to come in the future. So a lot of decisions will have to be made in the near future on this. And we think that these digital twins enhance and enable predictive maintenance, which is, of course, a sophisticated maintenance strategy that is that's worth looking into and worth utilizing if you have the information to do so. The probabilistic digital twins, they are also help mitigate the challenges associated with traditional deterministic digital twins. So we're able to assess the quality of our data and assess the uncertainty in our lifetime estimates. Finally, the economic and environmental benefits and impacts are worth mentioning. So you, through lifetime extension, would reduce the need for new installations. You don't have to raise a lot of capital. And for environmental impact, well, you also have a positive impact in the sense that you don't have to raise a new structure in place of the new one. That was all from me. Thank you very much. And yeah, my name is Daniel.
Very good presentation and a very good concept there. Are there any questions so far in the audience here? The first and then second.
Thank you. Yes, it's on. Good presentation. I don't know how much you know about the lifetime extension, but I'm quite curious on what do you see as typically the critical components? It's a foundation or a turbine or both play a role. And that's the first question. And the second one would be, I guess, what you hear is kind of that the first wind farms were maybe a bit over-engineered or with this extra capacity, so that here there's maybe more potential than there will be in the future because there's been a lot of optimization of foundations, for instance. So those two kind of questions.
Yeah, very good questions. So to address the first, please repeat. I have the answer ready, but I forgot now.
The critical components. Kind of.
Right. So, well, we mainly consider ourselves with the foundations. So that's where I know most of the stuff. And there we're looking at stress concentration details. So that in a jacket could be the joints. Those are the critical components that we're typically looking into, and that will be mostly utilized after a short period. And for the turbine itself, I can't speak too much on it, but let's say you have a condition monitoring system on your drivetrain or something like that. You would typically do repairs and replacements of the cheap components, right? And if your system is like that, where you can easily replace components, then I think you're in a good spot. But if it turns out that your critical component would be a major component of the turbine, then it might be worth considering if it really makes sense to do something. The second question, could I get that again?
Yeah, like with the early generation, there's maybe the safety.
Right. I get you. I think that's a very good question because yes, I touched upon how we can utilize the over design, and I think you're absolutely right that at where we are now and where we're going in the future, there will be less and less over design to utilize because we seem to be we want to be more efficient. We don't want to be too conservative. We want to do a best estimate on our designs. And I think that's where it will be more important to have more measurement systems in place in order to really get a very accurate assessment of fatigue. Because if you only have environmental conditions to go for, already with the conservative designs, you're not guaranteed any redundant life from just running new environmental conditions on your system, and also adhering to latest regulatory standards. Then it's not sure that you can really demonstrate anything that you couldn't demonstrate with your previous design. But if you have direct measurements of the response of the system, I think you're in a very good place. But there will be a challenge there if we narrow that gap, definitely.
Do you see eagerness from, because I guess some are more short-term visioned so not keen on doing so much monitoring because that's the upfront cost and the benefits come maybe down the road?
Yeah. Again, a good question, because no, it's difficult. We do see more and more now. Fortunately, we've done with the company I come from a lot of lifetime extension in the oil and gas sector, and that's based on not a lot of measurements. Some companies there are very eager to be on the bleeding edge. I think Total Energies is a good example, at least the ones that we've worked with from Denmark, Danish departments, Old Maersk. They want to be on the front of everything. So they have good monitoring systems on their oil and gas platforms and are doing a lot of good work there. Vattenfall are doing the work themselves, unfortunately. So they are also doing some good monitoring on their systems. And we have had some collaboration with them on some of it, but they seem to move a lot of competences in-house. That's the way they want to go about it. But we have seen more interest in this, and we see when we develop lifetime extension strategies, a lot of curiosity and demand for having the more advanced approaches also be available, so that we would typically develop more simple strategies and more advanced strategies. So the more advanced ones would cover the digital twin approach and what we need, what kind of measurement systems we would need to be able to get the information necessary. We see more on that. So hopefully even more in the future.
All right, there was a question here from Olaf.
Maybe about the interest of the companies. As you pointed out, in the first minute when they get the turbine, the jackup new, they may not invest, but later on. Is it at some point too late, or can you live with starting just 10 years after operations start and then still predicting and extending the lifetime?
Yeah. Well, you can definitely always jump on the train. That's also something that we try to present in our strategies, that you could install the systems when you commission your projects. That's a good approach, but we also see that we know that we have a lot of systems in place already where it's not feasible to get a full lifetime of data. So you could get some, and you could use that data, of course, in smart manners in order to either extrapolate or whatever you need to do to get a good assessment. But I think it's clear that the more you have on the particular structure, the better, right? But it's not necessary.
Great, thank you.
Right, thank you. Good presentation. I agree. So it feels like it's a lot of value to have a digital twin with something that's as remote as we speak currently. But what's your take on sort of the available data and the quality of information structure and all that you need to build an actual representative digital twin? Do you guys collect that from the engineering phases, or do you build it yourself? So how do you work out the digital twin part?
Mm-hmm. We have a lot of discussion on that internally because we're working, and also now I have employed a professor we've worked with for a while from Aalborg University, who's big on uncertainty quantification and data and stuff. And he has a more philosophical view where you make a digital twin of everything. And that sounds very good, but it's a lot of data. So the way that we do it really is to look at it in components. We're not there where we can feasibly handle the data from every component of a system. So we are typically involved with the foundations, and we like to have acceleration measurements available. Strain gauges, if possible, are very, very good to also validate that you're able to predict the stresses and strains in the system. So that's where we are at this stage. So there is a lot of data, but not too much data to handle, right?
So the sort of the structural component still uses some sort of identification structure system, or how do you know which sensor tells what, sort of?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So a monitoring system could look something like you would have your foundation. You would have placed a lot of accelerometers, a few or many, on the structure. And we would then run the accelerations through a system identification algorithm and then achieve modal properties of the system. And we of course know where we place the sensors on the system. So now we have the mode shapes of the system, and we have the eigenfrequencies. We now calibrate a model, the entire model, including turbine and whatnot. We calibrate that to fit the modal properties and the entire eigenstructure, basically. And what could be done now is that we have numerically available information on the mode shapes at every position of the structure. But from measurements, we have only the points where the sensors are located, right? So now we could do a modal expansion approach, for example, to estimate the acceleration response throughout the structure, provided that of course our modes are good and that the calibration is good. But that's the way we go about it. So now we have an estimate of the acceleration response in the entire substructure, and we can use that to predict the stresses in the substructure.
All right, thanks. Yeah, I have a question as well. I was wondering, you showed mainly applications to jackets and bottom fixed structures. I was wondering if you have done also projects on floating, for instance, oil and gas platforms. And have you ever tried to do a digital twin of the mooring lines? And if yes, how did you deal with the sensoring there? Because differently from like a monopile, in which you would maybe focus on the first few modes and then it's very clear how to capture them, let's say. Should be relatively simple. In a mooring line, then you're going to have a lot more modes, very close frequency. How do you deal with that?
Mm-hmm. Good questions. Unfortunately, the answer to both is no. We haven't done anything on floating yet, and I think it's very interesting with the mooring lines in particular, because it's not straightforward to instrument that with the sensors. So there's a challenge there. I unfortunately don't have a good answer for you at this stage.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Daniel, thank you so much. I'm Dylan Fran from University of Edinburgh. So it's nice to see that people are starting to use the digital twins. And it's a very fast developing, rapidly developing area. Now, in a way, compared to the design, the use of the digital twin allows you to get the data and better characterize the performance, which we would not know unless we do that. So in a way, when as a structural engineer, if you look at that, then what allows you to do that is actually to better assess the risk. So now I know that it is always a debate that people, whether they are willing to pay for that. But in a project like this, then who is the risk taker? Who's paying for those risks? And will they be willing to pay for the digital twins? Because it's, in fact, at the end, it is about the risk assessment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if I understand correctly, so who's paying for the development of the digital twins? Who's paying for the risk assessments? That's correctly understood, right? Yeah. So the partner that we have, the client that we have the most are mostly associated with here, I think I can reveal is TotalEnergies, and in that case, they are paying for development of the twins and also the risk assessments. So they've done great efforts to develop tools for risk assessment. So they have this risk-based inspection tool that they developed a few years ago. They run that on their different assets, and then they have a few platforms instrumented with sensors. And let's say that they have a certain type of jacket structure, then they would have 13 of those resembling that. So they would measure on one, and then they would calibrate a digital twin to that, and then assume that it's reasonable for the other models. That's a cheaper way to go about it, I think, than instrumenting everything. But basically, they are paying themselves for all of this, and I think that's what we propose also. And the challenge is there that you have to convince them that there is a significant value proposition.
Right, any further questions?
We have one online question. Thank you, Daniel. In your view, how many years of lifetime extension is it reasonable to expect for an offshore wind farm project?
Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I think in the slides I had a figure where I went from somewhere between 5 and 15 years. I think that's a good range to expect from your assets. That's at least in terms of when it makes sense to actually extend the lifetime. It could very well be that you do the assessment and find that you cannot extend more than 2 years, then it may not be feasible at all. But if you're somewhere between 5 and 15, it may be worth looking more into.
All right. Yeah, so no further question. I think it was a good discussion and a good topic. Thank you very much, Daniel, for the presentation, giving the insights.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Fernando Sada. He is Director of Grid Connection and Electrical Works at Blue Float Energy. And he will talk about design and standards for offshore substation. Welcome, and the floor is yours.
I guess I can use this one, right? Good. Good afternoon, everyone. As you introduced me, I'm Fernando Sada, Senior Director of Grid Connections and Electrical Works at Blue Float Energy. And today I'm going to bring you a bit of the perspective of an offshore wind developer in what it relates to offshore substations, because I appreciate that we've been talking here mainly on the structural design and naval architecture, but I want to bring it a bit to the reality of project development. So a bit of the agenda that we're going to cover today. Just a few words about Blue Float Energy and what we do, a bit of the context of the current market. We've been talking about that today as well, but just a few strokes about that. And then I will go through some of the key challenges that I want to share with you. I'm not coming here to give you answers to those questions. I'm coming here to put questions on the table and to see how we all together can bring a fruitful discussion today. Some requirements that we have. I want to bring you also the concept of the minimal unit or the standardization of projects, the way we approach provision, so contracting of offshore substations, a bit about lead times of delivery of substations, and some homework for all of us to think about with the final needs. We, Blue Float Energy, we are a global offshore wind developer of offshore wind projects, both for bottom fixed and floating. And our vision is accelerating the development of offshore wind as a key enabler for energy transition and net zero decarbonization. How we do that? Well, we are establishing mature markets, but also new markets, and we bring the expertise of all our global experts in technical area, the commercial area, and stakeholder engagement. A bit about the current situation of the market. I think we've been repeating some of the key messages already today, but I want to highlight that all this is about time and cost, at least for the actual development of projects. So in terms of what it refers to cost, we've seen a clear tendency of the LCOE decreasing both for the bottom fixed and floating. But I appreciate that we are in a challenge situation with all the high interest rates, high inflation, political instability in some markets, and this curve might be a bit not that steep, but we are here to make it work. In terms of the targets that we have ahead of us for decarbonization, I don't think that we will disagree that offshore wind is definitely, or in my view, is a key enabler for reaching those targets, because this is the only green technology that can massively produce power at those scales. And if we bring on the table as well the concept of floating, which enables to deblock certain areas that no way we would be able to unblock. That brings the potential for expansion of offshore wind and particularly floating even bigger. But how do we as an industry face the challenge of the becoming bigger and bigger projects with an constant demand of offshore substations, and how we face the challenges ahead of us? So the first one, as I said, is lead time. So the lead time from development, engineering, construction, installation, and commissioning, how we fit that within the time frame of the project developments that we have. How we make it easier and faster. Offshore logistics are costly and difficult, so we need to minimize as much as we can the logistics offshore and trying to transfer as much as we can onshore to minimize those activities. We've been talking here about bottom fixed and floating. There are definitely a lot of lessons learned that we can transfer for bottom fixed to floating, but still there are some tweaks that we need to work upon to make it work. We were talking before about the certification or recertification of electrical equipment, for example, for floating environments, right, or constant dynamic environment. Standardization of products. This is the only way we can transversally use our lessons learned from all our portfolios of all our projects. And this will also help us to accelerate the supply chain delivery of those assets. How do we accommodate all these equations into the country-specific requirements that we have ahead of us? And I will give you just an example. I know some of our colleagues are from Italy here today. In Italy, we have a clear constraint, which is post-CFD award, we have 60 months for first energization. That's 5 years. 5 years to contract, construct, commission, energized an offshore substation. How do we do that? And okay, we may think that maybe for bottom fixed it might be possible, but in my view, and I guess this is a common view, this requirement, for example, is completely ruling out floating technology or HVDC technology, because it's impossible to comply with this time frame. So how do we do that? And finally, scalability. I'm going to talk later about the minimum unit size, but how do we, from a standard product, try to scale it up to accommodate it to the different project sizes that we have in our portfolios? So linked to those challenges, we have a set of requirements or context that we need to work with. We have the wind farm size, the voltage levels, port requirements, supply chain and availability of ports, project definition, and offshore substation contracting. So for the wind farm size, we currently have, I think it's 3 floating offshore wind farms in the world. One in Portugal, one in Scotland, or two in Scotland and one in Portugal, right? These are like 50, the maximum, which is Kincardine, as far as I know, in Scotland is 50 megawatts. The projects that we have currently in our portfolios are a minimum of 200, which we call them demo projects. But the real commercial projects are at least 500 megawatts, if not 1 giga, if not 1.1 or 2 gigas. So we have a tremendous challenge in terms of supply chain and delivery of assets for those projects. Voltage levels. Well, we are assuming here that the inter-array cable system is always at 66 kV, and that's the case I'm assuming for our projects currently because of what we can see available in the market. But we cannot forget about the possibility of jumping to higher voltages, 132 kV, for example, which may allow us to reduce the number of cables and reduce the possibility of also using offshore substations in some cases. So that could potentially alleviate this constraint that I'm referring to. Unfortunately, large offshore substations comes associated with the challenge of very generous port spaces and water depths requirements. And very few ports nowadays comply with those requirements. So that's another bottleneck. And on top of that, those ports are already fully booked. So how do we manage to deliver those assets? And another thing, electrical equipment. Probably one of the main drivers for delivery of offshore substations is not the actual delivery of the topside or the substructure, is the lead time of the electrical equipment that we need to house in those substations, particularly the transformers, which currently they have a lead time of probably up to 4 or 5 years from contract award. So this is something we need to work on as well. But before we can reach to that, we need to go through, and you all are conscious about that as well, a whole process that takes years until you decide which type of substation we are using, what is the electromechanical layout of the substation, if it should be bottom fixed, if it should be floating, how many inter-array cable systems, how many export systems. So there's a whole process that we need to go through, from project conceptual design to wind resource, site characterization, that we need to. So the message I want to transmit here is that we should not wait for this to be completed to take the action of activating the industry of the offshore substations. So we need, during all that process, we already need to work together with the industry, with the suppliers, with the designers, with the integrators, to see how we make this possible, how we reserve, how do we design first the most optimal solution, and how do we reserve possibly manufacturing slots, and how we try to minimize the lead times of those assets. And finally, the contracting strategy for those offshore substations. We can go through the traditional tender process where we open a tender with an RFQ for different suppliers, but the feedback I'm getting from the industry is that many integrators, many suppliers are not actually willing to participate in a tender because they know that they are very limited options in reality. And we rather go for preferred suppliers from early stages, with early works agreements from early stages, to be able to book those manufacturing slots. Otherwise, we will never meet the requirements, the time requirements that we have in front of us. A bit about the standardization of products. I think standardization is one of the key aspects, and we've been talking here about different concepts, different solutions. For us, for developers, the more standard the product is, the easier, and I guess for the supply chain and for the industry as well, because that alleviates a lot the pressure in lead times, and it helps us to transversally use solutions from one project to the other. What I'm presenting here is just an example. It doesn't mean that it should necessarily be that way, but we've been working, for example, in a minimum unit size solution of 400, 500 megawatts. And why that? Because we know the limitations of the rating of the switch gears on the medium voltage side, 66 kV, and the limitation of the expo capacity of cables at 220 to 275 kV. A limitation of around 400, 500 megawatts, depending on the voltage level we are using. But it's not only about the limitation, the technical limitation, it's about also the reliability of the system, bankability of the systems. So what we are proposing here is a minimum unit of 400, 500 with a double power transformation, 2 expo cables, 2 transmission systems, reactive power compensation as well of all the electrical auxiliary electrical equipment. But I will be eager to hear from suppliers, from integrators, from designers, what are the technical solutions they are thinking about, because that way we can think of integrating those in our projects. And what is most important, how do we scale them up for the different projects? So if we have a project of 800 megawatts, for example, so we go for just one single substation with 3 power transformations, or we just enlarge the unit rating of the power transformations that we have already in our substations? Should we duplicate the number of substations? We were talking before about the possibility of large substations, right? Well, it has its benefits, and I fully appreciate the cost-benefit analysis of large hubs for substations. But honestly speaking, for the actual development of a project, waiting to have a 1 giga or 1.5 giga substation ready to be energized for your wind farm to be in operation is not very efficient. So we rather go for smaller portions that give us a bit of flexibility in the way we energize and we face the projects. And also from a logistical point of view, there are certain markets where towing, installation, lifting of equipment might be limited to a certain weight. So large hubs, large substations may have its problems associated to that. So happy to hear how we will scale them up or how flexible those standard designs are. Offshore substation provision. So, well, we have here like two parts of the same equation. We have the electrical service providers for the electrical equipment, communication, control, and interconnection systems, and the integrators of those that are responsible of the structure, the jacket, so the substructure and the top side. Normally, these two players team up in a consortium or a joint venture, and to offer to us, to the developers, a full single package, a single project, which is our preference as well, to contract the offshore substation delivery within one single package, an EPC or EPCI. The main problem, and it happens all the time when you are the very first one, is that there are no track records of floating assets have been awarded or contracted, so whatsoever. So being the first, it also takes some time. So we need to take into consideration that when considering the lead times for delivery of these assets. By talking with the industry, with my colleagues, with external and independent parties like the DNV, for example, the lead times we refer to for our substations are in the range, for bottom fixed, are in the range, being optimistic, of 4 or 5 years. While if we go for floating, I'm happy to hear something different, we may go up to probably 7 years from contract award to final delivery. As I said before, these lead times will completely rule out this possibility in certain markets because of the particular requirements. So as a kind of summary of the lead time constraints, so as I said before, for bottom fix, it might be considered that 5 years is at least the minimum time we should consider in our plan, in our planning for projects. If on top of that, as I said before, being the first or dependency with stakeholders or with the administration, we should add probably additional time to those lead times. Binding obligations of less than 5 years will put extremely in risk the delivery of offshore substations in the European market or in any market, I would say. Post-CFD award constraints like the one I referred to in Italy may be our limitation as well, ruling out certain type of technologies. So being a bit more conservative, probably for bottom fix, we may extend the lead times, especially for the very first projects, a bit more, up to 6 or 7 years. And for HVDC technology, you tell me if I'm wrong, but probably no less than 10 years. So a little bit of the final takeaways, or a little bit of homework for all of us. For us, is crucial to learn more about the details and capabilities in design and delivery of offshore substation from the different suppliers. Happy to debate about innovative solutions that could accelerate the development of offshore technology. We've been talking here about subsea technology, for example. Would that be a reality? No doubt. Would that be a reality in the next few years? I have my doubts. And I have my doubts because of the maturity of the technology, because of the codes and standards, and because I don't think that the industry, and maybe you can tell me better, Oker, or the other colleagues, all this is also related to the way the industry perceive the level of risk they are putting into a certain technology. And I think, unfortunately, subsea technology currently has higher level risk than bottom fixed, definitely, and floating technology. But happy to discuss about that. We need to define a clear strategy for potential partnership, definitely, with suppliers, as I mentioned, from the early beginning of the projects, and the way we can potentially agree on early works agreements or reservation slots prior notice to proceed or final investment decision of projects. We need indicative pricing, that's for sure, because otherwise we cannot build up our business models, and sometimes we are lacking. We have high-level information of what it might cost, but not very much detail, and devil is in detail sometimes. And finally, again, confirmation of when in reality we can have these assets delivered, if they can be accommodated within the time frames and time constraints that we have in front of us. So thank you very much for listening, and happy to answer any question.
Thank you very much, Fernando. It was quite good overview, I think, coming from the developer's point of view, because I think at the end it's someone need to develop the projects so that we can install and develop and design a substation as well. And but it looks to me actually that it's moving somehow then forward, because you're raising concrete questions. So when and how can we deliver things? So happy to hear any questions then from the audience.
Thank you, Fernando. Lots of things to get into there, but I've just got two questions. So first one is standardization the enemy of innovation? I'll give an example. So currently in the marketplace at the moment, a design freeze on a substation design, which will impact the delivery of 6 substations, the last of which will be delivered in 2030. And there's chances are there's going to be quite a lot of innovation in the next 5 years. Yet we've frozen the design now and deliver in 2030 something which probably is not as good as it could be.
Yeah.
Because we've standardized. So that's my first question. What's your opinion?
I fully agree with what you are saying. I'm not against innovation. What I mean with the standardization is that we need to have products so it's not efficient to have project customized or project specific products. That's what I mean with the standardization. That we need to have solutions that allow us to transversally be used in different projects. You know, also the timing of projects changes. So, for example, when we design projects, we try to use as much as we can the same type of technology or the same sizing of substations or the same cross-section of cables, for example, because you never know when the project or how the project will evolve. So you could potentially transfer the solution from one project to the other and accelerate that way the delivery of the project. So that's what I mean with standardization.
Second question was, you mentioned you want to learn in greater detail about the capabilities of suppliers.
Mm-hmm.
To what level of supply are we talking about? Is it at tier 2? Again, to illustrate, when engaging with developer supply chain, often the comment is, well, we really are interested in tier 1 suppliers, not to the granular level of the nuts and bolts of tier 3 or tier 4, even though some of those tier 3 or tier 4 could have significant impact on ESG or performance. So I just wondered what level of engagement, because
So as I said before, our preference is to deal with an EPC contractor. So that minimizes a lot the interfaces and the level of detail that we need to dig in. So we leave those very much details to the EPC contractor to deal with. When we mean suppliers, we've been talking so far with integrators or electrical equipment suppliers, which in some cases they are also leading this type of joint ventures or consortiums. So these are the key players we talk to. The detail of the sub-suppliers of the equipment that is integrated within the substation is something that we let them to deal with.
Thank you so much for a very interesting presentation.
My question to you is that what has like different countries have set the targets for 2030, 2050. So as a developer, do you think the industry is going to deliver that? And where the barriers are? Is it the technology, the supply chain, and what does the industry need to do to deliver?
Very tricky question. As a developer, I have to say, and I believe so, that yes, we can reach those targets, because otherwise, what we will be doing here? Is gonna be easy? No, I don't think so, because there are a lot of bottlenecks that, as I mentioned, and these just a few examples that we need to deal with. Being honest, having those targets is great because it makes us move forward, but we also see from the different markets that those targets and the regulations are constantly adapted and delayed as well, pushed a bit to the right, because they already realized that, well, that we are not going as fast as we should have, or we could have planned. I think the industry will respond to that challenge, but it's true that now the situation, as I mentioned at the very beginning, might be a bit tricky with how the economical the actual market looks like nowadays, with the inflation, with the interest rates, with the physical limitations in investment for expansion of ports or fabrication yards. I think we need all together make an effort to promote this sector and to invest, to deliver and to unblock all those bottlenecks that currently we have. And probably we also need to open to new markets. I know that for many years, the Asian market, for example, has been a bit ignored. To be honest, I think we need to go to the Asian market if we want to reach these targets. The European market, the European industry is not capable of responding to this tremendous challenge. And we are already working on that direction.
Very good. Yeah.
Hello, I'm Agni from WFO. Nice to meet you. You mentioned right now Asian markets, and we saw that Chinese market it's expanding, but it's a closed market. Of course, Japanese market it's very good right now and it's growing. But do you believe that we can really compete or collaborate with those closed markets such as Chinese? Because right now we're talking about standardization, but Chinese is like out of question with the projects that they are trying to deliver?
I think we need a bit of time to talk about this. We need to find a way to compete, because otherwise they will cover the market, right? How we do that? To be honest, I don't have an answer right now. But we cannot ignore them either, which is what we've been doing in the last years. They are coming. They are here already. And we've been talking about offshore substations, but we all know now the situation for the turbines, for example. The latest announcements that we have heard from very well-known turbine manufacturers that they are not willing to offer offshore wind turbines. What we are going to do if we want to deliver all these wind farms, we don't have any other choice than going to other markets.
Thank you.
All right. Any further questions?
Thanks, Fernando. I thought it's not so much a question. I just thought I'd address the point you kind of
I was looking at you.
directed towards me. And I think, as we mentioned earlier, there's always an inertia towards sort of new technology. So I can completely take the point, and I should put my hand up. I'm not actually a subsea guy, so maybe Olaf has another view on this. But I think all the technology, or most of the technology we need to do it is most of it's already proven in some way or another, and we already have in Aker Solutions we have a qualification procedure underway for subsea substation and subsea collectors. But I think most of the adoption of that technology will probably be driven by necessity in some way or another. And I think Olaf, you had a good illustration there of how we can optimize the current designs by using some subsea technology. So by adopting maybe subsea transformer in parallel with a conventional topside in some way to optimize the topside. And well, we call it subsea collector. I think you call it subsea junction box. So we can gather subsea cables to simplify the subsea infrastructure. And I think I see those technologies being adopted sort of gradually in a piecemeal way, and until we can put the whole system in. But I agree. I don't think we're suddenly going to see someone install a whole subsea substation within the next couple of years. I think it will be in pieces. But it's just my view. Don't know, Olive, do you have a comment on that?
Graham.
I hope for sure different. And I'm happy to take the discussion to look into the technical feasibilities. And similar as you pointed out, we have a test regime in place to confirm that the systems we are delivering are working. Doing that for the oil and gas industry, but as well for offshore wind. And what I feel is similar, slicing down the items to smaller pieces may help. So starting maybe with the first subsea items to support, if it's just a junction box or even a bit more. Maybe thought to consider as well subsea technology and learn if it works or if the concern was right. So maybe something to investigate, talk more about, and see where.
Some kind of like the hybrid solution that you presented, right? Which is okay. We still need an offshore substation, but with certain alleviations, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, no further questions. Then, yeah, thank you very much, Fernando. That was quite a good presentation. And I think we're then ready for another coffee break, if I understand the agenda right, Teresa. Is that?
Shortened by 20 minutes. So let's meet here at 16:32 because we're a little bit delayed. So thank you very much.
Okay, perfect then. See you. All right. Yeah, so we're nearly all back here from the coffee break, and we're a little bit behind the schedule, but nevertheless, we have a few very interesting topics to come. And the next speaker will be Roberto Mezzalama. He's Senior Product Director at WSP Italia, and he will address the environmental impact and sustainability in offshore substation projects. Yeah, welcome, Roberto, and very looking forward to your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Some of you might have been here already at a similar conference, so I apologize if they will see some of the same slides, okay? But some of the things that apply to wind turbines do apply also to substations in terms of environmental issues. So you've seen this sort of schematics many times, but what I did here, I added some creatures, okay? Because don't make the assumptions that the sea is empty, okay, and that you can equate it to a swimming pool. In fact, the sea is full, and the fact that there is marine life and that there are ecosystem services that are provided by the marine life is often overlooked, and it comes like an afterthought, okay? But it provides some drivers and some constraints that I think should be interesting also for those of you that are working in the development of these solutions and also on the design of these solutions. So different types of organisms that respond to different types of challenges. And one of the first problems is that when I started looking for more information about floating substations, all I found were some nice drawings, okay, and a toy one floating in a swimming pool. That's that's an interesting start. But one of the key messages I wanted to give you here is that what we do is try to help companies like Blue Float, and actually we are working with Fernando on some projects, to go over the permitting stage, to go over the consenting stage, to pass the environmental scrutiny by governments, and also increasingly by banks. Because the bankability of a project is also increasingly related to some environmental standards and some KPIs that have to do with the sustainability of the project. So the fact that we are dealing with a very preliminary concept in some cases, or we are way ahead of having a feasibility study for this kind of solutions, makes it difficult to discuss with the authorities, makes it difficult to discuss with the banks, and justifies the fact that when we start a project, and Fernando knows it well, we bombard our clients and the designers with questions that increasingly they struggle to answer. But those are the questions that are coming from the regulators. There are some aspects of that are also quite often overlooked, that when you build something offshore, when you build an energy production facility offshore, sooner or later it has to come onshore, okay? And so the landing and the complications of the landing sites and the landing and the impacts of the landing of the offshore cables, again, are often overlooked, but are some of the challenges that might actually be approached and simplified through the use of offshore substations. Several of you have shown, some arrays of wind farms, of wind turbines, with and without substations. Okay, and you've noticed that those with substations are generating much less cables that come on shore. So they require less of this type of situations, close to shore, and so they reduce significantly the impact and the difficulties. Now, another technique that is coming, another thing that I urge you to consider also is the fact that actually overcoming the challenges of the landing is one of the key for success in terms of the permitting and also in terms of the social acceptance of the plan. So, for instance, directional drilling and overcoming of the immediate coastal areas that are also, from a biodiversity standpoint, quite valuable, is one of the things that that you have to consider. And of course, the less cables you have to bring on shore, the better. The other thing is that when you lay a cable in the sea, it's not that it stays like you put it there, for a long time. You see the difference between a newly laid cable and a cable that's been there for quite a while. Sometimes you have to protect the cable either with mattresses or with steel. Sometimes you have to bury it underground. So the type of impacts that you generate from the cables can be very different. And again, I think that considering this type of impacts also as drivers for locating, designing, and connecting, the overall wind farms with the substation is one important angle. Now, you see here from a publication, from a scientific study, some of the impacts that are often considered as the key impacts of offshore wind facilities and floating offshore wind facilities, and in some cases also some subsea facilities from an environmental standpoint. So you have some of the impacts like electromagnetic field emissions, the reef effect, so the fact that you are changing the environment by putting a solid, hard structure, often in a place where there are no hard structures, that changes the habitat quite significantly. You have a reserve effect in the sense that fishing will not be allowed in the area, and so you will create de facto a protected area from fishing, and that has a spillover effect. The fact that there is a risk of entanglement in the structures that you put there. The fact that there are thermal radiations coming from the cables, hence my question about the subsea potential for heat pollution, from the infrastructures. That you are removing habitat, particularly if you are excavating, but even when you're anchoring a substation, when you're anchoring a windmill, you inevitably create some impacts at the bottom of the floor. You are changing the habitat. If you're excavating, if you're trenching, you're suspending sediments. There is a risk for chemical pollution. So, for instance, using of novel materials like what we've heard about, fiberglass materials, the use of plastics within concrete, the use of a lot of paintings is a concern, and of course underwater noise. So when we look at the project from putting our environmental glasses on, these are the kind of things that we look at, and I would like, if possible, to urge you to consider this also as drivers and potential drivers also for your technical decisions. For example, one important thing that is emerging is the potential effect of electromagnetic fields on fish and other aquatic organisms. Some fish use the geomagnetic field of the Earth for several reasons. Okay, to locate prey, to migrate, to move around. So when you introduce a cable, and particularly when you introduce an AC cable, you distort this field. You introduce a new field, and this interferes with the life of this species. Now, there's a lot of bibliography about the effect of cables that are either on the seafloor or buried under the seafloor. But when we start talking about kilometers of free floating cables, in a pelagic environment, actually we know very little of the potential effects of this in the aquatic environment, as well as another effect that is the so-called FAD effect, the fishing attractive devices. This is an example of biofouling on an oil and gas jacket, and you see it can become quite heavy. It can become quite important. And the fact that these facilities are casting a shadow over the sea is attracting fish. Even a simple buoy, as you can see, in the bottom pictures, it can attract fish. In fact, there is this technique of fishing where they just throw some flat, boards on the sea, and then they go and fish underneath because the fish tend to be attracted. Mooring lines are also facilitating the upwelling, if you want, of pelagic species or benthic species from the deep into the more shallow sea. So the behavior of fish is changing when you put something that casts a shadow over the sea. It's a well-known phenomenon. It's been used for centuries for fishing. Now, what happens when you start putting tens of very large floaters that are going to stay there for 30 years? Actually, we don't know. The scientific community does not know what can happen when the scale of development is like that, because we've never seen it. As well as, we know what happens in an oil and gas platform, and we know what happened in the Gulf of Mexico when we have several of them. But the spacing there is between oil platforms is different from what you will have within a wind farm, within a floating wind farm. So the scale of the effect is quite something that we have not completely understood. Now, why am I saying all these things? Because these are the questions that we are receiving when we are trying to help our clients to overcome the permitting stage, to pass, the check from the environmental authorities. Now, one more point on the merit of the offshore substations. This is an example, unnamed example but it's a real one, okay, where at the beginning there was the idea that there were no offshore substations, okay? And you see that the yellow line is more or less representing the corridor that was going to be occupied by some 15 cables. So since you have to space them, it was quite a wide corridor that we had to use. With the introduction of the substations, actually, we're going onshore with just 4 cables. So you see that the corridor is being significantly reduced. So the old corridor is between the black lines. The new corridor is just the 4 red dotted lines. And suppose that you have to cross, and this is a real case, some benthic environments. Like in this case, we had both Posidonia beds that are protected habitats according to the European directive, and coral formations. Supposedly, suppose that you have to cross this kind of habitats. If you are using a smaller corridor, you have much less impacts, and also you will be called to have much less compensation to do, because there is also this risk of having to do compensation of benthic habitats. So the merits of bringing into the projects, offshore substations is that it makes the approach to land and the landing sites much easier to manage. Now, the rest is, just a very quick overview of the kind of things that environmental authorities are looking at when they look overall at a wind farm project, and particularly a floating wind farm project. And this is a little bit the result of, work that we have done comparatively between the North Sea and the Mediterranean Sea with my colleagues in the UK. Birds are, very important, particularly, and are of concern because of particularly of the wind turbines. Substations are of less concern, but still, those are the kind of impacts that you can still see, because you will have an impact on habitats, you will have impact from noise during construction, and just a quick note on the light pollution. If you install a facility in the middle of the sea that has lights going on day and night, you're going to create an attractor during birds migration, and this could create some disruption, during migration. It's a well-known fact in oil platforms that, and we know what the impacts on birds are. Other important species are marine mammals. Again, the message here is, in general, if you work in the North Sea, you have a lot of very evident marine mammals, but you have less species. If you work in the Mediterranean, you have more species and generally more sensitive. This is true for birds, this is true for marine mammals, it's true for fish, and it's true for invertebrates. So you end up in the Mediterranean working on many biodiversity hotspots where you can have, tens of species of fish in any given location. And one problem with marine mammals is, again, these are the kind of impacts. I'm not going to read them all. Just on one, I would like to point your attention that is even marine mammals' behaviors are disrupted by electromagnetic fields in ways that we know somehow, but not completely. Of course, if you are putting a lot of cables, a lot of floating cables, you have a lot more risks also of collision and entanglement. On this problem of entanglement, clearly, dolphins are not going to be stuck in a simple cable. But consider this aspect. In some of the marine garbage patches that you have in some oceans, up to 40% of the material that they recover is fishing nets. Okay. Now, fishing nets are lost, and some of the fishing nets are just free floating, okay, in the ocean. Then a storm comes and they are lost and they start moving around. Consider the risk for this as a secondary entanglement. So they can get stuck into your cables, they can get stuck into your mooring lines, okay, and then they create an entanglement risk for fish and for marine mammals and also for marine birds. From a more technical standpoint, I think that you should consider also the risk for the integrity of the cables, okay, because these nets can be, several hundred meters long, and they can create quite a significant weight when they move around. So I think that some monitoring is due. So the secondary entanglement is becoming a problem also with oil and gas platforms in some cases. Fish, as I said, you end up in certain areas with a lot of commercial fisheries. That's true in some parts of the North Sea, for example. And in other parts of the world, you end up with working in biodiversity hotspots where you have several species, and sometimes you have several species of conservation concern that are, at risk of extinction. So you have to look at the problem from the two angles, impacts on commercial fish species and impacts on high biodiversity values. Again, there's going to be habitat loss. There's going to be disturbance, electromagnetic fields, you name it. You will see that, this presentation is available to all of you because I think I still have 7 minutes. Another point is benthic habitats. So the bottom of the sea, again, is not just sand. Even places that we thought were not so important, we are finding out that are hosting important species from several points of view. Even the very deep oceans. In fact, if you follow the debate on deep sea mining, you will find out that even these metal nodules that they want to recover, they actually are habitat for a lot of species. And the potential, for example, to carbon storage in this particular formation, in these particular habitats, has always been misunderstood and underestimated. So there is now an attempt to increase our knowledge. The bottom line is that when we started looking for, conducting campaigns, and we went into places that we didn't know had such a diversity, we actually found, even at depth, we found, for example, the white corals in the southern Adriatic Sea are now a very common feature that we thought were pretty rare. In fact, they are pretty much they are in many places. So when you design your mooring lines and when you design your anchoring system, actually there is a difference between putting 6 lines or 8 lines. There is a difference between putting piles or anchors that drag the sea bottom. So the type of effects that you can have is different, and the project, from an environmental standpoint, is also judged in those merits. And the choices you make can be challenged, in a different way if you have made an effort to minimize this, let's say, occupation of the seafloor, or you have not made an effort to minimize. Fisheries, I already mentioned this. Fisheries can be very different in different parts of the world. Here you see a comparison in, in the composition of fisheries in the North Sea and in the Mediterranean. I'm not going to get into details, but the fishing effort, the size of the vessels, the efficiency of the fishing activities, the return of the fishing activities is very different. So you cannot have just one model to deal with the loss of fishing ground. You need to actually adapt the models. In some cases, the substation is a component of a much larger piece. But for example, if you can reduce the number of cables, if you can facilitate the approach to coast, you might also reduce the amount of area that is not available to fishing any longer. Okay, so those are other considerations that you can put into the mix. You can see, for example, even if you look around Italy, the fishing effort tends to be quite different, in different parts of the Mediterranean Sea. Finally, nowadays there are several marine protected areas that are under the protection of the European Union Habitat Directive. So those are the so-called Natura 2000 sites. Now, when you cross a Natura 2000 site, you have a certain number of obligations, including the fact that you have to demonstrate that you have worked to minimize the impact on the habitats and the species for which the area has been designated. So one of the things that we always encourage to do is to do a very thorough alternative analysis. Now, every time we talk about an alternative analysis, I can see our clients, becoming very nervous, because it means collecting a lot of data on a lot of potential options. And sometimes you guys, engineers, just become fixated with one solution, and you say, okay, that's why have you chosen that? Because I know it's the best solution. But then you have to sell this, to again, to the regulators and to the banks and to the lenders in general that are scrutinizing this. Now, when you are crossing or you're close to a protected area, and here you have Italy, but look at the UK and look at northern France, look at the Netherlands, Belgium. It's very difficult to find a place where you do not encroach on a protected area or a Natura 2000 area. So it's very difficult to have a place where you are free to do whatever you like. Finally, you have issues with shipping lines. Our seas are very busy. Okay, certain areas are busier than other. Impacts on shipping are a prime concern of many regulators because it's a very conservative environment also, and so they don't want to change the way they look at things. So just some closing remarks on the key issues that you face when you're permitting these facilities. And again, it's difficult to isolate the specific issues of a substation from the fact that it serves a much bigger project. But certainly impacts on tourism. There is the perception that offshore wind farms are going to ruin entire touristic regions around the Mediterranean. Okay, there's a big opposition based on that, because of visual impact, because of noise, because of perception. Okay, so it's something that needs to be addressed. And again, if having a substation helps bringing the projects further from the coastline, so be it. I think it's something that is going to simplify the life of the project. The lack of economic benefits, so the local content discussions are always very, very important. There are some emerging issues for regulators. I was talking to somebody during lunch, particularly relating to microclimate and climate change. So if you are developing design parameters, take into consideration the fact that the European Union, for example, has issued some specific guidelines on climate proofing projects that they finance or projects that are somewhat related to their plans need to have a climate change risk assessment. And so I think that if you are developing if you're developing guidelines, there should be a consideration of that. So there are some key uncertainties. I've already talked about this. I just wanted to summarize them, once again. I think that the scientific community is busy working on this kind of things, but there are some open questions that are not actually resolved. And so I think that the interaction between you guys that are designing and thinking and imagining, solution, and the people that are dealing with this, going through the hump of the environmental regulation, we need to have a fruitful interaction. We need to discuss a lot, and there needs to be openness to consider, this kind of aspects in your work. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Roberto, for the very wide and comprehensive and intensive view on the environmental aspects there. Are there any questions then from the audience to Roberto?
Yes, Roberto, thank you very much for your presentation. A lot to take in. But I had just one simple question, which was to decommission or not to decommission. An asset's been in the seabed for 25 years and it's created a habitat. And the push was we have to take everything and rip everything out. But really, should we, or should we leave things as they are?
Thank you. That's almost a Shakespearean question nowadays. In the oil and gas industry, to be or not to be, to decommission or not to decommission. There is a tendency now to develop these solutions that are called, rigs to reef solutions. In certain environments, they make. I mean, there isn't a general rule that works everywhere. Okay, there are many considerations to be made. It certainly is a solution worth considering before removing everything. Now, the problem is that right now we have dealt with fixed bottom infrastructures. Now, what are you going to do at the end of the life of 72 or 75 very large floaters that have been out in the sea? Do you sink them? You remove them? You cut them in half and create something else? So those are open questions. In fact, the the decommissioning section of the environmental impact studies is always very funny to write. Okay, because we just say, okay, we'll see. Something will happen. We'll come up with some smart ideas in 30 years. But it's an open question. There is in certain jurisdictions, in certain places, like Japan, for example, they've been throwing into the sea a lot of stuff. They actually like to cultivate the coastal areas with reefs, with artificial reefs. In Europe, it's controversial. Parts of the United States are in favor, parts of the United States are against, so there's no one size fits all.
Okay, any further questions?
We have an online question from Tate. Thank you, Roberto. When assessing the environmental impact of an offshore wind farm, do you think there might be a tendency to focus more on the threats to the natural environment and less so on the positive impact?
Maybe. No, the point is that the positive impacts are kind of taken for granted. Okay, so this is part of the decarbonization. This is part of a strategy to decarbonize energy production. So in a way, that box is already ticked. You don't have to explain it a lot. So people tend to focus on other things. They tend to focus on the economic benefits for the local communities that are to maximize and to minimize the negative impacts both on economic activities like tourism, like fishing, and on the natural environment. So I think it's I don't know if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but it is like that. The positive are kind of taken for granted. So I'm of course we talk about them. Okay, we explain that this is, but since this is part of a general process, I think it's it's just expected.
Okay, anything? Yeah, that's one question.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation. Very interesting. I just wanted to comment something on these two questions, which I found them very related to each other. I think, in my understanding, there is also the topic of what type of species we introduce, no, with these reefs, because obviously, if you design since the beginning a structure to be a nature inclusive, that's what we call it today. Thinking that you will leave it there, then that could have a positive effect in the long term. But if we would leave all the offshore oil and gas platform over there, then in my understanding, you would go to the other side, meaning that you could risk that you actually populate an area with certain species and then just get rid of all that is actually local. So is that something that we're looking at now when we develop decommissioning strategies? Like,
yeah, no, it is. We are now working on the decommissioning strategy for for the Adriatic Sea, for example, and this is a consideration because the Adriatic Sea is a how can I say, it's not a hard bottom, it's a soft bottom sea, generally speaking. Okay, and we have created these islands of hard bottoms. Does it make sense to leave them there? Now they have an economic they have an economic value because they attract fishermen and they attract divers. So right now, fishing in the area is somewhat dependent on the fact that there are these islands of. So we have created a dependency, you know. In some cases, we have created also, what is called an ecological trap because, we attract species there that then don't have enough habitat. So it's very complicated. I think, as I said, this needs to be part of the strategy. Okay, when I think about offshore wind farms, the main question will be about, for example, leaving in place the anchoring systems, because for sure that will be the mooring system, not the lines, but because for sure that will be colonized. Okay, but in the meantime, we will have created a completely new and unknown pelagic habitat, okay, with all of this shadow and a lot of the fouling that will come under the floaters, along the mooring lines, along the cables, that is going to disappear. So again, even the positive effect that we sell now to the communities is that, okay, look, this area is going to be without fishing for 30 years. So all the surrounding areas are going to be exceptional fishing grounds because you will have this dispersion, protection and dispersion effect. Okay, now let's assume that this is true and it goes on for 30 years and then it disappears because you have taken out all the floaters. Again, this is an impact. It's going to be an economic impact that right now we are not in a position to assess because we don't know how much of this reserve effect and spillover effect will function. We don't know on which species, if it's going to be commercial species or not. We don't know how much the fishermen are going to take advantage of that. And we don't know how the overall system will evolve in the meantime, considering also that we have a lot of other problems like climate change, invasive species, cold sea species that are moving north. Those are all open questions. I think they should be, my message, if you want, is, do not underestimate this sort of drivers and constraints in the development of your things, okay, of your objects and solutions, because they're going to be there. People are going to ask questions about these things.
Okay, very good. And yeah, thank you, Roberto, for the presentation, all the answers there. Thanks a lot. So I think now it's my turn to give a short presentation on the maintenance concepts for floating substation. All right. Yeah. So last presentation before we then have a panel for today is then about maintenance concepts. So we have spoken a lot about various designs, concepts, impacts. The maintenance is something we have not attached a little bit. I'd like to give you a little overview what we have been working on, but yeah, my role is maybe just as to summarize the introduction on myself. It's Matthias Henke. I'm a business development executive at Aker Solutions. My responsibility in particular is actually business development for offshore wind projects within Aker Solutions in the continental Europe area. I'd like to give a brief overview of the Aker Solutions, Aker Group in general. That's also a little bit important then for our background. Aker Solutions is where is that team? Yeah. Aker Solutions is part of the wider Aker Group. We are in the engineering, EPCI, and maintenance provider for a lot of oil and gas and renewable energy assets. We have sister companies in the group who are developing offshore wind projects. You may come across Aker Offshore Wind or Mainstream, developing offshore wind projects in Scotland and Korea and Australia. And also then important, we'll come back later, that is our sister companies focusing on digitalizations, which is Cognite and ACE. Our main industry, our main the task and expertise is coming from the oil and gas industry mostly. We are involved in a lot of offshore assets, platforms. Have moved quite a while ago also then is serving with HVDC platforms for the offshore wind industry. We are working with design studies of offshore floating sites. So then we also we touched on the subsea substations. Olaf mentioned that's in the oil and gas industry quite some kind of a standard equipment. We are involved there as well. Have also some research ongoing for to apply for offshore wind. There are some numbers around 11,000 people then globally. In terms of substations for the wind industry, we are building HVDC platforms together with Siemens Energy. They're under construction at the moment for the UK and the US. We're doing research development on and preparation for floating HVAC substations and the subsea parts as well. Just some real projects we are working have been working on. And yeah, so far to the history of floating devices in general. Don't want to go through all those topics in detail. Just to maybe then mention some highlights that already since the 70s or 50 years ago, first floating devices were installed offshore for oil and gas. Of course, they've grown bigger and bigger. Some key projects in the Hywind Tampen project. I think that's the largest floating offshore wind project at the moment with a spar floater, where we have been the EPCI contractor for that one. And this morning we raised the question, okay, when will we see the first offshore substation in the water? And I would say the Janzhou control station will probably some kind of in this area that is not an offshore floating offshore platform for an offshore wind project, but it's a floating offshore asset, and it includes 100 MVA transformer capabilities for powering up an oil field in Australia. I think that's under construction and will be in the water somewhere soon then. So I think that's probably then one of the first project which is then going then online, some kind of a initial concept or projects. Yeah, I don't want to bring that up again. I think we spoke about the designs previously. There are a couple of various concepts available with different advantages, disadvantages. So far, in terms of standards, the DNV standard is probably applied mostly, which not specifically so for floating sites, but for offshore substations in general. We got one standardized floating solutions, which will probably then install in the Cave Wind project in South Korea, which covers an 800 megawatt HVAC transformer. We've done a lot of studies in the US, of course, for the floating sites in the more 1 gigawatt concepts. In Europe as well, with different sizes. And yeah, to start with the importance of maintenance and the maintenance concepts, we've outlined here the offshore wind life cycle, which starts then from the origination, the early development phase, and the more detailed phase in the construction, and then the operation and maintenance phase. And even though, as we spoke about the durations as well in the development phase, it's getting quite long, also due to lead times and so on. The operation phase will also usually be at least 25 years. We spoke about lifetime extension already, so it's probably very likely that this is getting extended. And one key aspect from us is then actually what we like to address, then that this part is usually a little bit I won't say forgotten, but not much considered. So we spoke a lot about installation, about manufacturing of the designs. There's a clear focus on. What we think it is very important if we are speaking about especially floating devices, it's that the maintenance requirements, how much has to be done for in terms of maintenance, inspections, so on later on, and the possibilities as well have to be considered in the design phase, in the early development phases as well, because there it's quite has a very big impact than what happens then later on. If we're then getting back to the substation concepts, where Olaf presented, they are mostly maintenance free, which is something because it's needed. You can't just go down there every week and check everything. For a floating device, it's probably similar or should go in that direction as well, to improve the maintenance and operation costs there as well. We're speaking about maintenance for floatings. The typical components we have then is the power systems, auxiliary system structures, and we got the subsea part, then the floater itself, moorings, inter-array and export cables as well. My next topic is then in integrity management, which is a little bit supporting what we heard about the digital twin concept, where it's the objectives then actually get a better understanding of your of the equipment, monitor that, manage that, to make sure you can support a very predictive maintenance and are informed about your assets. Yeah, a typical task in the operation phase and then inspections, and this requires a lot of engineering tasks, which are then all time-consuming, cost-consuming, and if that can be reduced, is then very the big advantage actually. just want to show you the different tasks we need to go through if managing those campaigns, that those are quite intensive. Substructures is also a quite important topic with where we may see, okay, that's not much needed, but there are a lot of inspection types of required, like using drones, camera, doing near visual inspections with special tools, inspections on the submerged parts, defining digital maps, controlling denomination, marine growth, reporting, and if needed, then also then covering then repairs. That also then important, this feeds into an asset integrity management system, which requires or involves then different teams and specialties to make sure it's covering the whole setup in a very efficient way. Some improvements we were getting more and more into, also coming from the oil and gas industry, is using drones and robotics. Usually, if we're working in an offshore environment, if we're working in confined spaces, in complex systems, it's then sometimes difficult then to get people out. It's also time-consuming. We need to have redundancy. We need to consider health and safety requirements. So one option is then actually drones, so flying cameras for visual inspections in certain areas, also for using that for ultrasonic inspections, carrying out 3D mapping, also remote operation operated by people not sitting on the substation or on the vessel, sitting somewhere in the control center, and the drones are operated then more or less than from very remote locations. Ground robotics is also something which is getting more and more important for certain inspections. That I think many people know these robots are running around. That's something we have been dealing with and using that much more for complex and dangerous sites. This is an example from an inspections on an oil platform, where we can see the huge advantages when using drones instead of manned in inspections. There's a huge cost savings, a huge reduction in downtimes, and an improvement in getting more data, regular data, and monitor that. That all comes in then together when it to data and digitalization, which we consider for the operation phase is quite an important aspect, that the operation maintenance is then improved with all the data we were gathering, we are monitoring, we are evaluating regularly, automatically, combining that with different engineering tools we've assessed, robotics and drones, data gathering. We've used also a lot of custom-made drones for very specific purposes, and at the end, they then prepare and provide AI-supported reporting information structures to further define the inspection and maintenance needs there. It comes into a total dynamic integrity system, where data management is one of the key foundations, where we set up a quite strong tool and processes to have a regular inspection, inspection monitoring system, installed to monitor and manage the operation of the wind farm. It's important that we create a very holistic data architecture. That the data we have is quite comprehensive. All connections are all applications are connected and working with each other. And just mention then here also then that using the digital twins as well. So we just heard the benefits of that in the presentations before. Yeah, just to summarize the digital solutions, how efficient that can be. And just an example on another example on the digital twin part or implications. I mentioned before that we are the EPCI contractor for the Sunrise HVDC platform for Ørsted in the US. We are building it in a joint venture with Siemens Energy. I think this is currently under construction, and I think will be shipped out and then soon as well. And digital twin is also an important part of that part as well. We have together developed that together with our sister company ACE, and that will then support and also the operation scheme, and also then serve for potential lifetime extensions as well. Is probably something I think will come in the future, definitely. Yeah, just to conclude, so I think efficient offshore operation maintenance start already during the design phase, and that's one of our key messages we want to give, so that the requirements are also considered in the design phase. Unmanned inspection technologies increases the efficiency, so drones, robotics, very cost efficient, reduce the HSE risk, and the last part was summarizing everything and data management. That this is more or less the core source or management system for successful and efficient operation maintenance of floating offshore wind sets. And yeah, that's was my last slide then, and thank you very much for listening to me in the last session here. If you got any questions, then please answer them. That's very good, because I think then we can go straight into the panel discussion, which is more some kind of a follow-up of that topic. We can then address same questions as well. Yeah, for the panel discussion, which will be on the topic of long-term maintenance and reliability of offshore substations, I like to ask. I'm not sure if is Tide online. Will he join us online? Otherwise, I think I like to ask then Daniel, Lars, Andre, Olaf, and Mary on the floor. Yes. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think maybe then before just go into, not sure if we need another round of introduction. Maybe just start with a name and the company, just to remind everyone who's speaking here. Yeah. Does it work?
All right, there we go. Yeah, my name is Daniel, and I'm with NEOS. I'm a structural engineer, so that's my background. I also have a background in hydrodynamics. I think that's the short and sweet presentation. Yeah, and also I've done during my studies, I've worked with damage localization and detection. So that ties in a little bit with the maintenance concepts and the digital twin concepts.
Yeah, Lars Andre from C-Impact, project manager there. So mainly looking at the vessel data analysis as mentioned earlier today. On the O&M side, I guess looked a lot into major component replacements on the turbine side, as well as daily service with CTVs and SOVs, analysis of the vessel movements. Not so much on the substations actually, but that's like my touch point with O&M.
Hi, I'm Mary from Kent, a senior naval architect, and my specialty is in hull and mooring design for floating offshore structures. So in this case, floating offshore substations.
Hey, Olaf Klose from One Subsea, a company which is known in the oil and gas industry, subsea, delivering full systems to produce that in up to 3,000 meter water depths. But for sure, our systems are as well capable to serve other needs as well for the offshore industry with subsea substations. That's me.
Yeah, I'm just Matthias Henke again from Marker Solutions, business developer for offshore wind projects in Europe. And yeah, Tide, can you hear us? And just a quick introduction.
I can hear you, and I'm Tide Schoenberg. I'm package
We can't
manager
hear
working
you. Are you on mute or is he?
Can you hear me?
Now it works.
Yes, hello. Tide Schoenberg from Ignitis Renewables, and I am a package manager, project manager, but I have a background in engineering as well.
All right, very good. Yeah, as I said, our topic for the panel discussion is long-time maintenance and reliability of offshore substation strategies, ensuring for operational excellence. We got a few bullet points we would like to address. I think probably feel free to ask questions if you have some comments or questions to any of these topics. On our first statement or topic here, it's exploring the implementation of predictive maintenance frameworks, leveraging data analysis and monitoring technologies to anticipate and address potential issues before they impact operational reliability. That I think goes a lot in the direction of using the digital twin concept you showed, you presented us. Then you want to make the first comment on that one from you?
Well, sure. I completely agree. The digital twins in terms of predictive maintenance, which just to give a bit of context, you would have different maintenance concepts. So you could start out with considering corrective maintenance, and then which is a reactive maintenance approach, and you would also have the proactive maintenance approaches, where one of the subgenres is predictive maintenance. So predictive maintenance is, to my knowledge, the most sophisticated that we can do at this stage. So we try to utilize all the data from that we gather on the structures, and in more or less real time assess it could be the annual probability of failure if we're looking at some risk or reliability based schemes, and then we gradually follow as the operation goes on. What is the annual probability of failure estimated at for several critical components in the system? And if they pass a safety level, it could be 10 to the power of -4 or 5, depending on the system. then we want to schedule an inspection and confirm that the detail is either intact and better than expected, and then update our models, or alternatively we need to repair the systems.
Yeah, I think that it also then has a cost impact rather than at the end, because anything you can predict, you can manage in advance and schedule properly. You presented about costs and optimization in your presentation, Mary. Is this something you addressed as well, or will be in a next?
Thanks. It's not yet something that we've addressed in our models. I think I highlighted that the O&M costs are certainly very high for floating offshore substations in particular, but our model so far just covers the CapEx and DevEx costs and didn't include any monitoring systems.
Yeah, I think would agree with that one. Olaf, you mentioned more or less, and the subsea parts are more or less maintenance free. So I would expect this is all highly predictive. What you are doing, or because there's also quite a long track record available. Can you say something how you're dealing with that topics?
Sure. I believe on one end, it's that the equipment is maintenance free and designed for that. And with the track record you just pointing out, it's proven. On the other hand, we have many sensors subsea giving a lot of information and data from the equipment about pressure ratings, about temperatures, about electricity needed, and so on. So based on that, if you pull all this data together, you can gain out of that information as well to predict maintenance needs at some point maybe, or if we talk about extending the lifetime. So there are capabilities given if you get the data and pull it actually together. I believe at least from the subsea world, there's a lot of information available, which you just need into the right way to read it, let's say. And I guess it's on the topside world the same, that for topside substations, we have a lot of data available. It's just the way we need to pull it together and put it into a system and twin to get more out of that than we do it today, maybe.
Yeah, talking about data gathering, Lars-Arne, you talked about analysis of the vessel movements, mostly in the construction areas, if I understand that right.
Yeah, partly I would say. So I think for substation, we haven't really looked too much into the O&M activities. I know we have a few cases where we could see jackup vessels coming to the substation after the commissioning. So that's of course like a red flag in terms of okay, this is maintenance related, obviously of some sort. Haven't systematically looked at it. We have systematically looked at it for the turbine scope. So we've identified all major component replacements, for instance, in the industry. So for the substations, it's still kind of on the to-do. But I think in general, also we look at the SOV data. They are not going that frequently to the substation during the operational phase. It is a lot of focus on the turbines, I guess, with the annual service and so on.
Okay, but it's definitely an opportunity to dive deeper into that and do an assessment, because we have now substations operating for quite some time, and should be getting some kind of a data to understand, okay, what's going on there, if there are any trends there.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, that sounds good. Tide, I want to mention, you mentioned comparison between different foundation types for a substation. Are you looking for that one when you're comparing that also on the maintenance aspect, or is that so far a little bit ignored? I mean, yeah.
No, I think we consider the whole life cost when choosing a suitable foundation type for a project. So we do consider also the operational and maintenance aspects of the whole life cycle cost. That's important, I think, to look at everything.
Yeah.
I think one maybe interesting topic is I obviously work in construction mainly, but as part of our deliverables to hand over to O&M, we have to like deliver a manual telling the O&M team how to inspect their structure during the lifetime. And I think something that I like to focus on is that these manuals are only sort of like a preliminary suggestion as to how you go about your operation, inspection, and maintenance, because you may find that some things are less of a problem and other things are more of an issue, and then you should be flexible to change your operations manual to sort of like reflect that. And I think this sort of a risk-based inspection approach is very important, and collecting the data, gathering the data, maybe even sharing data with neighboring wind farms. I think maybe something that would be interesting to look at, to try and understand the performance of the structures better.
Okay, very interesting. I think it's a very good topic here as well. The other topic we have identified or listed is quite a hot topic, and I think we addressed that today as well, as the extension of the operational life of aging offshore substations, considering unique challenges posed by harsh marine environments. And I think the presentation we heard about using the digital twins for lifetime extension was quite good and interesting, because to my experience, it's quite a very hot topic in the offshore wind industry at the moment, because we're having the first projects reaching their design lifetime, and depending on the project, there is a quite strong requirement for considering lifetime extensions to extend that. Is that something I can address to you first again, or the?
Sure. But I may risk repeating myself. So instead, I think the point that Lars Andre brought up as a question to me regarding the fact that right now we're relying a lot on the conservatisms and over-engineering of the designs, the early designs, that will vanish, is expected to vanish in a bit as we pursue more or less and less conservative designs, cost optimizing and stuff. So how lifetime extension will look in the future is kind of interesting, I think, because right now we kind of think of it as just looking for over designs and approving that and then getting a recertification. So in the future, maybe we're looking not necessarily at we design for 20 years and we may look at lifetime extension at some point. It may be a question of we design for 20 or 25 years with also lifetime extension considered. So when we reach near end of life, we start to really look into how utilize this our asset. Can we get 30 years or 35 years instead? So thinking this in at an early stage, I think, could be relevant in the future.
Thank you. Tide, can you say something about what was the lifetime you are expecting when you are designing or asking for concepts for your projects? Is it then the 25 years standard lifetime, as I would say, or are you already going a little bit further, as Daniel just mentioned, that in the future we may see already extended concepts right from the beginning? So that's right. What you mentioned, if I understand it right.
Yeah. It's actually a discussion we are having on the project at the moment, and this is also the reason why I asked Daniel what the sort of like likely lifetime extension would be for a project. But I think base case would be something in the order of like 25 to 30 years, but then with the possibility of then extending that. And then we would account for that in the business case. But it's a discussion which is ongoing for the current project at the moment. But I think something around maybe 30 years appear to be sort of the industry standard at the moment.
Because from my experience, I've seen that the design lifetime when it comes into how to design the foundation, for example, that's everyone's sticking then to, let's say, 25 years. This is a standard, but I have never seen a financial model actually working with 25 years. They already considered 30, 35 years or whatsoever. And when we then ask, okay, why don't you consider then the 30 years or 35 years right from the beginning in the design? And the answer was, okay, but then we will, we of course can do that, but then that means the equipment, the foundation will be much bigger, more heavier to cover all the aspects, and that means also more expensive then. So,
Yes, I don't know so much about maybe the turbine itself, but we did do a comparison, a sensitivity study on the foundation itself, and I think we were looking at something around 4 to 5% on top of the total steel weight for extending from 25 to 35 years. So maybe not such a big percentage increase. But of course, you also have to consider everything else, the coating systems and the corrosion protection too. But 5% on top of a steel doesn't seem to be too much to a price to pay for an extra 10 years.
Yeah. Okay. Any further comments here?
Maybe a bit. So, of course, the foundation is kind of one of the keys, because if the foundation cannot do another 10 years, then it's over anyway, right? Then you need to decommission. But I guess the other aspect is kind of the business case also, is it still profitable to run the wind farm? Where when you talk about the general OPEX is maybe that it's a bit high in the first years of the wind farm, then it drops quite a bit, and then it starts increasing towards the end of the lifetime. And for sure now with the sea impact data that we're looking at on major component replacements, we are seeing kind of the end side of the bathtub curve in terms of major component replacements, at least, that the older the turbines are, the more frequent we are seeing major component replacements. So for sure, seeing this increase in OPEX in later years. So I guess it's probably still a business case for many projects to keep it running, but profit margins are probably becoming smaller because it's becoming more expensive to run the wind farm.
Yeah. So you are saying that right now the wind farms or project we have in operation, which are at the end of their, let's say, original lifetimes, you're recognizing already increased O&M cost, and then it is an also commercial decision. Does it make sense to keep them operating, or take them down and build something new then?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. Any further question here?
I have a quick
Mary?
point. We're currently looking at concrete floating WTG foundations with a design life of 35 years, with the idea that the moorings and possibly the towers and the turbines would be replaced and the hulls would carry on after that. This could be worth exploring for the substation side of things as well. And on the reliability point that was touched on earlier, moorings are notoriously unreliable. So building in the redundant mooring system from an early stage is going to help a lot with the sort of ongoing costs of maintenance, but it will require some monitoring as well. Yeah.
I have a question also. So in terms of floating, I guess you're never building anything for it to break, right? But we saw this summer the major component replacement campaign at Hywind Scotland, where they towed all 5 units to Norway because it's spa floater, etc. A really big campaign that took a long time. Is there a risk of a repair where you will have to bring the floating substation back to port, basically?
So one of the riskiest offshore operations is a floating to floating transfer crane operation. So I guess it is a risk, but it certainly wouldn't be a planned major component replacement operation. The floating substations are designed with one side completely bare, like a jacket, so that a maintenance vessel could get pretty close. But yeah, maybe this leans into the modular substations we were discussing earlier as well, where if the components are small enough that it's a safer operation, that could really benefit.
I would fully agree with that. I mean, what we've seen with Kincardine, that they pulled the wind turbines over, that's an issue in the industry for floating offshore wind turbines, when you need to have major component exchanges. Of course, what you just mentioned, if you have a floating, means and moving wind turbine, and want to exchange some heavy gears in quite high elevation with a vessel which is also moving, that's quite challenging. That's why I think there was a decision what was made. Okay, let's tow them back. But it's I understand most of them because there's not much experience available now with doing things. I mean, in oil and gas we have floating devices. They are usually much bigger and less moving, but it's still, understand, and also an issue if any major equipments need to be exchanged there.
Yeah, so a good example would be an FPSO, which are the biggest floating units, which have major component replacement. So it is possible. And yeah, having the lower hook height compared to the WTGs obviously de-risks it. That sort of reminded me of a point I meant to make about the moorings, is that should your moorings fail on your substation critically, your whole farm goes down. Whereas on turbines and similar for bringing to shore, it's not the end of the world if one turbine has to be towed to shore. But if your substation has to be, then that's power down for however long.
I think it depends on also where the shore is, where you need to pull it to. And I mean, also if you need to pull a wind turbine then back to shore and need to do it with all turbines, I think then it's something you can calculate in the financial model, but it's quite challenging. But that's still something mostly the challenge that to address in my presentation, that having the substation as maintenance free as possible, consider that already in the design, and take those considerations for the future operation phase into account. Because exactly as what you said, if you need to take down the substation for a while, then the whole wind farm is down for that period. That's really, really hurting.
Yeah, maybe one comment to that, and Fernando made a very good comment early on, I believe. As well, putting modulars in, so not having one substation for the whole park, maybe a couple of, which is reducing risks. And on the other side, as well, giving the advantage, maybe not only extending the lifetime, maybe as well extending the full park. What we see in the subsea business for oil and gas is that there's expansion of the field, so adding on additional trees, or as well maybe adding on equipment with additional capabilities and features in the system. So if I think about offshore wind and floating, having then modules of subsea substations is maybe one opportunity to add in another one to bring more power to the grid. Or even if you have indeed a failure, replace just one module for one string or whatever, instead of going down with the full park.
Yeah, thanks. Also very good transfer to the last bullet point we have here. We have written down here redundancy solutions and emergency response protocols and minimizing downtime. That's exactly what you mentioned, and I think it's also an issue we see in Germany, actually, where we have several wind farms connected to one TenneT 2 gigawatt substation. When TenneT need to do some kind of maintenance, they'll shut down the whole substation. A couple of wind farms are down, actually, and having the more modular solution, a decentralized solution, would probably cover that or address that as well. My understanding was usually then the trend to have more bigger substations on one foundation was because of cost efficiencies of the foundations. I'm not sure what your views are on that one, if that's a possibility or trend, or what we can see in the future, if there's a split getting back from just one central substation to more units. I don't know who has Mary?
I think it would be quite expensive to have multiple floating units, even to cover the risk. I think you're probably better to build one with suitable redundancy and monitoring, but and planning that the component replacement can occur either quickly or offshore, well, definitely offshore, but quickly to reduce the downtime, and have your strategy laid out that really reduces that downtime of the whole wind farm. Maybe it's slightly different for subsea, but certainly having 2 or 3 floaters would be significantly more expensive, capex at least, and O&M.
Would then be an option then? I mean, having separate floaters, but having then more, how do we call it, modularized or redundant smaller substations there. That's something what we've seen onshore. Actually, that and an onshore substations then build up for redundancy purposes in 2 units rather than having one big transformer.
But on one floating unit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I think I mentioned that earlier. Yeah, to be able to do that would make a lot of sense, and would allow maintenance and repair to happen without downtime of the whole farm, as mentioned.
Would be interesting to hear if anyone has experienced that, or is that considered so far? Because and that's good what we discussed here, but I haven't seen that used a lot in practice, isn't it? No, anyone?
Not familiar. Maybe I don't know if there's any fixed examples of something similar happening with that idea of big component replacement.
Yeah.
I would have a question as well. Do you see a willingness to customize solutions? I guess there's maybe a more need to customize solutions in the offshore substation space compared to the turbine space, because it seems like the turbine OEMs are not really super focused on doing anything specific for floating. It's, for instance, like the direct drive technology is of course quite reliable, but if you have a failure, then there's like no chance of exchanging anything in situ except maybe the blades. So that's like a huge challenge that only, I guess, Vestas isn't seeing, and it doesn't seem like they're more focusing on trying to make money on bottom fixed. How do you see that for the substation space? For floating, sorry.
So we've had conversations in the past with Linkson and Hitachi ABB, and it was a while ago now, but at the time they seemed willing to see sort of where the middle was that we might meet in terms of motions and accelerations of the topside equipment compared to how stable we could get the platform. We haven't spoken to them in the last 3 years about this, so probably worth getting an update. I know someone discussed jackets versus monopiles motion. I don't know whether there's something to take from that as well.
In terms of sort of like the flexibility of the main OEMs to provide like a bespoke solution, is that what you were asking?
Yeah, so I guess it was just like that for the bottom fixed scope. It seems like the turbine OEMs don't really have much interest in spending a lot of R&D on doing custom stuff for floating, and if that's different for the offshore substation scope.
Yeah. Yes, I don't know too much about the floating and the major equipment suppliers, but I think my feeling is with an offshore substation, you can get things in different ways and how you want it. Maybe there's more flexibility, but with a turbine, you sort of like you get what you're given. It's sort of my understanding of how the world is. So maybe there is some more flexibility when it comes to substations and kind of sort of designing something suitable for floating, maybe.
Can I weigh in? Because I think it's really interesting this what you're mentioning, that the OEMs of the turbines, they're not willing to really adapt to floating, and in a lot of sense it's sensible if they have a large market share, right? Because I believe the predicted numbers, at least the last I heard, 2050 predicted numbers were something like 15% floating capacity. The rest is bottom fixed. So if you're well set on bottom fixed as a turbine manufacturer. There is not a lot of incentive to perhaps get the last 15%. And that could also open the possibility for another new OEMs to flood the market that are willing to tailor solutions if that's economically feasible.
Chinese ones.
Yes, exactly. So that could be what we see in the coming years, that there will be some that are more adaptable to floating situations.
I think it's probably also a cost question. So I think from the wind turbine manufacturer's point of view, I think that's at the moment not such a big market that they can say, well, we design a turbine solely for the floating sides. If the market grows and they see there's some demand, then probably will do it, or if someone will pay them for doing so. But I think that's just a situation right now. For a substation, my impression is at the moment we see some more standardization of substation concepts and sizes. So if you look at the Tenet, for example, they standardized the 2 gigawatt concept, which they are using for all their the product in Germany and the Netherlands. 50 hertz is copying that as well, with the purpose of having a standardized concept for with hoping for reduced construction costs, and because economies of scale, and also standardized O&M concepts and possibilities there. So I think it's and on the floating side, we see at the moment a lot of different floaters, actually floating concepts. That's one thing. That is not. I mean, for the wind turbines, we're talking about. I think maybe 2-3 main things. So everyone's trying to use a monopile if possible. If it's not, then it's then probably a jacket, and in some cases, then using gravity foundations. That's my impression of the market at the moment. But for floating, it's there's still no final concept available where we can say, well, this is the market standard at the moment. So I think we were still open there, and I think standardization of or a modified fit for purpose substation or topside on that one, probably then the next steps are. Not sure if you agree or disagree here.
Yeah, you're right. In terms of WTGs, for sure, there's about 75 concepts out there still that are frequently considered at concept levels for specific sites. So I imagine we've got to go through a similar cycle, hopefully with fewer OEMs for the top size equipment.
Well, I think there's definitely a lot of improvements possible, which I think is a good thing that we're looking at from different angles there. No, I think that's quite interesting. This kind of probably I'm very keen to see where we are heading there. It's I think at the end, from my point of view, this is a lot of cost driven. So with floating sites, we are at the higher end. If that's going down significantly, I think then it's become more and more attractive. We see more and more products moving on, and I think then we're getting a situation where we can discuss with the OEMs and with the manufacturers for optimized, specialized technologies. Right. Any further comments? Any further comments, questions from the audience?
Thanks. I wasn't sure if you had a spare mic. Yeah, I think when I've been designing topsides, one of the main things, or one of the key factors for design or reliability is the visit frequency, so in how often you intend to visit the platform, and also how you intend to access the platform when you go there. And I think, the visit frequency will define reliability of equipment and redundancy and probably your maintenance regimes. And then how you access it, probably we prefer to have marine access, but then if you have a heli deck, you can access it much quicker in an emergency, but then that adds a load of other complications, as I'm sure you're all aware. I just wondered what the panel thought about the ideal visit frequency and access philosophy, if it's not too much of a wide open question.
Ahead of this panel, I did contact our O&M lead at Kent to check that I vaguely knew something about O&M. And he suggested that once every 3 months would be a reasonable starting point for an unstaffed floating substation. And with that comes the need for specific monitoring systems for when things go wrong and nobody's there, to feed back to base, warning signals, etc., and the importance of having those tested when you do visit, because that's what you're really relying on when nobody's there.
Any other comments for anyone?
I know we target 1 year. Look how often they visit the substations at the bottom fix projects, I guess, but I don't have that number at the top of my head.
In some of the unmanned platforms I've looked at, we go for a 1 year visit frequency, and we try and have marine access. I think if you add a heli deck or you have a generator on board, then you're right, you probably need to be down to 3 months for those sort of rotating machines. But I know Olaf hasn't had a chance to say very much, but of course, that would be no visits for the subsea.
I would like to allude to your observation as well, and maybe a follow up this conversation more. What about accessibility again, but in terms of adverse weather? Because this is just my perception, and I might be wrong, but floating offshore substation is more vulnerable to adverse weather. And quick question is here: I'm right or not, or it looks similar or the same as for jacket and fixed bottom?
I'm going to look slightly to Lars Andre here, but my understanding is that the limit for visiting fixed is actually surprisingly low as well. So I can't imagine it will have to flex too much to access a floating structure. So for sort of CTV access and SOVs, etc., the HS has to be pretty low for people to actually go and access the platforms. I know you see the scary videos, but in the UK with safety regulations, it's quite low.
Yeah, I think we normally at 1.5 meter significant wave height for CTVs, and then something a bit higher than that for SOVs, for the dynamic gangway systems. I think there are some new access systems available, such as the Get Up Safe system, where you are hoisting people up on the platform using a wire. And I believe then they are able to take the limits a little bit higher than the standard at the moment.
I have one more comment to that. So this was not in terms of the substations, but floating turbines. I had a colleague from one of CMPAC's mother companies that was looking into if it had an impact like with a double movement. So I can refer you to him. I don't remember what his conclusions were, but he looked a bit into this stuff.
So again, sort of leaning on to experience from oil and gas floating platforms. We have learnings to take already. We're not starting from scratch with these floating substations. These operations, sort of the crew transfer, happen daily in the North Sea.
Okay, you had a question?
No, it's an observation stroke update from practical experience. So on the bullet of lessons learned, and also for maintenance, if we take the current HVDC substations being built now, they have a design life of 40 to 45 years within the contract, with the EPCs on the hook for 9 to 10 years for warranty. But an observation on the lessons learned is that vested interest here, as everybody knows that's met me, we do piping systems. But the piping systems that are being designed in that, the materials chosen for that, have a natural lifetime of around 10 years, known fact, and mechanical fittings will fail within 5 years, known fact. So it seems to me that no lessons are being learnt. Just that's my observation in that, just that small element.
It's an interesting point about the warranty as well, which I think links into structural health monitoring. And the OEMs frequently have monitors on their parts of WTGs. And then when the warranty period expires, it can be extremely difficult, if not impossible, to get hold of that data to feed into your digital twins.
Yes, and that's why we are concerned with the substructures only.
All right. Any further comments or questions on that one? Pretty good. Yes. I think we were running a little bit out of time here, but I think we had a quite very good presentations and discussions. And so I think it was probably beneficial that we were a more smaller group here. So, but because the intention of the or intensity of the discussion we had, I think we were quite much would have expected that. So that's very good, and I'd like to thank all the presenters and the panelists here for taking part in this event. And yeah, thank you very much. And I think that's then all from my side. Teresa, I don't know if you want to add any comments on that one or have some notes.
Just a few last words from my side. I would like to thank all the speakers for their commitment and very interesting presentations. All our participants for joining us, either on site or online, asking very interesting questions and engaging in the discussions. As I was mentioning in the morning, you will be receiving the link with the presentations approximately in 1 week and a half, as we allow our speakers to make any changes. And also you will receive the link with the photo and also editable version of the evaluation form. But however, I'm gonna also ask you to already fill it in here to rate our speakers till you still have it in a fresh mind. And before everyone leaves for your flights or other engagements, I'm gonna ask everyone to go on a stage for a final group photo. And thank you very much, and I hope to see you on our upcoming events in the future. Thank you, and then enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Perhaps.
More than it has already.